with me to the show. We're going to be fine, and everyone is going to be entertained by the show we bring them today. I don't think you'll have any problem with anything we do, and understanding me should not be a problem whatsoever. I want to welcome April to the show. Welcome everyone to the show. And I am, of course, your host, Aaron. Wonderful to have you.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the show. Are we running on Rumble?
Doesn't look that way.
It does not. I mean, the live stream is up there, but I'm not.
I always get notifications. I did not get a notification.
I do not have a Rumble notification, which means
you are not live.
Son of a bitch. All right. Well, guys, looks like we're going to miss Rumble today. Oh, well. We're going to... I got to stop the chat because I read something very funny. Looks like we're not on Rumble today. If you usually watch us on Rumble, come over to YouTube. Hopefully the Rumble people come to YouTube. I know it's a pride thing. Rumble not working today. Try YouTube. You know what I did?
Butt stuff.
I did some butt stuff. I set up the Rumble thing last night at the same time I set up the YouTube thing. And I put them both in Restream.
Mm-hmm. I
started them up. It might be, Rumble might not like it that you put shit up that early. I don't know.
I don't know.
But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to that Rumble live stream. I'm going to go to that, and I'm going to write, at least in the chat, I can say to people, go check out the YouTube channel not working on Rumble for some reason. There we go. So youtube.com, I believe it's /C at Steel Toe Morning Show. There we go. I think that's the link. Or I could just go right to our live stream.
Yeah.
Right there, and I could copy and paste it into the Rumble chat, and hopefully that works for those fine folks. There we go. There's the link for the Rumble people. Hopefully they watch on YouTube. They love it. They hit the subscribe button. Looking to cross over 9,300 today. Excited to have you. Yes, I had oral surgery yesterday. I had a man in my mouth for a half an hour, and when he was done, I felt rejuvenated.
You needed a nap after?
I had a weird, quirky surgeon. I liked him. He was kind of a quirky.
He was kind of a funny guy, I guess.
He was kind of a weirdo in a good way. I liked him. No, it was not Bill Cosby. Loaded wrench. I will say this. I went in to have one tooth pulled, and we told him about the wisdom teeth on the top that had come in, and the one that was in terrible shape, and the one that was
awful,
kind of just fine. And he took a look at him. He said, fuck it. You came here for one. I'm going to cut 3 out of your head today. I said, okie dokie. Sounds good to me. The price was right.
Let's done.
Rip all 3 of them out. Basically, what I paid for the failed dental coverage that one time with the crown thing at the other dentist, it's going to cost me to have all 3 of these teeth ripped out and all of my dental problems solved.
Not only that, you got your other bill wiped out.
And I got my other bill wiped out because April was a G who deserves a standing ovation yesterday. She did a great job. We got a lot of show-related stuff to talk about today. I'm actually very excited. But as far as the tooth goes, I was in immense pain yesterday. I now have 3 months to decide if I want to put a bridge or another tooth in there, or if I want to I guess they said the teeth will kind of coalesce around that gap.
Going to fill it, but
they'll close it in. The way my tongue feels today with that tooth, I may want to put something in there.
An implant, probably.
Probably a bridge.
Oh.
Maybe it's scarring from the last year and a half. I don't want anything permanent in there.
You don't want to think that there's something that needs another extraction?
I don't want to think that there's any issue, any cancer, any problem, anything with that tooth. Just a little bridge. Put it is that the one you can take out?
I think so.
Or no? Maybe something for the show that I like Jim Braddock. I pop it in there, and then when the show's over, I pop it out because I haven't noticed the gap in my mouth until now.
I think that might be called a retainer. when you have like a small retainer with like a tooth that's removable. A bridge, I think, is a metal thing, a spacer.
Retainer.
I don't
Until
know.
then, keep your ears to the grindstone. Goodwill Hunting. So we have the tooth thing done yesterday. I get 3 of them taken out. And this is going to have to be an audience decision and maybe an overtime thing for the people who want to stick around for it. April talked me into keeping the teeth. So we have them right here. You can see the tooth that gave me shitloads of problems.
In pieces.
In pieces. They had to take it out in pieces because of the root canal and everything. And you can see the wisdom tooth that was rotting in my head that was not giving me any problems.
Oh, it sure looks like it was.
But it looked like it should have been giving me AIDS and cancer combined with COVID.
I think if you actually didn't get that removed yesterday, you have AIDS and cancer next month.
So we found the cure to AIDS and cancer.
I
Just
think
have
so.
all your teeth pulled.
I've never seen anything like this tooth.
It was a pretty bad tooth. So we have all that done. There was no way I could have done an evening show last night. I was still loopy from the drugs until late at night. My mouth was numb until I went to bed. And I just kind of, in general, felt miserable. I will tell you this. I don't know how many of you have had oral surgery done on your bottom teeth and your top teeth. There is no comparison as to what's easier.
Oh, the top ones are way easier.
The top ones are way easier. In fact, people were telling me, oh, drink water during the show. You don't want to get dry sockets, this and that. Did you know that 2% of oral surgery results in dry sockets? And 95% of those occur on the bottom teeth. So
You do have a bottom one.
I would have to be the biggest fuck up in the world to get dry sockets out of this.
It happens.
I would have to be in the less than 1% of fuck ups in this world.
Well,
If I get dry sockets from this.
my whole take on it, though, is you're literally talking for 4.5 hours straight.
Well,
so you better be drinking water.
Here's what we'll do.
You took your drugs for this morning.
my
Over the
drugs.
counter shit, so none of the fun stuff.
Yeah, they didn't give me any of the fun stuff. There's no stitches in my mouth, nothing like that. We're going to call the dentist today, or the oral surgeon today, and we're going to ask about boxing tomorrow, but I have a feeling I know what that answer is going to be.
Right. Probably not.
They're going to say, how about you're a fucking idiot and you're not getting punched?
How about you go and coach?
That's what I'll do tomorrow night. I'll probably go and coach. But feels great. I hope I look great. I'm also going to say, I don't give a shit if I get hell for this. I'm not hating the middle part.
I tell you all the time I like the middle part.
I like the middle part. I've got like an unknown Hinson look going on. Look up the king. So yeah, maybe we'll rattle these for overtime from now on. We'll rattle my teeth. I do want to thank JJ for becoming a VIP.
Yes.
We put some of that towards this morning. We put some of that to cushion the blow of knocking out an evening show. So the generosity of this audience is remarkable. Losing an evening show during the week, but then having somebody it was just really cool. It was awesome. We love it. We took a night off. There were no consequences. This is an incredible audience. So we did take 50 off the top this morning. 300 is where we're starting out. I think that should be a pretty easy one to hit. They always say no April, no goal. Well, there's April today, so I think we'll be knocking it out. Then the final evening show of the week is tonight also. People are asking about Oz for the surprise guest. We've been trying to tell you since Sunday. Saturday, Oz informed me that he is not medically cleared to drive at night.
Right.
And so driving here puts Oz's life at risk.
It's not like he has, maybe some of you don't know, he has like a whole hour to drive here. It's not like it's just down the road.
It's a 1 hour drive for Oz, and he's been, without revealing too much, he's had his health problems over the last year, and he's one of those guys. I commend him for this. If he can't be dependable, he taps out. Right. He's not one of these guys who tries to tough it out and be like, I'll do it, in detriment to everybody else. He goes, look, I'm not reliable right now. I can't go. Just thought I'd let you know.
If this changes, he's always welcome back.
Absolutely.
Obviously.
We got Matt from Savage Thoughts coming in next Wednesday. I want to get Virgie on for a Wednesday. I want to get maybe Stevie Lou.
Adonis Paul.
On for Wednesday. Adonis Paul definitely is a guy I want on. And DSP. No, I'm just kidding. Wrestling Otaku, maybe.
Nick Rekieta.
Nick Rekieta's on that list, of course. I would like to have one Wednesday where each hour we have a new guy. Maybe Cardiff 1 hour, Otaku 1 hour, Corn Diff 1 hour.
That is
busy. But then I might kind of steal an Opie's bit. at that point.
I don't know.
Having the vegetables on. And then, of course, Corey will come back from time to time. I had to read this. Oh, shit. I hope it didn't go away. When I started the show and went, somebody wrote in the chat, oh, God, I'm close.
Keep going. I'm almost
Shit.
there.
Oh, there we go. No pen 15 fathead. He says, is this NLO? I thought that was very funny. You know what? My tooth ripped out, puffy faced voice does kind of sound like that.
It was very much you yesterday.
That is a accidentally good impression. Posterior attention, becoming a member for his 10th month. Zen Rhino says Adonis Paul wasn't able to stream on Rumble last night either. Well, that's too bad. Hopefully they get that
fix the bugs
figured out. Tin Man Taylor says, great start. This is going to be a good show today. Thank you. Sharparelli says, and the new host of Steel Toe Morning Show is Tooth Diff.
Oh, cute.
I'm Tooth Diff
We
now.
can hold up one of your little teethers to the camera later, and they can steal the picture and put a face on it.
Could you imagine Cardiff like seeing my rotted wisdom tooth and then making a platform for that and being the rotten Tooth Diff?
Right. Hey, you guys, you know when like potatoes get that black, nasty, big rot spot on them?
That was my tooth.
It's a lot what the tooth looks like.
Hung Solo says, you clearly got butt violated from the look of your hair after surgery. That was before the picture April took. That was as they were putting me on everything.
I got so many messages about that. Like, oh, what kind of drugs did they give him? He looks so happy. And I'm like, that's pre-drugs.
Yeah, that was pre-drugs.
His pants were down. I was having a good time.
Yeah, I was terrified, man. I've never been put under for anything in my life before.
That was hard to watch.
I always thought when they put the gas on you, that's what knocked you out.
No, it just kind of takes the edge off.
I got a little loose. Well, then, I've always considered myself a veiny bastard. They were trying to find a vein in my arm, and as I look at my arms, I can see veins all over the place.
You were dehydrated yesterday.
Oh, good point.
They didn't let him
water.
eat or drink.
So they turned over my hand. They found a vein there, and they stick it, and they push, and I am squirming, and I'm a terrible needle guy. I'm terrified of needles. I told the nurse yesterday, whatever the thing is that is just short of a medical phobia,
diagnosis. Yeah.
I have that.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at with needles.
I'm also not good with needles, sitting on the other side of him squeezing his hand.
Yeah. So they stabbed me in the hand. Oh, we can't get through that one.
There was a valve that was stopping it.
They stabbed me in the hand on this one, and they went, when you moved or when you clenched or whatever,
you tensed.
Your vein rolled over the needle. It's like, motherfucker.
It was really fucked up.
So they end up telling me, we're going to use the one we use on babies. And you know what that one did?
Went right in.
They used the baby vein searcher. It was perfect. And then I went out. I felt the first shot of whatever the fuck numbing. That's not like regular Novocaine that they used. That was bananas.
Oh, like shots to your mouth? Okay, yeah. I thought you were talking about your anesthesia.
I felt the first shot, and then I don't remember anything.
So they put the anesthesia in through his little IV port, obviously. And so since this was his first time going out, I stayed with him as long as I could, and I got to start seeing him drift off. So he gets the anesthesia going, and he's got the gas thing on, and you thought the gas thing was just the funniest in the world, by the way.
I did laugh at
He was laughing at the gas thing, but then he starts trying to apologize to the poor nurse. He's like, I didn't shower this morning. I showered last night, and I'm so sorry if I'm a problem for you. I'm sorry if I stink. And then he's like, I'm usually a morning shower guy. I'm so sorry.
I described to this woman what my routine is.
He just kept talking about what a shower guy he was.
Yeah. And you know what? I fucking lied to that nurse because I'm an evening shower guy.
Yeah, you are. It was funny, though. You were like sounding really sad and like sorry, but yet laughing.
Nor was I was not stinky yesterday either.
No, you weren't.
But I just felt the need to apologize.
I wasn't stinky.
Sky Pie says, good morning, April. Screw you, Aaron. Thank you, Sky Pie. Wonderful to have you. We're going to skip around a little bit in the chat here. We're going to catch up with you guys. As far as the tooth thing goes, man, this is a lovely part of this whole tooth thing. I could not eat regular yesterday. So I had some mashed potatoes. I had some tomato soup. And I had a Culver's
I got him a
concrete
treat
mixer.
like a child after the dentist.
Yes, I spit blood in the parking lot, and then I ate my chocolate treat. So it's just a black male prostitute. So I had all that, but I couldn't eat or drink before the surgery. So everything's coming out, nothing's going in. I lost between yesterday morning and this morning, check this out, 4 pounds. I love that. 4 pounds.
You know what? Stunning.
Oh, man.
You look stunning.
So I am very glad that I lost that 4 pounds. I need to get my my teeth ripped out more often.
4 pounds of teeth and body fat.
I had 4 pounds of teeth removed. Exactly. I have one molar, and it when it rotted out and abscessed, healing process was way better than the pain before. Mm-hmm. Watch out for meat getting stuck in those divots for 3 months, though. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you would. I think anyone would agree to trade severe tooth pain to surgical, like, recovery pain, I think.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you?
Aaron Wasa Bista says Aaron should interview that thing on Fetterman's neck. We do have to get back into our interviews. We got to get back to doing interviews. That's a huge growth for the show. When we stop doing those and the YouTube fucking around with our range and stuff, that kind of slowed down the growth level. By the way, hit subscribe if you're from Rumble and you don't usually watch us here. We do appreciate that. Subscribe on the YouTube channel. Hit like. We want to do 100 likes an hour, so 100 by 7 o'clock, 200 by 8, so on and so forth. Thank you, guys. Wasabista says, always fun to hear about other people's suffering.
Isn't it?
No. Aaron, your weird Harold impression is getting better. I don't know what that means.
I don't know what a weird Harold
I'm not
is.
sure what a weird Harold impression. Sky Pie says, you got put out for a wisdom tooth and laughy face emojis. Sorry, we're not all tough bitches like you. No.
Oh,
I went in to have
more than that.
I went in to have this one removed. Well, you can't see it.
Tooth number 3.
Tooth number 3 and 2 wisdom teeth removed. So they just
it was
they
a
put
lot.
me under. Yeah.
And the problem tooth that wasn't a wisdom tooth was going to be an issue, tugging on that and removing it. So.
Cockdiff says, were your pants down when you woke up? No, they were down before I went to bed. Stephen Doob says, at least they didn't IO ya. I don't know what that means
either.
Like I said, I'm going to skip around the chat.
Okay.
Don't miss arm day like you miss leg day, says somebody said. Thank you.
Oh, the nurse gave him a kind of backhanded compliment yesterday. She was trying to stick the blood pressure cuff on his arm.
Yeah.
And she had to switch to the other one because she's like, oh, you are more muscular than I thought you were. So
and I said
that means, yeah.
I said thank you for the compliment and the insult.
Because get it, she looks at you and doesn't think muscle.
And then
it doesn't fit.
And then you feel me and you go, motherfucker.
They were both fans, by the way. They knew the show.
Yes, they both commented on the shirt, fans of the show. Victor becoming a member for his 10th month. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Dude, imagine being so economic. When they sewed my head back together, I felt everything. I envy Aaron's tolerance. My tolerance?
I don't know. I don't know.
For pain? I was a fucking baby when they were putting those needles in.
I was too. I did my fucking damnedest to stay alert for you so that I was like supportive.
I was a fucking child.
God, that was really bad.
I was such a baby about that shit that they used the baby needle on me.
Dude, I've had that done 3 or 4 times now for myself, and I only had one time where they had to try 5 different places to get it in on me because I was so dehydrated. This was my first time being the supportive end of things and not being worked on. It was hard to watch. Yeah. I'll say that.
Oh, Sir K means my drug tolerance. Yeah.
Oh, your Tylenol and ibuprofen.
That makes sense. Ross Dog says, are you aware Opie streams without pants? Well, I mean, look, if you're going to stream without talent, you should stream without pants. Why not?
We found out Nick Ricada streams without pants sometimes.
I learn a lot of people. I learn a lot about people on the internet without asking.
That was the wrong guy. It was actually that Vic Magana guy. Remember?
Yeah, I was going to say, are you fucking...
Yeah, sorry, Nick Ricada.
Try snitching on Nick Ricada?
No.
Thank you very much, Aaron, for starting us out on PayPal this morning. We are $20. Thank you, Aaron. Not me, Aaron. It's one of my sock accounts. $280 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. Streaming without pants is called Donald Ducking. Love Aaron Steven Seagal hairline and look right now, says Joel Kell. Way to take something that I'm not hating and make me hate it. I appreciate it. No Morio says, did they vax you while you were out? Oh, shit, I don't know. Oh, my heart feels really swelly today. It could just be dehydration. Yeah, I don't know. Stacy, welcome to the Yeehaw Club. Thanks for becoming a member of our channel. Enjoy the emotes. Enjoy the prizes and everything else that comes with becoming a member. We do appreciate that. Enjoy the once weekly members only show as well. Thank you, Stacy, for supporting Steel Toe. 275 away from today's goal. We like to be under 300 by 7, under 200 by 8, 9. You know the drill. So we're already ahead of the game. Thank you guys very much for being so supportive. So we have tooth news. I think we've done about 15 minutes of tooth news. That's enough tooth news.
Okay.
Nobody gives a shit about tooth news now. They wanted to know how the day went. They wanted to know why there was no evening show. They wanted an update.
Yes.
I feel very good.
Your tooth impacted yesterday, so we had to see today.
I was really good. Yesterday's show, I want to apologize for yesterday's show. Johnny was great. I was in so much pain, and then I took one of these legal THC gummies, and I don't perform well high. I can't focus. I can't hear Johnny very well. And that's after 5 milligrams. So my level of tolerance is historically low. And as far as the Tampa papers go, I have no news on the Tampa papers yet.
What? It's Wednesday.
Is Wednesday over?
I guess
I
not.
will have news on the Tampa papers.
Evening show?
A little bit later. Yeah. By the evening show, I will have information.
Better, because I don't know what it is.
On the Tampa papers. So I have another thing that I'm really excited about that I haven't really had time to organize my thoughts about. So you guys, we're going to work through this one together. I was in contact with, I've always been in contact with a friend of mine in the radio business. You know what? I'm not even going to say who it is
leave him alone.
For this story.
Yeah.
And there has always been flirting between a particular company and me for, I don't know, going on, let's see, 9th anniversary, 9 years now. There's been flirtations between this company and myself. Wonderful company, great company, just never been able to work together. Recently, I was put in touch with their operations manager, the big
Spicy.
boss. And the big boss wants to talk. That's what the text I got yesterday was. The OM wants to talk to you about possibly working together. He goes, I can't promise anything he goes, I didn't promise anything to him when he asked me about you. He goes, and I'm not promising you anything coming from him.
Sure.
And I said, good, because I can't promise anything either. We talked about some stuff. There will be a meeting at some point. We'll work that out. But it trudged up some feelings.
You were excited?
I was excited. Fauci's Pangolin says, great, you're leaving us. Okay, before people get all worked up and nervous. See, now I wanted to do this. This is one thing I like about radio is a less active chat. You can kind of keep your thoughts focused a little more,
Flowing.
give people a better show. I don't want the chat to get nervous, so I'm going to say this first. The Steel Toe Morning Show will be on YouTube every morning. The Steel Toe Evening Show will be on the 3 nights a week that it's on now. What I'm about to tell you, if you love the show on Rumble, if you love the show on YouTube, what I'm telling you now does not affect that experience. This whole thing kind of started, I started getting these juices running, talking to Corey about the memories of the radio stuff. And that's always dangerous because, you always remember the good stuff.
You only remember the good stuff, yeah.
So I want to take this meeting. I want to talk to this person because I do believe as a broadcaster, I'm better than I've ever been.
Yep, and you've got a lot to offer.
Yeah, I'm more talented than I've ever been. The me that was on radio 2.5 years ago does not hold a candle to me now. I've been hardened by the internet, for certain.
That's for damn sure.
I've added caveats. I've added attributes to my range of skills that I think radio is missing terribly. And there's another part of me, and I don't know how much it's always bothered me, but it's really started to bother me lately. I left at number 1 with a bullet and still getting a bigger lead.
Yep.
Like I left, my show was bigger than anyone's. The only person who could stop me was me. And I can say with 100% certainty that me now, 2.5 years later, never makes that mistake. And I'm still crushing everyone. Now, I do believe I had to get away from that company.
Oh, that was ugly.
That company was terrible for any kind of growth or my career or money or anything else.
Poorly run.
So this idea of a lunch, though, intrigues me greatly.
I'm happy for you.
I'm very excited about this. And I've stopped the chat completely because I'll get your thoughts in a little bit. We're going to do this lunch thing. I've got a bunch of ideas kicking around in my head about how we can incorporate what we're doing with what they're doing and vice versa. How we can make this thing not a hiring, but a partnership.
Start doing something truly unique for the area.
Exactly. Not only do something unique for the area, the entire state of Minnesota. This is a deal that has the possibility to have a huge scope. We're talking out west, out east, up north, down south, everywhere. Basically surrounding Minneapolis, St. Paul with steel toe. And the show would still be on YouTube because there are thousands, if not tens of thousands of people that watch this show every month that would not be able to listen to it on the radio.
Yep.
So we will always have this show on YouTube. We will still do independent evening shows. These are my ideas. But there is a competitiveness inside of me that is not satiated by the internet. Because the problem with the internet, and we had like 350 people when we first came to YouTube watching us at a time. Now we've got, between Rumble and YouTube, 900 people at a time watching us. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No, it does not.
Because after 800, 900, there's 1,200, 1,300. And then after that, there's 15,000. And then after that, there's 25. And it's just, in radio, there's a competition that can be measured.
Yes.
And I was the best at it. And I still
am. On the books is the best too.
Right. And nobody's beaten me.
Nope.
I'm undefeated on the radio. I haven't been beaten yet. There is something about going somewhere that needs help with something.
And being the guy.
And being the guy who made it what it is. I also have a lot to offer the business. I still, in many ways, love that business. I love the radio business more than I love the streaming business. I love doing a show. I don't care where it is. I'll do a show on ham radio. I'll do a show on
Clam radio.
I'll do a show anyway. I love doing a show. I love my audience. They've been incredible for 10 years now. Well, 17 years if you count my whole career. There's a lot of people who have been here since Litchfield. But I miss beating people. I miss doing a show where you can measure whether or not you're doing a good job. You can't do that on the internet. How many shows do we see that have 80 viewers that are better with shows that have 1,000 viewers?
Sure, many.
There's no metric on if you're good or not in streaming. So if we do sit down and we have this lunch and the idea of doing a morning radio show comes up, not only am I amenable to it, I would take it if the deal was right. Now, here's where I'm talking about how this benefits me a lot. I'm talking about how this would benefit this station a lot. Save them money, put us on multiple stations. Sure. Save you money there. I have a marketing background. I have a sales background. We can make you money there. We can bring our people. This coffee deal, we can bring to radio. Everything, whatever they want associated with, we can bring to radio. Bring April, bring myself, bring Johnny. We would probably be the most cost-efficient people they've ever had right off the bat. Everyone else, you hire them, it's a cost.
Bring in a whole bunch of audience, too.
Yeah, I think you could bring us in and it wouldn't cost you anything. What does that do for the YouTube audience? Say good fucking bye to goals on the morning show. For good. It's over. It's done. If we can work out a deal with these guys, we've got our streaming dream that we've always had, which is just shut the fuck up about the money and do a show. Mm-hmm. All right? Another part that helps out the YouTube people. You're still going to have YouTube and Rumble exclusive shows 3 days a week. The evening show will only be here. So now you're going to have a radio show where we get to do the things like the local stuff and fucking around with this and that and this, and having to walk that line and having to be creative with comedy where a lot of that stuff comes from. You get to do that. And then on the evening shows, cut loose and do whatever the fuck you want.
It sounds fucking fun.
It sounds
honestly
really, really good, and I'd love to do it. So I'm sure today I'll hear more about it. I don't want to say too much. This is a company I've always admired the way they do business. I've always liked their owner, and the only guy there that I have serious beef with has no power anymore. So that's
Right,
kind of nice. And I have friends over there.
You've never gotten to work for a well-run
A professional radio
company.
I've never gotten to work for a professional radio company. And this would be really awesome. They have a small rock station there that's getting no ratings. I want to go beat my old station with it. It's got a smaller signal than my old station. It doesn't matter. I'm going to kick the living dog shit out of my old station with this little station. Or they have a news station and they have rock stations in all of their markets and just put our show on those and let us go.
Can you imagine? Because I've only made it onto like 2 guest spots onto the radio before, but just watching you and your whole beating everyone with the rating shit was so much fun.
It's
just that
a lot
feeling
of
like, oh, my team's winning.
Yeah. Ryobi with $10 says Tampa papers now. New boot goofing. Good luck with the teeth. Thank you, Ryobi. 265 away from today's goal. Thank you, Wasabista with 527.
Thank you.
He says Japanese yen is exactly $4 in Uncle Sam money. Now you know. And then 199 from MS Willie says that's messed up. April left her job to support you. April goes with in this deal. I don't know what you guys think the Steel Toe Morning Show is, but it's April. It's Johnny. Also, the company we're talking to loves hiring women. And honestly, a lot of 5s and 6s could use an 8, 9, or 10. So I think she'd be in demand over there. I think April has a lot more potential over there than just doing this. So, yeah, as far as the April left her job for you, what the fuck? Do me a favor. When I come to you with really good news, assume I wouldn't come to you if it had really sad news attached to it.
Oh, April's got to go back to the factory.
Guys, do me a favor. This is part of the thing I miss about radio. The lack of jumping to conclusions. The lack of people going, this.
They waited to hear what you had to say.
I did an interview with Ray DeVito where people referenced why they hate me. And every single one of those super chats on why they hate me was full of things that didn't exist. They aren't true.
Every single one of them was
none of them
untrue,
were based in any kind of fact. Some fat retard told them that, and then they accepted it because they don't like me. You don't have to deal with that in that business. So we're going to keep having a show here. In fact, nothing's changing. I'm going to take these meetings, and I'm just telling you guys where I'm at going into those meetings. I want to compete again. I love doing this show. I think it's great. I think we're doing an incredible job. The amount of growth, nearly 10,000 subs in a year says that we're doing a great job. The amount of people that have tried to prosper weapons against us and failed and tried to end us and failed shows we're doing a great job. Mm-hmm. But that saying of you always run faster when someone else is chasing you.
It's true.
No offense, but name any show that we've ever mentioned, with the exception of Revenge of the Sis. Nobody has any broadcast talent.
Nope.
Nobody is a talented broadcaster. They're an idiot talking to 80 people into a microphone. Not idiot, but in terms of the ability to communicate and broadcast to people, they're not good. I don't have anybody chasing me that I feel any heat from. I want to be chased again, and I want to chase other people.
I've always enjoyed the structure that came with you being a radio broadcaster, too. You give the shows good structure.
Right. And these people have told me before, they said, we don't want you doing sales. We don't want you burdening yourself with doing sales. You will come here.
You're spreading yourself out.
Right. And if we tell them, look, guys, we have an online presence. We don't need you guys to pay the whole freight.
And we also have advertisers that would come with us.
Right. We're coming to you with a deal, and you're coming to us with a deal, which is great. So let's go ahead and let's look in the chat and let's see what's going on. Pip says radio is dead. Radio is dying. Radio is dead. Yes. But a lot of people still listen to it. In terms of business wise, yes, it's dead. In terms of people still listen to it and it would open us up to an audience, that hasn't been able to listen to us in 2.5 years, we can tell you from experience, there's at least thousands of those people out there.
We still meet people that are like, oh, I used to love the show. Where did it go?
Right.
They don't know.
Thousands of people.
You know?
Tin Man Taylor says, you're going to join one of the country stations. No, it has to be a morning talk show. That's for certain. It has to be a morning talk show.
Too different from everything else.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, I hope you guys are excited for me and April and Johnny, because I'm excited. And not only am I excited and April is excited, but this would, again, knock out the goal for the morning show. The morning show would still be on YouTube. All of you can still watch. It might even be a better show. And there's no goal. I can't think of a bigger win-win.
Dude, and if radio is going to be dying, you might as well be the one to burn it down.
Right.
You might as well be part of it.
Guys, don't worry.
We still have this. Like, if this shit doesn't last, it's here.
Guys, if it's dying, let me be the one to light the last match.
Right. I thought about that, too.
Aaron is ready to drop us like a red. Yeah, see, just all of this shit. Like, I hope as I go further in the chat, there's people who understand what we're talking about and they get it.
I hope all that,
but like,
you're leaving us is new boot goofing.
As soon as I first mentioned it, like the first few comments I read, I'm like, guys, would you shut the fuck up and just listen for a second? There
is a chance you created that response, though, because when you left radio, there's a whole lot of fuck radio, burn it down, it's dead, and all that talk, too.
Who doesn't do that when they feel they've been wronged by somebody?
I completely get it. I get it. I'm just saying there might be a reason they're going after that.
Salty, see in the chat, this show ends on YouTube. No!
Nothing changes here.
How many times do I have to say this? Nothing changes over here. Oh, my God. Malevolent Bystander says, you're sounding like a sleazy car salesman right now. I don't know. I know some streamer said that about me and people just started repeating it. It's horseshit. It's a person who's jealous of me. I don't sound like a sleazy car salesman. Perhaps you're not used. Again, these guys don't have broadcasting talent. So when they speak, they sound like mushmouth retards. So you think, oh, they're not lying to me because they sound too retarded to be liars. Trust me, they're lying. I'm sorry I know how to speak properly. I'm sorry I know how to broadcast, and that makes me sound like a salesman. I'm telling you the truth.
We also wouldn't be leaving, like, okay, I don't think, from what Aaron told me yesterday, we wouldn't be taking a deal unless we could continue to do something with this as well. This has to come with it.
Guys, this has to come with. You don't understand. They're holding 50% of the cards in this deal. We're holding the other 50%. We'll keep doing this the way we're doing it forever. But if there's a way that helps our audience and makes us less dependent and on the audience handing us money and allows them to just sit back and enjoy the show guilt-free, and then allows us to talk to more. Here's my thing. You want to say, here, that fucking used car salesman shit really set me off. Let me tell you something about a used car salesman. A used car salesman will lie to you about his motives. I don't lie to you about my motives. Here's my motive. I want to talk to as many fucking people as possible. And if you do this show on YouTube and on the radio, you talk to more people.
Yes, you do.
Period. End of story. I want to make things easier on my listeners. This makes things easy on my fans. I want to make this company more financially stable. This would do that.
Oh, sure. Some people out there that feverishly call us, oh, you gross e-beggars, and they're not kidding about it. Like, oh, you're just filthy e-beggars. You're taking the e-begging thing away from them now, and now they don't have a thing to complain about, so they're upset.
Edward says, hi, April.
Hi, Edward.
Special K says, I know who you're talking about. Mostly good people over there. Fuck you says, bye, April. Have fun on the farm. Put New Boot Goofing behind that, and then we'll know you're not an idiot. Magnum DUI with $2 says, I don't hate you, Aaron. Oh, thanks, buddy. Aaron does do well when he's got the challenge of getting around the FCC. I agree. Like Corey and I, when we were talking about the radio stuff, I'm like, I do miss doing some of that shit.
You miss the challenge of it.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Get that job, man. Bring back the days of Lex and Terry. Make morning radio great again. I wasn't the biggest Lex and Terry guy, but if you liked it, fine. Cynically Insane says, baldness is chasing you. It's been winning that battle for years. Will your opportunity be available to fans outside the Minnesota area if it's a go? It will be available to everybody.
I believe most shows you can find, like if you're not local here, you could find on like TuneIn Radio and shit like that, right?
Yeah. And you can watch it on YouTube.
That's an app on your phone.
April. You can watch it on YouTube.
Yeah, that's true. This isn't going away. It's the same show.
And by the way, guys, there hasn't even been a fucking meeting on this. I was bringing up something that I'm excited about. That's it.
Most people don't like change. I'm guessing anyone being shitty is just, you can't change. This is something I need.
You know what I should have done? I should have never said anything. I should never bring people things I'm excited about.
Right.
Or that make me feel good. Because you'll run into a certain amount of miserable people who go, I don't want you to feel good.
It is no different than saying you got a new car. Everyone's going to have shit to say about your new car.
Yeah, Derek from Texas says, oh my God, Aaron is such a douche.
What? Like, you just did them a favor by letting them in on some interesting news that you had.
Malevolent Bystander says, you go looking for greener pastures, you're always going to be looking for greener pastures. Malevolent Bystander. They have a word for that. It's called ambition.
That's actually something I really like about being with him. He is ambitious.
God, Malevolent, I don't know what to tell you, buddy.
When you get complacent, you don't grow anymore.
Jack Floyd says, oh, okay, but you can't say half the stuff, though. Censorship? Let me tell you this. I've worked on radio. I've worked on YouTube. I can say more things on radio than I can say on YouTube. The only thing you got to get around is the sexual content and the language. I can say more on radio, than I can on YouTube. The amount of shit YouTube restricts you on, I can't get any videos monetized anymore. There's maybe like one a week that gets fully monetized. You can't, you can barely talk about shit. All right, let's continue on here. Callum says, what do you mean joking about e-begging? You guys are just insanely shameless, and Aaron won't shut up about the numbers.
Well, then go away if you're so upset.
Callum, don't be mad at me, buddy.
I don't know who Callum is. You know who we are. There's a difference. Go away.
Callum, just relax, buddy. Derek says, I'm pretty sure I know what station you're talking about. It would be fun to see them surpass the old one. Wouldn't be that hard.
Low bar.
Trapper says, what happened to radio is dead. That must be a convenience thing. Radio is dying, but there's still a lot of people out there that can't hear this show right now that could hear it there. So if the deal is right, yes, I would do it.
There is no deal yet.
Right there, guys, there is no fucking
us,
deal.
Like trying to share some thoughts with you.
I honestly came to you guys with something I'm kind of excited about.
There hasn't even been a lunch yet.
Bird Collector says, I think 90% of the chat is joking or saying shit to get a reaction out of you. Yeah, but there's some people who we've developed such a big following now that we've also attracted a following of miserable people who watch this show to actively try not to be happy. And those people sometimes can be not only, it's funny that the people, April was talking about this yesterday. She goes, the people who say the word cope are coping the hardest because you won't talk about them or to them.
It's
like they're projecting everything onto you while you're doing nothing wrong and just doing a good show. It's the same thing with the people who come here to be miserable. It's like, you're like Billy Bedlam from Con Air. Happiness for you hurts. You hate this. So you're going to stay here because you can't be happy. Relax. Malevolent Bystander says, so now it's our fault you're abandoning us. Okay, Malevolent is joking. I thought he was being serious. Yeah, I said we're going to still be doing a show on YouTube every day. Okay, so he's just joking around. Because if you were serious, that would be like the dumbest I didn't listen to a word you said kind of thing. So I'm sorry, Malevolent Bystander. I thought you were being serious. You were being silly. Continuing on, King of All Diffs says, well, two things can be true. Yes, we can do both. Actually, that's it. There is no both things can be true.
Yeah.
We can do both.
And people acting, oh, well, now you're just on radio and you can't say shit. Like, no, we just got done saying we'd still have evening shows here.
Yeah, now the audience is turning around and they're now just being funny about it. Aaron, are you divorcing us? We can change. We can do better. Don't leave us, says Papa Dan. Cynically Insane says, you should be flattered. So many people would be bummed if the show changed or went away. No. I'm flattered by that. The people who are worried that it's going away and don't want it to, I am flattered by that. But again, I also don't like it when people like panic. I don't like watching people panic and then say things that aren't true because they didn't listen because they were panicking. And that's where I get accused, Aaron's a used car salesman. No, sometimes Aaron has to repeat things 9 or 10 different times, 9 or 10 different ways because people keep hearing it and then repeating incorrect information back. I'm sorry. Some people get insecure about their comprehension skills, I think. Pip says it's still on YouTube, dipshit. No one winning anything. LOL, this isn't a football game, bud. Because Cute Diff says retreat back to terrestrial radio. Retreat? Adding it to what we're doing.
We just said if somebody else can pay the bills that's not you guys, wouldn't that be great?
Be
and
awesome.
We can reach more people.
Scarface says growth and expansion is a good thing. You know, a guy like him, not Cute Diff, but the guy he referenced, he would probably go harder on this show because it's another thing he'd be jealous of. Because these guys couldn't get the offer that we're getting. And still do their streaming. They're not talented enough. They're not good enough.
Not only that, now they don't get to sit and call us, e-beggars,
right.
Lottery,
Again, people go, Aaron, you always say you're winning. I don't always say I'm winning. I just do the things I do, and it kind of speaks for itself.
I mean, you guys would be living like that, too, if you went after your ambitions, but...
Or had talent. Not you guys, the listeners. She's talking about other people.
Right.
Sean Raz with $10 says, how will commercial breaks be handled? Will you stay live here? Yes. Darren says, don't let the trolls get to you. YouTube isn't going anywhere, even if the deal falls through. Well, yeah, we know. Again, this is adding good things. Good old JR with $9.99 says, I'm looking forward to the Steel Toe versus Johnny Rock battle. See, now there's a guy who gets it.
How fun.
That could be a lot of fun.
Can you imagine how many people's heads would explode at your old station to hear you back on radio?
That's part of the excitement.
Even some of the shit I've came to you with lately about like other people in other radio areas saying, oh, nobody wants to work with that guy. He's the worst. Radio hates him. And to be back.
Guys, I don't know if you've ever left something on top before, but it does, you think about it sometimes. About like nobody, like I had it taken from me. I wasn't beaten. And that's a big thing. Wasabista says, we're just jerking your chain, dude. I know most of you are. 99% of you are. But most of my getting worked up about this is seeing you guys say things like worrying. I don't want to see you guys worry about things that don't exist. So I get a little rambunctious on explaining to you guys, no. That's not the case. Nothing here on YouTube changes. Except we might say more things. Again, I'm telling you guys, we'll probably say more things on radio that get us demonetized here. Because radio is more open on the topics you can cover. Radio is more free on what you can cover. YouTube is more free on how you can cover things.
Sure.
Put it that with the language and everything.
You know what'll change? No more can rattling.
Right.
No can rattling here.
Exactly. That's about it. $10 from the Tigger next door. Says, I say do it. Being the guy that secretly lives in April and Aaron's attic, I can get them to do anything. Well, thanks, buddy. I'm glad you're using your powers for good.
Jeez.
Expanding is great, says Sad Boy. Let's continue on. Chuck says, bravo to Aaron for not taking the day off. And Chuck is not the biggest fan of mine.
No, he's not.
So for Chuck to give me credit, Chuck, I appreciate that. That's very nice of you. Malevolent Bystander says, man, that used car one stung a little. Yes, absolutely. That annoys the shit out of me because it's not used properly. Critically Insane says, you get me through my last 2 hours of work. Well, buddy, I'm going to continue to do that. John Jay says, all right, so let me get it straight. You're replacing Johnny Rock.
I'd never hope you'd go back to that station. No way.
Hulkamasha Baby says, would you keep talking to the YouTube audience when the commercial breaks happen? Or would that ruin the flow of the show? No, because what we do is we'd literally do that. We'd talk to the YouTube audience during the break. So for 4 or 5 minutes, instead of you guys sitting there listening to commercials, we'd read your feedback from the last story, see what you guys were up to, say some of the saucy things we can't say. Then there's the evening show where we would still just do that on YouTube.
You know what changes for us?
Right.
We'd have to get up and go drive somewhere in the morning.
You know what changes for you guys?
Weird.
Nothing. You know what changes for us?
Oh, man.
Everything.
Got to get up a little earlier.
Joe says the only thing that would suck is the commercials. Guys, I get that. I've already planned that out in my waking up early and not being able to get to sleep today. I've already worked that out. We're going to stay with you guys through the breaks and probably a little bit after the show. We'll probably just do overtime every day as a throw-in. I knew that one trip to the store for smokes would come eventually, says John Hahn. Bye, Daddy. Sad Boy says expanding is great. Thank you. Front Porch Conservative says, for my part, I say this. If you two can get a deal that moves your dreams and goals forward, go for it. Even if I never got to listen to you at all anymore, I'd still be happy knowing you're okay. We're not going anywhere. That's very nice of you. We're looking to add something to what we're already doing.
That takes the weight of the goals off your shoulders. Okay.
Oh, man. Blue Line is on board. Oh, boy.
Oh, God, no.
Ghazi Boy says, stop bragging about yourself and do the show. That's part of the show. Schulte says, I'm going to smash that puppet. Okie dokie.
Good luck.
Trucker 18 Wheeler says, but Aaron, I like the begging. Well, we can still do it in the evening. How's that? We'll beg you in the evening. Oh, man.
Just for funsies. Just, come on. Tip them up, sit down, shake them.
This is kind of my fault. I have to remember the audience I have.
Yeah, they're going to do this.
And I have to maybe... I don't like not telling you guys things. That's my problem. When something happens for me, I want to share it with you. I maybe should not have broken this to you this way because you guys got really confused and really worried for a second, and there's nothing to worry about. It's all wonderful hypothetical news.
Yeah, maybe we should have had the lunch first.
Yes, maybe. Bring in Chad as a fourth mic. Yeah, I'm sure they want talented people, though. Boxcar Willie says, you have to do what's best for you and yours. This world cuts you no slack. Oh, Boxcar Willie's a soldier. Cynically Insane says, most of us are here for the foul language and sexually inappropriate humor. You didn't hear our old radio show. Sexually inappropriate humor aplenty.
It can be done.
Double Trucker says, ew, YouTube, long live Rumble. I like both of them, man. I do. Jack Floyd with $5 says, I love the idea of the show growing. That's why one of your stickers are on my bumper. I'm not good at joking around. Well, there you go, buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's going to cut the goal again down to 240. Thank you guys very much for getting us off to a great start. That guy, I can't say the station yet because I've got a lot of ideas. Continuing on, can we call you Bubba? Yeah, Bubba does both. Bubba does a radio show and streaming.
That's true.
Oh, continuing on here. I'm scrolling. No, Philip Sears, if you don't know anything about our radio days, we didn't do giveaways and shit. We purposely stripped down all that tacky, hacky radio crap out of our show, and we just did a talk show. I was very heavily inspired.
It's very different.
By Opie and Anthony. Gary Crouch says, okay, so 3 to 4 times an hour you can get all your F-bombs and racism in. Okay, I'm in.
Right. Stick around for commercial breaks.
Exactly. The commercial breaks will be the best part for the YouTube audience. Let's go to Rexstart Parody account. $2 says, congrats and good luck. Zeke Kyle says, R.I.P. Steel Toe. Yeah, see, that's what some people got out of that. Was like, oh my God, you're dead? Some people listen to me be very excited about this possibility of adding a new medium to this show and adding more audience. And they heard, oh my God, you have cancer?
Dude, I'll tell you what got me excited about this was watching how excited you were telling me yesterday. I'm like, that's something he needs then, because he needs to be chasing that dragon.
I'm like, I want to compete again. There are a lot of limitations on YouTube. One of them is there's no competition, which sucks. Marquise with $5 says, how's your tooth, Vato Imholt? Very good. My tooth is, if I could describe it in any way, it would be...
I very, very feel.
D. Gulag says, LOL, some folks are really codependent. And then somebody said, now that's a really good idea with the ad breaks. I'm all in.
There you go.
There you go. Ryan says, when you get back on the radio, Adrian will bury the hatchet with you to get back on Fridays.
No thanks.
MN Concrete Guy says, so you're going back to radio rules. No, again, we haven't even taken a meeting yet.
This is the problem. We don't have an actual situation on our hands.
I was just really excited to tell you something, guys, and I thought we'd have some fun with it, but some people, and it's the vast minority of people, but some people got so panicked that I felt like this then turned into me trying to comfort them. Yeah.
They all need the thunder blankets, the anxiety weighted blankets.
Yes. I needed to give them lead blankets.
There you go.
Short Bus says, did Corey tell you to go back to radio just like he told you to go back to Twitch and then YouTube and then Rumble, new boot goofing? Yeah, we start on Kick tomorrow.
Wait, are we going to hear him taking credit for this now?
Yes.
I did that.
He should take credit for it. Oh, man. Evan Long says, Aaron going to radio so April can podcast on her home or on her days off at home as America's stepmom.
What if I did have a show? Like, what if I got my confidence up someday and I had one just called that? Would it work?
Yeah.
No?
383 Novocaine says, great. Now I'll have a fucking obsolete sticker. No!
No.
Everything would stay here.
This is still existing.
Everything would stay here, guys. Don't you worry about it. Zen Rhino says, since you need to brush up on how to do radio, check out Orlando's Monsters in the Morning here on YouTube. All right. I will probably not, because I don't like listening to other people on the radio. I don't want it to get in my head, but maybe I will. Maybe I'll check it out. I'm just here for a free gift card, says Chuck. Oh, boy. All right. You know what, guys?
What?
It was a bumpy road, but I feel like we got there.
What if somebody from that place now is hearing this shit? Like, oh, they're already talking about this and we haven't even had lunch yet.
I like talking.
I hope they would take it as excitement.
Right, as excitement. It was a joke. They're horrible. Daywave Radio used to make fun of them. Oh, I could steal another bit from Royce. $235 away from knocking out today's goal. Streamlabs and PayPal are there in the chat. And of course, we also have Rumble rants, super chats, memberships, the whole thing. Thank you, guys. Aaron stole my kids, says, so is Mark Allen coming back? No.
Probably not. I don't think anyone from that station should come back.
King of all vids says, just when I started liking the show, it's leaving. Nothing's leaving. I get it. King of all diffs is very funny. Rusty Grammar says, will April simulcast America's Stepmom on Xvids? Fucking hope not.
It's the best
What?
site.
All right. Now I'm going to go from something like my tooth and the radio rumors. I'm going to go from that to then Alan Chihuahua says, I'll miss you guys. Nobody's going anywhere. We might add something to this show that we do now. Imagine how much better the YouTube experience would be if, like, for us watching the listeners.
Yes.
If for 15, 20 minutes at a time, they're getting a very funny show, but they're not getting any of the F words or shaka or anything like that. And then all of a sudden they're chomping at the bit. They're like, oh shit, radio, commercial break coming up in just a second. We get to be naughty pretty soon. I like that.
I see them foaming at the mouth, just waiting for it.
That's really exciting to me. But yes, nothing is changing on the YouTube and the Rumble end. The schedule will remain the same. We're just going to take some meetings and listen to some people in radio who are interested in adding what we do here to a form of what they do there.
Isn't it cool to be wanted?
Guys, we're wanted. You've helped us build something that is wanted. Is that okay? All right, let's move on to something else that kind of bothered me this morning.
Uh-oh.
So
Bothered?
now we have good news that I was excited for that you guys kind of panicked away from me. Now I have something I'm actually annoyed by. And that is the fact that it has now been a week since Corey Adam has been off this show.
Yes.
And this really bothers me because Corey's hustling his ass off. He's trying to get his YouTube channel up to 1,000, which I think he's like 30 away. So make sure that you go and subscribe to Corey Adam Comedy on YouTube. He's getting close to 1,000. Go subscribe. And I didn't want this to be the case, so I didn't say it out loud. I certainly didn't want to say it to him. And I didn't want to say it to any of our listeners because I wanted it not to be true.
So we'll say it anyways.
I have this problem. And this is where the used car salesman thing comes up. If I trust my instincts and I trust my impulses, I tell my audience something and they go, oh, you're just jealous, or, oh, you're just being negative, or this or that. I see these things and I call them because I'm pretty confident that I've nailed it. And then it comes true and I have to say I'm right. And then they go, oh, Aaron, you're such a smarmy dick. You're such a smug asshole, blah, blah, blah. So then I do what I did on this particular topic and I hold my tongue. I'm praying it's the weather that's kept them out all night. I'm sitting there going, you know what? Maybe they're right. Maybe I am just an arrogant, smug dick. And I'm just totally not reading this right.
What is going on?
And then the thing happens without me calling it. And then I go, guys, I felt this the whole way. And they're going, no, no, that's not the case. You didn't feel it the whole way. You were surprised by it. I can't win because I'm kind of a brash son of a bitch. Misery Loves Company has not had Corey Adam back on since he left this show.
That's what you're upset about?
That bothers me.
Why?
Because it was a good payday for Corey.
Of course it was.
It was a good opportunity for him. Because, like, look, we have 800-900 people watching this show at a time between YouTube and Rumble at our peak. They have 900 to 1,000 people watching their show at a time.
It's good exposure.
While they're on. It's great exposure. It's like being on 2 Steel Toe shows if you're on this one and that one. That audience fucking despises us and our audience. Our audience doesn't really give a shit about them.
I'm going to guess that's why he's not on.
Well, here's the problem.
Because we like him.
So, Corey, when it was announced that Corey was going to do 2 more shows and he was done, MLC had him on a couple of times. They loved Corey. Isn't Corey great? Shouldn't he replace Chad? There was talks about that.
I agree to that.
I agree with that, too. And I wish that would have been this is why this pisses me off. Because of how fucking phony it was. And, I get called a fucking used car salesman. Meanwhile, people do used car salesman shit that I see coming from a mile away, and people go, it's just how it goes. And then you wonder why I want to add other facets to what we're doing. This internet world is the most dishonest world out there. Mentally ill, misinformation, you name it. So they have Corey on there, and I'm like, boy, I really hope they aren't having Corey on just because they're jealous of Steel Toe and want him to shit on Steel Toe a bunch, and then they'll keep having him on. Corey doesn't shit on Steel Toe. He was a really nice guy to us. He was really a good dude. Then you've got his last show. He's not on there. A week later from that, he's not on there. Not only not on there, they're not mentioning him being on. They're not talking about getting him back on again.
Wow.
When he did good fucking shows for you, the audience enjoyed him. If you're not having him on because he sucked and the audience didn't respond to him, okay, that's fine. But that's not what happened.
No, they can't use him to hurt us anymore.
They wanted him to shit on us. And when he wouldn't shit on us, they lost interest in him. They might have him on again down the road. They might have him on. But they're not going to have him on every week like they were having him before when they thought that they could get him to shit on Steel Toe. I like Corey. Corey likes me. April likes Corey. Corey likes April probably more than he likes me.
Well, that's not true.
We get along. He just wants to make more money and do his own thing. That's wonderful.
Yeah, but...
And I broke so many hearts in a 1-week span. I broke people's hearts when Corey and I didn't fight with each other. And I broke people's hearts by laughing at dipshits during that Ray DeVito interview and completely owning the whole setup. I never asked to break any of your hearts. You came to me. I feel like Rambo. You asked me. I didn't ask you. I don't give a shit how you feel about this program. But when I see someone I like and a friend of mine, honestly, I'll say it, get used, that pisses me the fuck off.
I was going to say a couple minutes ago, basically, like a lot of what I've seen on this platform and on the internet in general, a lot of users out there, they're just they're friends with you while it's convenient, while you can do something for them.
Look, there are people on the internet who were totally on board with Steel Toe, loved Steel Toe, until it was time to cool our heels, until they went, hey, wait a minute. These guys just came out of nowhere, no cosigns, no nothing, and they're up to 10,000 subs. We got to cool their heels. Guys, they suck now. They're horrible. They're a used car salesman. They're fucking garbage. We've done a more honest show than any of these fucking people. And some of the reason we get hate is because we're so honest. I say a lot of things a lot of people don't like to hear. But that actually did surprise me.
That's, I think, why I've reacted the way it did. It doesn't surprise me. Like, that show obviously just was having him on to make us upset, and when that doesn't work...
I'm saying I was surprised that it happened so quickly. I had a suspicion in my head that they were trying to use Corey to wage some kind of vengeance against Steel Toe that, honestly, I will tell Kevin and Bob and even Chad this, it doesn't go the other way. The most we've ever done is made fun of dumb shit you've done or said. As we do with everybody who doesn't get this bent out of shape.
Yeah, and I mean, this doesn't...
we don't have a jealousy towards you. I see them doing the numbers they're doing, and I'll be very honest about it. I thought it would start going down by now because of the kind of show they do. So they've hung in there a lot longer than I thought they would. And that's really great. But the fact that they were having Corey on, and he was doing great fucking shows for them too. He was really funny.
Oh yeah, this doesn't reflect on him.
No, the reason I'm pissed off is because he should be on that fucking show.
Yes, but you know that that's not their intention.
But
that's the only reason I wasn't surprised.
But for my friend, I didn't want that to be the case.
Of course not.
I didn't say anything because I didn't want that to be the case for my friend.
No one wants to see their friends being used.
He was fucking good on that show. And when he went on there and he wouldn't talk shit about Steel Toe, and then he said, hey, 1 or 2 more weeks, I'll be done. And then they watched our show with Corey on there and go, what, just moved on 2 weeks now? He was on every week for 2 or 3 weeks. And now 2 weeks not on.
They got to keep their pride up. That hurts their pride to let somebody on when they're not hurting the people they don't like.
I couldn't imagine, honestly, I couldn't imagine doing a show like that.
I don't want to see.
Good luck to everybody who does a show like that. It's too dishonest for me. It's way too fucking dishonest for me.
I really do care about Corey. And to be honest, I wouldn't want to see him, unless it was doing like super well for him, like financially or something. I wouldn't want to see him be stuck on a show where I knew they were using him just for that. That would bother me too. Yeah,
they didn't have, Welsh Salty says they didn't have Corey on, but they had Barry Ribs playing with his dentures, of course. Albatrax says, Aaron misses Corey, that's cute. I will always, miss him. I talk to him still. But I will always love Corey. He'll always be back on this show. Look, man, the guy wants more opportunities. I encourage that from everyone who's ever worked on our show. D. Gulag says, MLC just wants Corey to shit on Steel Toe, and he won't. That's the thing.
That's the only thing.
He will. But he will talk shit about Steel Toe the same way he'll say it to my face. Mm-hmm. They don't want that shit. They want some kind of behind-the-scenes darkness that doesn't exist.
Right.
They want to go with these super chat rumors that they read. Corey will tell them, those rumors aren't true. That's a bunch of horseshit. Where are you getting that from? Make them look stupid, and they don't want that.
They think that somewhere behind the scenes there is such a nasty, dark nightmare going on in this home.
Right.
That there just isn't. And that really bothers them.
And is that because there's dirty, dark nightmares going on with them? Is that a projection?
Yes, it's every time. Every person we've ever met online or in real life, when they've got to be that way, there's something nasty at home that they haven't dealt with.
Bob Levy, who I do like, and I'm sorry that whole misunderstanding over nothing happened. I think it's time to move on. But anyway.
I agree.
I like Bob Levy. I don't think Bob Levy's a miserable guy. I think he's a very happy guy. He's got a beautiful wife. He's got a great life. He's got 19 podcasts that he's doing. But I don't know, man. I think Kevin's got a comedic hang up with our show. I think the hang up he has with our show is very professional. I don't think it's personal. Chad obviously has a personal problem with myself and you and this show. That's great. That's wonderful. He's it's not going well for him, but he's riding it into the ground at least. But as far as I don't like the treatment of Corey, I guess is what I'm saying. I'm upset at the treatment of Corey because I didn't want to say anything because I wanted to be wrong. You ever do that? You ever not say anything because
it's
you don't want
you
don't want to put it in your friend's head because then he'll think about it. And you don't want to say it out loud because you're like, maybe I'm just misreading the situation. But when it comes to this internet shit, it's so easy. These people are so see-through that your instincts are always right.
Well, and I think that means Corey's not a dumb guy either. I'm sure he saw that, and Corey's working really hard on his own stuff, and I think he will do well doing a good show that's not just out there to trash other people.
If Corey asked Bob Levy to do his channel, Bob would do it in a fucking heartbeat. If Corey asked Bob, hey, will you come on my channel, just co-sign me a little bit, do an interview, so on and so forth, Bob would do it. Bob does everybody's show. Bob loves the potato, and the potato's adorable. But Bob would do it. Yeah, I really don't. That did annoy the shit out of me. That did bother me.
I don't think it's surprising, though.
I hope they have him on again soon. And I hope they're now not going to have him on just because I said this. That would be disingenuous too. So maybe I've put them in a weird position now. I don't know. Hopefully they just ignore me. That would be the best.
I think just knowing that they used him in the first place, that going forward, they're never going to have him on there for an honest appearance.
Pragmatic Baxter. So what I'm trying to say is go to youtube.com/@CoreyAdamComedy and go Go subscribe to his channel. We got to get him past 1,000 subs so he can get monetized. Please. Pragmatic Baxter says they wanted Ray DeVito to shit on the show and give him crap and for softballing your interview. Ray DeVito and I like each other.
I also don't think that that interview, what he was allowed to do of the interview, by the way, I don't think it was softballed.
It didn't get to be his interview
At
either.
all.
But no, he's Ray DeVito's a good dude, and I like Ray. So I'm not. I thought he did a great job when he wasn't being interfered with. Brian says, "Welcome to the Yeehaw Club." Or no, he joined the Yeehaw Club. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Albatrax says 10,000. Let's go. We'll get there. Just keep hitting that subscribe button. Well, not if you're already subscribed. The last statute says a show isn't about being honest. A show is a show. I think when you talk about the things behind the scenes on the show and the reason you're doing things, I think you should be honest. I do.
That's true because we do that for you guys. But that's our fault too then for assuming everyone else behaves that way.
I think you need to be honest if you're going to be as full as shit as I am when we talk about stories and topics. Like if you're going to be as off the wall bananas, you know, with the racial humor and the sexual humor and shit like that, you got to let people know you're an honest guy. We fuck around. We have fun on our show.
We're kidding. It's fun.
Lip Ripper said, Corey liked to bust your balls and get your goat. And I'm going to miss it. He'll be back. I wanted to ask Corey to do today, but I felt like after we did that big send-off last week, it would cheapen it. So I didn't want to bring him back so soon.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
Yeah. Corey has never seen a grown man naked, so I don't trust him. That's kind of gay. It's kind of gay if you've never seen a grown man naked. I believe everybody's seen a guy naked. Yeah.
I've asked you that before. I thought you've never seen like a guy totally naked.
Gyms. That's number one. Like in a locker room, you've seen dicks. You try not to.
Even me, I didn't want to.
You're trying to stay away from dicks, but sometimes they find you.
Unsolicited dicks.
Mad Max Mardigan says all these programs said, let's get Corey fired. So they had him on and were funded by a man that wants Aaron gone to throw money at him to get him off Steel Toe. I think I understood that. It makes about as much sense as it sounds. Corey attaching him to himself to MLC would be a mistake, says Triple N. I don't know. I think he does a good job on there. I think he can kind of like change the whole nature of that program.
Okay, I think he does a good job. I think Corey does a good job. And I think financially, if it helped him, that's good. But I agree with that guy. If they're going to be jerks and they're using your friend, do you want your friend in part of that?
No. Chuck says, some Corys aren't meant to be caged. Their feathers are too bright. So Corey's at 967 subscribers. Let's get him to 1,000 subscribers. YouTube.com/@CoreyAdamComedy. Stevie J says, I can't believe Aaron is talking so much trash on Corey like this. Oh, man.
People got you fucked up today.
They got me fucked up today. All right, guys. We've got a lot of stuff. Is already sending over all the price show information to the potential. Oh, it's very funny, MS Willie. All right. Let's get into things. We have great job, by the way, guys. Thank you for all the support that first hour there. I'm feeling very good. Obnoxious John says, hope the Tooth Fairy came this morning. She's right here. I was taken care of by the Tooth Fairy all day yesterday.
Don't forget to have some water every now and then.
I am. I'm
you
almost.
stress me out sometimes with how much you talk and like I don't see you drinking.
I'm almost half gone with this.
That's gonna hurt.
Sid Saraf says, Aaron says he might be getting rid of the one thing that people really criticize him for, and people get upset. Yeah,
I said that. They're going to miss it. Once they don't have the thing to shit on anymore, they're upset now.
So anyway, there was one other thing I wanted to get to. Obnoxious John. I watched his take on the Ray DeVito thing, and for a guy who's always been kind of middle of the road on us, he was disgustingly fair about the whole thing. I really appreciated his take. All right, guys, thank you. 235 away from knocking. Oh, no, I'm sorry. 230 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. Let's get it under 200 by the top of the next hour. And did we get to 100 likes by 7 o'clock? That was the big thing.
I have no idea.
I got a lot of stories to get to. Obviously, the first hour we spent talking about show gossip, which I really like. So what are we? We're not at 516 likes, Stevie J, but if we're at 516 people, that's fucking awesome. 156. Oh, shit. So we wanted to get to 200 by 8 o'clock.
Haul ass, guys. Hit
Great.
it.
Keep hitting the thumbs up button. Absolutely. Well, Schulte, don't you bullshit me. I thought that guy was already dead. She says, R.I.P. Charles Bronson. I thought he was dead already. Yeah, he died in 2003.
What the fuck?
Just because you've been dead a long time don't make it not true.
It still hurts.
I understand.
Oh, no.
All right, guys. Just smash the shit out of the like and subscribe button, as the Gen Zers say. You know, our channel, I've noticed, view-wise, has become the de facto Bam Margera coverage channel for a lot of people. There are many people who don't watch this show live. But if Steel Toe puts out a Bam Margera clip, oh boy, are they all over
They'll
it.
be there.
Likewise, when a shows like ours puts out clips, the regular fans aren't going to watch it. They saw it live.
That's true.
Why would they watch the fucking clip?
I sometimes feel bad when you get upset that a clip doesn't go bananas, because I'm like, a lot of people saw it already.
You understand that 5,000 to 6,000 people already saw this on YouTube and Rumble. Like, look, if you get, I always say, if we get to 4 digits on a video, I'm happy with it. Like the Alex Stein thing we put out yesterday, that'll cross over 1,000 today. Okay, good. That's like bare minimum. I'm happy with it.
Yes.
But like the Bam Margera stuff will do 4, 5, 6, 7,000 views. And it's almost like the people who don't watch live will go, oh man, I can't wait to watch this Bam shit. And then go, yeah, fuck this guy. I'm done now. I just wanted the Bam thing. And then the audience is the opposite way. They're like, holy shit, I'm excited to watch Steel Toe for 4.5 hours today. And then I go, hey guys, here's a 10-minute clip. Like, fuck you, I ain't watching for another 10 minutes. How much do you want out of me?
No, thank you.
Well, my blood? You want my firstborn? So Bam Margera, okay, I got to go to this bit the audience is doing in the fucking chat. It's so funny. So what's her name? Welch Schulte said R.I.P. Charles Bronson, who died 20 years ago. And then in comes the chat. Albatrax, who's Charles Manson? Don't worry about it.
Charles Manson.
Cynically Insane says the movie Bronson with Tom Hardy is fucking awesome, yet not the same thing. No Morio says, did you hear the Ultimate Warrior died?
What?
Welch. Victor says, Victor with a great point. You mean your tooth hurdy left in the goal today?
Oh, God.
I had 3 teeth pulled yesterday. We're tooth hurdy away from today's goal. PayPal, Streamlabs, there's my teeth.
They're in here. They're nasty.
I don't know if I'm going to show those guys to you in overtime, guys. We'll take a poll. You guys might not want to see them.
They could see the healthy-ish looking wisdom tooth. I guess it's kind of interesting to look at. Your other one, though, should be like on a poster somewhere.
Yeah.
Like saying, brush your teeth, kids.
Right.
Because fuck.
Well, Schulte says, I just found out Bronson's dead. I want to watch the Valachi papers today. I'm in mourning. You just found out 20 years later that he's fucking dead? Were you really that big of a fan in the first place? But the audience is letting us know who else is dead. Chuck says, did you hear Frank Zappa died?
What?
Familiar human. Elvis is dead. Elvis is not dead. He just went home. Loaded Wrench says, rest in peace, George Washington, if you guys hadn't heard. Bird Collector says, R.I.P. JFK. Cynically Insane says, R.I.P. Bam Margera. Oh, wait, that's next week.
The guy keeps pumping out news.
Familiar Human says, FYI, Nick Rekieta got his channel back. I did not know he lost it.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, congratulations to Nick. I thought he got it taken away a long time ago, and then he got it back again right away.
Yeah, I don't know.
Has he been without a channel for like months now?
It must have been a long time, because you'd have thought like our friends like Chrissy or somebody would have said something.
Yeah. Sam. Oh, by the way, speaking of Chrissy, April will be on Simpcast this Sunday.
I will try to hot it up a little bit for all of you bitching.
Is that, people are bitching?
People are mad. They don't like the clothes they wear. They're like, you're too conservative. How are you going to go on Simpcast and I can't even simp? Jesus. It's Easter Sunday, man.
You thought that they were watching you to be entertained and to see your take on things.
I thought it was my forehead.
Who's the really self-aware one who will talk about right-wing politics but only show her tits?
Leanne Starr.
I respect that.
I do too. She's always got her tits and ass out there. And
yeah. No, but she doesn't even show her face in some of them. She'll just talk about politics and only show her cleavage.
She started doing that lately because somebody somewhere said, oh, you should quit having your tits out. It discredits whatever you're saying. And she's like, oh, well, since you think it discredits, like, here's a close-up of my bouncing tits.
That's a
while
good...
I talk about conservative shit.
As the Gen Zers say, that's a good own.
It is.
It's an own that makes her haters probably go nuts, and they'll call it a cope. Anytime they call it a cope, they're projecting the fact that they're frustrated by the response.
And her tits are great.
Got good
Who
tits.
doesn't want nice tits when you're hearing about politics?
Leanne Starr does have good tits. Yeah, if Tucker Carlson would,
Pull his tits out.
have tits and a pussy, I might watch him more. Sad Boy says, R.I.P. Samuel Adams. R.I.P. August Ames, people are saying. That reminds me, rest in peace, Abraham Lincoln. You see, Welsh Schulte, they're making fun of the fact that perhaps you caught on late to the Charles Bronson death 20 years ago.
R.I.P. Jesus Christ.
R.I.P. to Jesus. R.I.P. Kurt Cobain, says Susan. Oh, my God. Holy shit, you guys really leaned into this one, didn't you? Oh, my God. R.I.P. James Gandolfini. R.I.P. Harriet Tubman. R.I.P. Ellen Page's tits, says Papa Dan. Somebody says R.I.P. JFK. And R.I.P. RFK. Ghislaine says R.I.P. Mike Almost White Jackson.
Uh-oh.
Gary Crouch says Sharon Tate was murdered. Oh, my.
And her baby.
God damn it. I'm just scrolling through. Cockdiff says Jimi Hendrix still rocks. R.I.P. Benjamin Franklin. R.I.P. Kirby Puckett. You guys hear about that one?
R.I.P. Bob Ross.
Rest in peace, Bob Ross. Well, Schulte says, I didn't mean to do this, Aaron and April. Look, they get to do what they want.
It's all right.
R.I.P. Sam Kinison, says Von Kaiser. Rest in peace, George Floyd. Oh, of course. Banana.
That was
father, son.
the most painful death.
R.I.P. George Floyd. R.I.P. LBJ. Zen Rhino says that's a recurring ROTC joke about Nick getting his channel back. Oh, I love ROTC people, so that's a fun. I like getting got with one of their inside gags.
Oh, wow. So he didn't even lose his channel?
No, apparently not.
We're retarded.
Beldrain says, I just found out Adolf Hitler died. I had plans that are now canceled. R.I.P. Harambe, says Sky Pie.
Oh, no.
R.I.P. Kenny, says Pragmatic Baxter. R.I.P. William Wallace, if you hadn't heard that he died. Ronald Reagan is dead, for those of you who didn't know. Rest in peace, Gordie Howe, for those of you who didn't know. Rest in peace, Zaboomafoo, says Ryan the Garbage Man. April,
okay, that one hurts. Can we just let that one go? I don't want to hear his name anymore.
Rest in peace, Macho Man Randy Savage. You'll be missed. Yeah, it's okay. They need to show you closer up like you are on now, says Jessica J. Well, you can share this video thing on...
What are you saying? Like,
because they have smaller squares on Simcast.
No, are they saying what I'm wearing right now? I don't know.
No, close up camera-wise.
I've told you that. It's stupid how much background
we used this one last time. They mean that there's tiny squares on Simcast.
Oh.
Pragmatic Baxter says, rest in peace, Betty White's breasts.
Just Betty White
really,
as a whole.
I mean, all of her. God damn it, I'm never going to get through all these. When you guys want a bit, you get a bit, don't you? Holy fuck. R.I.P. Jesus twice. R.I.P. Adolf.
R.I.P. Free Willy.
Look at that cleavage. R.I.P. my zipper, says Sir Tinfoil. Rest in peace, Vincent Price. Rest in peace, Andrew Jackson. Rest in peace, Bob Ross. He streams on Twitch, says John Sotera.
Does he really?
R.I.P. Dr. David Duke, says Malevolent Bystander. I don't think he's dead. Oh, man. R.I.P. Bruce Jenner's dick. R.I.P. Methuselah.
Jeez.
Rest in peace, James Brown. Rest in peace, Chris Benoit. Rest in peace, Franz Ferdinand. Rest in peace, Steel Toe when they go back to radio. Rest in peace, Freedom. Rest in peace, Transvan. Rest in peace, Mark Lewandowski. Rest in peace, Chester Bennington. Rest in peace, Joe Biden's cognitive abilities. Oh, man.
Wow.
Ty P says, we can read the chat. You don't need to do it the whole show. Who hosts this show? You or the chat? We're fucking having some fun with a thing that our audience did. I wanted to tell them that they're funny and that they're appreciated and they're beloved, and I find them entertaining.
Somebody said breast in peace, April.
Fuck, man. People just can't enjoy themselves all the time. And Jack Floyd answers his question. He writes, the chat.
R.I.P. Foreskins.
All right, guys. I'm sorry, guys. That one guy I've never seen before, he says that this isn't funny enough and nobody's laughing, so we should just go on and do the show. I apologize. You can blame that guy.
I feel dirty now, like I need a shower.
Send all your complaint letters over there. I'm sorry for being cheeky. It was all my fault. I take responsibility.
How are your cheeks today? How are you feeling?
Wunderbar.
What are we? An hour and a half into the show. Give us an update.
I'm feeling remarkable. The only thing that gets me is my tongue sometimes touches the new hole.
God, fuck.
And that's a little weird, but
Yeah,
other than
dude.
that, I feel swell. I feel great. I feel like $1 million.
So I was instructed yesterday to check his sockets multiple times just
Yeah.
to check for active bleeding.
And then she went and got the toolbox and started looking. I'm like, April, not those.
I'm like, there's no blood on these. I don't get it. No, it's so gross looking in there and you got like just the big gaping red holes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's something off-putting about that like,
Big gaping red holes. Yeah, I admit.
Yeah.
I admit that's a little weird. Johnny Chimpo says, R.I.P. Tai P's sense of humor. There you go. Someone said, please put F in the chat if you were laughing from that segment. Yeah, let's see if Tai P was right. Maybe there won't be a lot of Fs in the chat.
one person doesn't.
F in the chat if you thought that last thing was funny.
And then we'll let Tai P run the show.
And then we'll
right?
let Tai P run the show after that. All right. Let's go on to this Bam Margera thing because we are your unofficial Bam Margera coverage headquarters. Oh boy, that's a lot of Fs showing up. Sorry, Ty. I can't do one-on-one, sir. It's a big crowd. I got to play to the masses. Maybe they're just stupid and you're really smart. Maybe,
Look
you know
at all
what?
that.
You might be too smart for this show.
That's true. He's not here anymore, let's be honest.
Okay, fair enough.
Or he put an F in the chat. I don't know.
All right, guys. Well, then F in the chat for Tai P. So Bam Margera, we've been covering him for a while now because it just seems, while everyone looks at Britney Spears and these other celebrities, you're missing the forest for the trees. You're missing the guy who's right in front of you, rotting to death as we speak. And
Much like this tooth.
and much like my teeth. And somehow, every time we see him, we've started to now go with Bam. Oh, this isn't rock bottom yet. The bottom keeps falling out.
I don't know if there is bottom that isn't
Yeah.
the end for him.
I don't know. We talked about that with the yelling at the wife at the Chinese restaurant thing, which we played the video of, which was, rock bottom for this guy might be death.
It's unfortunate, but I think, I don't know if you were on with Johnny or something, but I think somebody had a good point where they said that might be better for the kid. To not
To do it
always
at
be,
this age.
Yeah. Well, not only that, but like he's starting to notice what, daddy's got something wrong with him.
He
all
went
the
in
time.
there-
I don't
he-
think you want to remember your dad that way.
I mean, Bam Margera went into a Chinese restaurant wearing a cape, shouting at his wife about his child. And he was clearly intoxicated. He got arrested afterwards. A week after he got arrested for a woman accusing him of kicking her, which was a week after he went to some Vegas thing and posted videos of himself all fucked up.
At the strip club.
Yeah, which was a week after Steve-O washed his hands of him, which was a week after Steve-O tried to save him again. Well, Bam Margera decided that with all this bad press facing him, he would try to get something going promotionally.
Really?
Yeah. And to show that he's let bygones be bygones. And to show that Bam's in a much better place. He's now challenging Johnny Knoxville and Jeff Tremaine to a fight.
Okay.
Yeah.
He couldn't. There's no way that guy has like the lung capacity at this point.
No, it would not be a
to
very
even
good fight.
swing, dude.
I don't know that Johnny Knoxville's any kind of a badass at all. But I think if you can't beat up Bam Margera in the state he's in now, I think you have to cut your dick off.
I feel like Knoxville doesn't have to hit him. He's just gonna fall over
Right.
at this point.
It's like when Paulie attacked Rocky in the car garage, and Rocky just went like this and leaned away from him, and Paulie just wore himself out. Oh my God, heroin addicted Paulie from Rocky. That is the perfect way to describe Bam Margera.
God, imagine using heroin. Fuck.
Imagine being Paulie from Rocky
Awful.
without any of the charm. Holy shit, and on heroin. So let's watch
Who's
Bam.
cuter?
Paulie, 100%.
Paulie.
Yeah, Paulie for sure. Let's go ahead and watch Bam Margera challenge Johnny Knoxville and Jeff Tremaine to a fight. Again, just days after he accosted his wife in a Chinese restaurant with their kid there.
So this is not a brand new idea.
He's slurring. He's fucked up.
I think that's just his speech now.
He's just high all the time.
Right.
He's just constantly high, so he's always slurring because he's fucked up.
He is the drugs and the drugs are him.
Yeah, they're bonding.
A brand new idea. Knoxville and Tremaine made me sign this fucking basically a death waiver.
A death raver?
I'm sorry, was she a great big fat person?
Does he have gauze in his mouth? Did he have a tooth extracted?
Did he have? I had 3 teeth taken out yesterday. What's your excuse, Bam?
Did she have a death waiver? Excuse me, death waiver?
I want you to come try and hit me.
Or a candy cane? Did you sign a death waiver, candy cane? Was this Rusty Nail? Bye bye, Black Sheep.
You sound like fucking Rusty Nail from Joyride. So he's already fucked up, and he says they made him. So he still hasn't let this Jackass Forever thing go, which was 2-3 years ago at this point.
Right.
They wanted him on the movie. They knew he was a fuck up. They're like, we want to give you a charity payday, $10-15 million to be in this movie.
Be part of this.
All you have to do is not take a single pill or touch a single drink, and we're going to test you. And what does he do? He throws a tantrum, quits the movie, makes videos saying, oh, they tried to kill me. They wouldn't let me do this. They wouldn't let you take drugs. And he's like, but I had a prescription for those. Probably a shitty, phony subscription.
You can't even get through one of these bitchy videos without puking.
Right, and then he did a video
that?
bitching about them where he's literally vomiting into a trash can because he's so fucked up.
He's healthy, guys.
They basically made me sign a death waiver, or death raver.
Death raver.
No, the death raver is the thing you've been doing. Your life is signing a death raver. They were trying to get you off of the death raver, but you wouldn't sign their raver. So now you're on your own raver, which is a death raver, in your words.
To take 18 medications to make me a zombie. I couldn't get my dick hard. I couldn't fuck my own wife. I couldn't.
You don't need to be fucking your wife right now. You need to be getting clean off of drugs right now. And the shit they were trying to put you on, Bam, is so that you can become a normal, functioning human being to do the movie they were having you do. Bam, you are so fucked up that you think your fucked up state is normal. They had to give you a bunch of shit so that you wouldn't get sick from going cold turkey. They had to give you stuff that would keep you awake, that would keep you focused. Bam, you are such a fuck up and a junkie that they have to give you meds to make you normal again.
Mentally stable.
And yes, over time, you won't need those meds anymore.
Right. People wean off that shit just like you try to wean off the bad drugs. But you're right. He thinks that the bad drugs and stuff is so normal.
Right.
He sees all of this as an attack.
And
it's
look,
a personal attack.
Are pharmaceutical companies rat shit pieces of ass that screw you over with all of these drugs?
Yes.
Absolutely. But Bam is in such a dog shit place that those drugs are better than what he's been doing.
Yeah, graded on a curve.
Yeah.
Much better.
The lesser of two evils.
You have to pick one.
Bam needs a lesser evil so he can get closer to being able to do the right thing.
Yes.
Stiff muscles, bald hair, fat, weight gain. Fuck you, motherfuckers.
Well, you know what, Bam? Thank God you didn't take any of that shit so you could look as good as you do now.
Right. I was going to say it could be the drinking, weight gain.
Could be the heroin.
Heroin.
Could be any of the drugs
I'm sure
you
heroin
do.
could help your hair fall out.
I mean, he sits there and talks about these guys wanting to give him these drugs that would make him this way. Again, the bad drugs being his new normal. He thinks this looks good.
God, goes to his wife, would you fuck me?
Yeah.
I'd fuck me.
Yeah, you don't yell that when you're wearing a cape in a Chinese restaurant, Bam.
God, I think having sex with you is like the last thing on her mind, I'm sure.
Here, let me lay out who had the better idea. Jeff Tremaine, Johnny Knoxville, and over here, Bam Margera. Do it Johnny Knoxville and Jeff Tremaine's way. Your hair falls out a little bit. Your dick can't get hard while you're making the movie. You make $10 to $15 million and you get to make a movie. Or you can do it your way and you can get super fucked up, kick women, yell at your wife and kid in a public restaurant, get arrested numerous times, alienate all of your friends, fuck over Steve-O, who's the nicest guy in the world. Mm-hmm. You're right, Bam. Their idea for you was horseshit.
Well, one of those options says freedom to him, and that's the one where he gets to do what he wants.
It's what addicts always say. Like one of the things addicts say when they give up and they acknowledge that they're powerless over their and you can shit on 12-step programs all you want. I've never fortunately had to deal with one. But addicts have like a 90-some% relapse rate anyway. Mm-hmm. And I think the 12-step program, statistically, they've shown it improves that by like 5 or 10%. But like, hey, anything helps. You know? If you've got 1 million addicts and you save 10% more of them, you saved, 100,000 people?
Yeah.
That's pretty nice.
I mean,
but one of the things they do in those 12-step programs is, and I think this is great for anybody, let alone addicts, is my best thinking got me here.
Yep.
So I can't trust my own instincts right now because my best instincts got me to the place I'm at. That's something Bam hasn't realized yet, and it's another reason why you know Bam is not going to get better anytime soon. It's a race right now. It's a race between somewhere on this track. We don't know where. It's in one of those Mario Kart mystery boxes. Somewhere on this track he's on is Bam's moment of self-actualization and awareness. In another Mario box, there is death coming for him.
I see.
Which one will he hit first?
I see the first one coming as he's meeting the second one. I think he
lives through something.
I think he has a moment of self-realization while he's going out the door.
Sure. Okay.
And that's going to be ugly.
It's a good
It's
possibility.
not a good way to go because now you sit there and feel like you fucked it all up and you don't have time to make it right.
Jeff Tremaine is too much of a pussy to get in the ring with me. But Knoxville, if I double dog dare him, he says if I double dog dare anything, he'll do it. So, Knoxville, I double dog dare you to get in the ring with me without any boxing gloves so I could ring, 1, 2, 3, let's go. I fuck you up.
He's gone.
This is awful.
This is really... these keep getting sadder and sadder.
Yes.
Because at least the yelling at the wife in front of the kid, it was for a few seconds.
At least, yeah.
It was an emotional outburst. It was unfortunately caught on film. But it was an outburst for a little bit. This is a guy who set up a camera, thought about this, and is drunken or drug-addledly ranting at the guys who have done nothing but put tens of millions of dollars in his pocket.
He thought this was good enough to post.
Right. I get you in the ring, I'll fuck you up with bare knuckle. Hey, Bam, the thing that makes boxing someone not assault is not just the physical ring. All right? If you get in a ring, it doesn't mean... If I take somebody into a ring and I start punching the shit out of them, I can't go, hey, it's not assault. We were in a boxing ring. Bam, it needs to be sanctioned.
Mm-hmm. There has to be rules.
Right. The thing that gets the assault laws taken out of it is either self-defense or it's a sanctioned event by either USA Amateur Boxing or a state athletic commission, depending on whether it's professional or amateur. That's like when Sam Hyde punched the shit out of I.M. Thompson, they didn't go, let's just put some gloves on and punch each other.
Nope.
They got commissions to, and bam, here's where your little fantasy play isn't going to work. You would have to pass a physical.
That's true. To be in a fight, you have to pass your physical and have some sort of like insurance from a gym.
You have to have insurance. You have to have a boxing license, amateur or professional, depending if you want to use headgear or not. And you have to get a physical and pass drug tests. You have to pass health tests, blood pressure, things like that.
Yeah, make sure your heart's good enough to do this.
Yeah, bam. Look, Johnny Knoxville is not a young man anymore. There's no guarantee that he passes it, but he seems like he's in relatively good shape. Mm-hmm. Bam, you got no chance.
Let's go. Pussy. Oh, if you're going with pussy, then he really gets mad. Pussy.
I don't think anything Bam Margera could say to anyone would bother them at
I
this
actually
point.
feel gross watching this. Like, I'm just watching a guy who I just had a Steve-O moment where I'm like, this guy's going to turn up dead next week.
Yeah.
You know, this is really gross, hard to watch.
Well, and what's weird about it is you watch it and you always expect, you're like, someone's going to come and turn that phone on. Someone's going to come and help him. The only problem is people have tried, including Tremaine, Spike Jones, and Johnny Knoxville, which, by the way, none of them had to. They're businessmen. Mm-hmm. This is a dollars and cents situation. They're a lot nicer guys than I am. If I were running that jackass brand, I'd say, yeah, we're clearly not even going to offer Bam a role in this film.
And the thing is that those people have all reached out to him previously and tried to help. They're done calling his phone, and that's why he's putting out videos like this.
And that's a common thing with addicts.
Nobody's calling his phone anymore, checking up on him.
Right. A common thing with addicts is you say wild shit, you alienate people, and then when they go, I'm done. I can't do this anymore for my own health. They go, look at all the people who have abandoned me. Now I want to fight Johnny Knoxville bare knuckled in a ring. Bam, bad news. Number one, not legal. Number two, you're going to lose.
He's sitting here calling him a pussy trying to get some attention.
If I'm Johnny Knoxville and I still give a shit about this guy, maybe I accept this. And I beat the living fuck out of this guy. And I go, maybe, just maybe, this will humble him to the point. How about this? Johnny Knoxville agrees to the fight. And he goes, Bam, if I win, you lock yourself in treatment or whatever you have to do. You don't go anywhere. You don't get any visitors, anything until you either die of withdrawals or you get better.
Yep.
That's it. You can't see your wife. You can't see your kid. You can't see anybody.
Would he stick to it? No.
You'd have to. This would be legal. We'd make it legally binding. Put like $50 million on the line.
Okay.
Something stupid. And then, bam, if you win, we will all leave you alone. You can do whatever you want. Live your life however you'd like to. Perfect. There you go.
Never mind Jeff Tremaine. He's such a fat pussy. There's no need to talk about him. Knoxville, get into a boxing ring with me with no gloves on. 1, 2, 3, I'll fuck you up. Let's everybody bet money on it. I will fuck you up.
Why? Like, this is such a 13-year-old thing to say.
I'm telling you, it's just a cry for attention because Johnny's not calling his phone.
Right.
That's
like,
it.
He's not saying
Johnny.
anything about
He's
you.
sad that nobody's caring how Bam is anymore. It's hard.
It's pain. Yeah, this is definitely
hurts.
pain. This is, I'm hurt that nobody will talk. I'd rather have them talk about how crazy and fucked up I am and challenging them to fights because I can't come to them with vulnerability. I can't come to them and say, I fucked everything up. I need you to help me. I feel like there's a piece of Bam underneath all the drugs that's saying this because he wants them to help him.
He's crying somewhere and hoping for a hug and a handout.
Somewhere inside of him, there's this feeling. It lives like right here. And it goes, reach out to Johnny and Jeff and Steve-O and ask them to help you because you're terrified. You don't know what the fuck is going on with your life. You're out of control and you need someone to take over. But then it gets to booze and it gets to prescription drugs and it gets to illegal drugs and it gets to his intoxication. And then by the time it comes out his mouth, it's, I'm going to fuck you up. Let's get in a boxing ring with no gloves on and I'll fucking destroy you.
It's ugly.
It's too bad because you can see the cry for help that this is. He just doesn't know it is one.
He's looking around seeing all the people that used to be part of his life living their lives and having a good time, including his wife and his son.
Right.
And he's not part of it. And he's almost insulted that they're not making him part of it.
Exactly.
Up in one punch. You're such a pussy. You can't sign your death waiver. That's what you made me do with Paramount, you fucker.
Ew.
Your death waiver. Why does he need to sign the death waiver?
Now, he's doing fine.
Johnny Knoxville is remarkably successful. Not only that, Johnny Knoxville can stop at 2 beers. Johnny Knoxville doesn't need to sign this so-called death waiver that you're talking about. Sid Zaraf with $20 says it's a going away gift for Aaron and April. God damn it.
Oh, are we going somewhere?
Oh, we are not going anywhere. I just wanted to share a dream with you. All right, Zen Rhino with $2 says R.I.P. Aaron's teeth. They're right there.
I made that guy save him. Yesterday going into that appointment, I told Aaron, I'm like, you should save this fucking thing because it's been part of the show. You've yelled at it on the show. Here it is.
Last statue says R.I.P. John L. Sullivan, R.I.P. Jack Dempsey. They were still doing that bit through the entire Bam Margera.
John Denver. That John Denver's full of shit.
H says they have bare knuckle is legal. They have a whole ring. I know you have to get it sanctioned though, is what I'm saying. Like Bam thinks you can just step into a boxing ring and start punching each other, and it's legal because they're in a boxing ring.
Right.
It's not how it works. Zen Rhino says if by some miracle Bam Margera could get into a boxing ring with Johnny Knoxville, he would go down faster than Andy Werski did for his fight. Oh yeah, with Salt Poppy.
We can have Andy Dick and Bam Margera see who's standing.
Oh God.
Can you imagine just the smell in that ring?
I would never in a million years feel worse about buying anything else in my entire life. I could buy heroin for an infant.
Oh.
And I would not feel as bad if I bought a pay-per-view fight between Bam Margera and Andy Dick.
God, I wasn't going to go that far. I was going to say, God, buy my own weed for the first time. I wouldn't feel so bad.
I could do the worst possible thing. I could put fentanyl in a grandmother's arthritis medication.
No.
I would not feel as bad as if I paid money to watch Andy Dick fight Bam Margera.
What if it was your grandma?
how much time did she really have left? That's what I mean.
All right.
Laughing Lion says, Laughing Lions with a great point. He says, Bam only wants it bare knuckles because he can't afford boxing gloves.
Well, he spent it all on his nose rings and glasses, as you saw.
Yeah.
Did you see that? He had three gold nose rings in his, his nose,
Three of
obviously,
them in
and then fancy glasses.
Sir Tinfoil says, stupid old drunk ramblings, just embarrassing. The only problem is he never thinks it's embarrassing because he never sobers up to see that part.
Right.
The thing about drunken ramblings is you can delete it. Like I deleted a tweet yesterday because I was so geeked up on drugs that I misspelled 900 things.
That was kind of funny, though.
No, I kept that one up, the Alex Stein one.
Oh, there was a worse one?
There was something else I tweeted, and when I looked at it, I think it was before they even let you pick me up. And I tweeted something, and I looked at it when I was in the trunk, and I went, I don't even know what the fuck I was trying to say there. I deleted it.
I must have missed that one because, the Alex Stein one, he had like 4 spelling errors.
Yeah, that one is still up there. Dumbtown says that dude was gone a long time ago. By the way, guys, subscribe to Dumbtown. He's a small channel that does a show. Go support those guys. Guys who like our show and they're trying to do their own thing. I always want to make sure our audience supports them too. I think that's great. So go subscribe to Dumbtown and check them out.
Thank you.
I don't like it when I say that about people and then the audience will come back and go, I subscribed to that thing that you told me to subscribe to, and I don't like it. And I'm like, well, then don't watch it. I just wanted to help the,
Right, you didn't say, go love this show. You just said,
right.
Go support
Go subscribe it, watch it. And then that way you can be like, oh, I would have never known about this show if Aaron hadn't told me to check it out. And it's really good. Or it's totally legal for you to go, this doesn't fit my tastes, and I won't watch it. But don't get mad at me. I just think the guy's cool. He's very supportive of our show. I want you to go subscribe to him. Let's continue on here. Dumbtown writes, hey, Aaron, grandma wouldn't have arthritis anymore.
That's true. She wouldn't feel it.
Exactly. The pain would be gone forever. Labglass says Knoxville should tell him yes, but if he wins, he has to get clean. You see, and I don't know if he'd ever get clean, but I think he should have to be locked in a rehab with nobody to see him, and the rehab provides him, he can give them money, but they provide him with everything, grocery shopping, all of it.
Let's be honest, though. Like, if he were to try to get clean at this point, he might die from just withdrawals.
Right. So you'd have
He's going to have problems.
Well, that's why Johnny Knoxville and Jeff Tremaine says, do you want to do Jackass 5? And he said, yeah. And they go, we got to put you on a cocktail of 27 meds or you're going to be sweating and dying from withdrawals.
That's just the thing. He's so used to the drugs and alcohol at this point that he needs to be on a cocktail of 27 drugs to keep him alive when he gets off those things.
You don't think Tremaine and Knoxville talked to a doctor about what Bam would need to perform?
Of course they did. They would have done that before they ever approached him with a deal.
Right. So, people, that's how you know a guy's not ready. When people try to care about you and then you threaten to beat the living shit out of them.
Aaron, would you like some pain meds and an ice pack for your mouth? And then he just beats the shit out of me.
You shut the fuck up. You want to get in the ring today and fight?
Do you want to lose some teeth?
That wouldn't be good. If I miss one time and she counters me over here, I'm fucking dead.
Ugh. Oh, God.
Oh, you know what? Tiny? No. I thought I felt soreness there.
There's a chance that you bruise here. When I had my wisdom teeth cut out, see, yours are different. You had yours pulled out. I had to get mine surgically cut out of my jawbone.
Yeah.
My cheeks bruised like once the swelling went away. And you're lucky you don't really have the swelling.
No swelling. I recovered from this like a champ.
You did. That's actually kind of
I bet you my mouth was so fucked up from those teeth that removing them was just like...
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
When I looked at his teeth yesterday, I told my parents, I'm like, there's not a universe where I thought it could look that bad. Like I heard infected tooth and shit like that, and I'm like,
I was worried to look at that wisdom tooth. That one did that. I knew that one was going to be in bad
It
shape.
fucked me up for a second, but then it was one of those gross things where you can't stop looking at it.
I get it. I get it. Patrick Bay with $5 says Bam would be about as successful at boxing Knoxville as Knoxville was boxing Butterbean on Jackass. Accurate. Yes. 210 away from today's goal. Here's what we like to do. 200 likes by 8 o'clock, under $200 for the goal by 8 o'clock. So there's the Streamlabs and PayPal link in the chat. Somebody did want to contribute to Venmo yesterday. I'll try to add that in there at Steel Toe Media Inc., correct?
Yes.
Yes, on Venmo. There you go. So if you guys want that one too, there it is.
Yes.
That goes to the corporate business account.
JJ became a VIP on Venmo
Yes.
yesterday, actually.
Thank you, JJ, for becoming a VIP. So let's get under 200 by in the next 10 minutes, and let's get to 200 likes.
Yep. Keep up the pace.
In the next 10. Oh, we're already at 215. Well, fuck me in the butthole.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll take you up on that.
I think you deserve
offer.
a nice treat after what you went through.
I certainly do.
You know, I could blow off some steam. That'd be nice.
Thanks, guys. We're over 250. So that means in the next hour and 10 minutes, let's get to 300 likes. So take a second, hit the like button on this channel. Subscribe to our channel. We're almost at 9,300. That would be extremely helpful on our quest for 10,000. All right, let's just check in with the Streamlabs here to make sure I'm all caught up. Thank you very much to Scarface. He says, but being sober is totally not metal, bruh. The man's got a point.
Oh, God. If you were to step in a ring with Bam Margera, you'd almost feel like you were like beating up a vulnerable adult, wouldn't you?
It would have to be one of those things where, like, when I work with new guys in the ring and I only get to use my left hand.
Yeah, the other one's like tied behind your back.
Because you want to encourage them to throw a lot of punches so they can get their punch technique down and they can get confident. Because one of the worst things when you start sparring is you have no confidence. So if I'm only using one hand, like that's the best part is when you start getting tagged in there because the new guy you've been working with for a month and a half is now not scared of, getting jabbed or anything like that. The best feeling is after you get rocked for about 3-4 rounds and you go, buddy, next week we're going to two hands. I cannot hold you off anymore with the one hand. That's a good feeling.
When you fight one-handed, which one would you rather have? Your right or your left? I know that usually when you are sparring, I think I see you remove your right. Is that accurate?
That's interesting.
Because, do you want your jabs or do you want your rights?
It depends. If it's a guy who's got a little less experience, I think I'd rather have my right because he leaves himself open for more counters that way.
Sure.
If it's a guy with more experience, I need my left because it's better for controlling distance and disrupting his rhythm.
Jabs, hooks.
Yeah.
Some body shots.
In a weird way, when a guy just starts boxing, he doesn't understand how boxing works. It's kind of like guys who, or like women who do NCAA brackets and they just pick who they think the coolest mascot is and then they end up winning. Mm-hmm. Sometimes when a guy's just starting out boxing, he doesn't understand what you have to look out for. So if you can only use one hand and it's the left, well, the left doesn't hurt as much as the right. It's a snappier, quicker punch. So he might land some crazy shit on you versus a guy with experience is like, I don't want to get hit by that fucking jab or anything else. So like, I'd rather have the right hand against a new guy because a lot of times they'll just come in there swinging.
Yeah.
And you can tag them with something hard and back them the fuck off.
Fuck.
I never thought about that
I like
question.
that moment. There's sometimes like on sparring nights, I'll be working out upstairs and I'll come down and get some water and I'll sneak watch you sparring.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's really funny to watch you work with new kids sometimes and the look on their face when they get hit with something.
And I tell them, I'm like, dude, if you think I'm bad, we got guys here who have like 50 fights under their belt that like when I spar with, I'm like, I'm going to get killed. You learn a lot. Iron sharpens iron, as they say. But yeah. It's just fun to go through those levels. Like there's guys I used to spar with when I first started that I was like, oh shit, that now I don't spar with because I'm like, I don't really learn.
Is Charles
anything.
one of those guys?
No, Charles and I are still very close.
That's good.
Charles and I are still, he's smaller and quicker and I have a lot of trouble with quickness. He's very tough. But like Todd is one of those guys.
I know what
who
you
when I
said.
first started, I was like, fucking Todd's a killer.
He's
and
a
now
little
I'm
tank.
like, Todd, I'm fucking...
Todd's a lot shorter than you.
Yeah. Dumbtown says Aaron should step into the ring with Zumach. That would be legalized crippling. That would be a bad day.
I don't think the cardio is up on that guy's end.
I don't think that would be. And look, like I just said now, I'm not like Mr. World Beater. Like at my gym, I'd say middle to upper middle. I'm in here. And I would fuck that guy up.
That thing on your face will distract them.
Right. You get a guy who's got 12, 15, or like some of our guys, 40 fights in our gym, and that wouldn't last 10 seconds, probably. All right. You can't fight an artard, says King of All Diffs. That's a great point. That's probably going to be a sticky wicket in the marketing for that one. All right, guys, thank you very much. 200 away from today's goal. There's the PayPal, Streamlabs, and now the Venmo in there since people asked. 200 away from today's goal.
Thank you.
Lead, not led, the last statute. I don't know what that means. Chad naturally breathes like a boxer in round 10. You'd be in trouble.
That's kind of what I thought, though. Like, the cardio is probably really bad, and he's a little too angry to follow rules, I think. He goes for cheap shit.
That doesn't matter. If you try to break the rules against someone who knows what they're doing in there, they'll make you really fucking pay for that.
I know you will.
Yeah, if you, like,
I'm not saying this is good for him by any means.
There was a kid last week who's just starting, and every time I'd land a jab, before I got it back, he'd grab onto my left arm, and then I thought, okay, we're in a clinch, and then the guy will break it. And he'd start hitting me with the right. So he did it once, and I'm like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? I didn't say anything because the ref trainer is supposed. He did eventually. Second time he did it, he whacked me with the right hand. So to his body, I went whap, 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 like 3 times just to be like, hey, cut the bullshit. And then the third time he did it, and then he went like that. I went bam, 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 just like that. And Lauren goes, all right, break, that's enough. So you gotta, like, you try to be nice.
I like the sound effects here.
Bam Margera. I always say, my rule is rule of 3s. If you do it the first time, I'll say, hey, cut the shit. Mm-hmm. If you do it a second time, I'm like, man, come on, you can't do that. Like, give him the benefit of the doubt. You do it 3 times.
Now it's
intentional. I have to teach you.
Yeah.
And like, I'm a softie when it comes to that. There's guys that I've worked with who you get 1 and they'll fucking teach you. So I don't like the idea of like taking shots at a guy who's new like that. So I kind of give them.
You're giving them the benefit of the doubt that they didn't know better.
I'm a pussy ass teacher.
God, you're not easy on me. Like, it's been so long since I get to hit at all with you because you're always busy with shit, whatever. But I don't know, when I screw something up, like, you're not very nice to me.
Yeah, but I don't punch you in the head. Like with those guys when I need to teach them.
He did accidentally hit me in the eye one time. My whole contact flew out, actually.
But didn't I hit you with the
I don't remember what hit my face, but something hit my eye and my contact flew out.
April was supposed to double jab a mitt. And she only single jabbed it, so I went to meet the jab. I went, shh, and then nothing stopped it.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah, I got you in the eye.
Oh, that was awful.
It happens. It happens.
Picturing my poor little thing that goes in my eye getting in people's sweat and
that's my dick.
Puke and blood and shit.
Oh, man. If Aaron and Chad got in a ring together, they would just scissor.
That is really off-putting.
Chad beats you with catalytic converters. I never thought of that one. All right, guys, let's get into our next thing. Some crazy asshole in Arkansas.
Which one?
They're all crazy assholes in Arkansas.
I think that's a prerequisite to living there.
But like, there's guys like this where you're like, wow, that's really fucking cool. But you also go, this guy shouldn't have children because this can't reproduce because we can't keep having people grow up and being this way. Like, your selfish entertainment part of you goes, hey, this is really funny and really crazy and wild and this guy's nuts.
Yeah.
But then there's another part of you that goes, if this guy dies, he 1,000% had it coming.
He's asking for it.
A crazy Arkansas man rode out a tornado on his porch and decided to videotape it.
Okay, no.
So,
well, I know so many people that would do this, though.
Okay, and again, hey, man, cool video. I'm glad you made it for us. But then if you want me to be sad when that guy gets decapitated by a stop sign, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be.
Or sucked up by it.
Well, I just figured the debris will just kind of...
You're saying the debris will get him first.
Yeah. The debris will fly down the street, go right through his head. Done. Funny video, man. That's great. Filming the tornado. You got a lot of balls. Oh, well, would you donate to his GoFundMe for his funeral services?
No.
Fuck no. I feel like, as a matter of fact, you test that man. Did he have stage 4 cancer? I feel like this was all a setup, if you ask me.
This is his Make-A-Wish. This is the end. So
here he is, Lieutenant Danning the tornado. You remember Lieutenant Dan in Forrest Gump? You call this a storm? It's time for a showdown. You and me. Here comes the tornado.
Oh, fuck no.
Shit happens quick.
This shit is scary. I've been through a couple. This is fucked up.
I've never been in one. Lived in Minnesota my whole life. Never been through a tornado.
Honestly terrifying. Twice at my parents' farm, once at my grandma's house. It was really scary, but all times.
Oh, man. Bye, garbage can. Who the fuck doesn't see a tornado warning on the news and doesn't go grab the garbage can?
Aaron Imholt. My God, when we have fucking tornado warnings here, like now, I'm the one who fucking goes out and rounds up everything. You couldn't be bothered.
That's not true. I go out and grab stuff.
Maybe
I don't like
kids.
when you tell people. I don't like when you tell people that. That bothers me. I go grab a lot of shit.
I remember you making fun of me for being concerned.
Oh no, I've made fun of you because it'll be like a thunderstorm watch or warning, and you'll go out and grab shit. And I'm like, would you stop? Get back in
I
here.
move my flowers so they don't get hailed on.
You want me touching your flowers?
You can carry my flower pots.
I would break them. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, covering up your flowers is different than like I go around the yard and pick up shit if there's a tornado warning. But if people are like, hey, we're going to get some hail, it's like, yeah, I think that shovel will be fine. I think we can stay inside. I think we'll be able to grab
Think
that when
about
it's
all the money
over.
wasted if my flowers are trashed.
Oh, no, believe me, the flowers thing, I understand. I get that. Like, why can't this fuckface in a tornado? Like, severe thunderstorm warning, you ride those out.
Sure.
Tornado warning, go grab your fucking garbage can.
Okay, no.
Yeah, look at a fucking tree.
That tree.
Did that tree just
Yes, it
fall?
did.
Or was it down when...
There's the white car.
Okay. White car for frame of reference.
Yeah.
Oh my God, look at that one's going down in his neighbor's yard.
Yeah. Oh, this is fucked up.
Your door is right there. Go in.
Did you see the street? The shit was just swirling in the street. There's the white car.
Oh my God, that went down right in front of his face.
Dude, you are going to die.
Bro, in the house.
Uh-uh.
Oh my God. I think it avoided his car.
Oh, that's ass. No, it didn't. It's on the hood.
Hold on. Nope. It's in the corner of the house. It's in like the patio area. See? The car missed it. Got pelted with everything else known to man, but the tree missed it.
I don't know about you, but I'd rather have my car trashed than my house.
Homeowner's insurance pays pretty good.
Wow, that was risky,
See, like
dude.
that. Okay, that's one of those things where he wrote it out on his porch. Great,
Lucky
awesome.
porch.
But if that tree fell and killed you, I'm not going to sit here and go, "Oh, poor guy."
Right. That was really risky. Don't do that shit. Like,
I feel really bad for that fella. He went out in a tornado and got crushed by a tree. No, that's what's supposed to happen.
honestly, I want you to prepare in the chat. There's going to be so many people saying, oh, you pussies. Like, you're going to go in the basement. I sit out on my porch all the time when there's tornadoes.
Thunderstorm, even tornado watch. Go check it out. Absolutely.
You can catch me out on our porch anytime
Yeah.
it's hailing. It's kind of fun to watch it.
It's kind of fun to watch.
know?
But when they report, hey, tornadoes are touching down in the area, it might be time to end the fun for a little bit.
Right.
Actually, you know what? I take that back. If you're young and single, do whatever the fuck you want. That's when you're supposed to die. If you don't die doing risky shit by the time you're 25, then you got to wait until you're 80. That's your window.
I guess.
You got until
don't know.
25 to do shit that's going to kill you. You're allowed to die that way.
So
when
I've
you're 25.
passed the window. You've passed the window.
You're a parent and shit. You've got to be responsible. You got to do all that stuff. Once people start depending on you, then you got to stop standing out in front of fallen trees and daring tornadoes to take your life.
I feel like my dad used to stress me out like this, though. Like when we were still kids living at home, basement and shit.
Yeah.
And then my dad's fucking who knows where the fuck putting tractors away or something in a barn outside, not coming downstairs.
Yeah, but he might have wanted to die. You didn't factor that.
I did not factor that in, but
Yeah.
he did stress me out.
Maybe he just wanted to. He's like, maybe this will be the
You
big
know
one.
what? Them fucking kids
Yeah.
can't handle them anymore.
Fucking wife, fucking kids, fucking dog,
Fucking bills,
fucking bills. Yeah.
projects.
Was he in
Fuck
his
it all.
30s or early 40s when this happened?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. No
Oh.
big deal.
Well, thank you for
I look back at
giving me a window into my...
I look at my childhood. That was the toughest time money-wise when I was a kid, was when my parents were young yet. That's just kind of normal. They're in their mid-30s.
What do you mean? Like where you are now, you're 36.
Well, you always want to do better than your parents did.
Okay.
And your parents want that for you, too.
Yeah, because I feel like my biggest struggle time was like my early 20s.
I'll tell you this economy, this is the most struggle time any of us have had ever. When you're
Well,
paying
that's
as much
true.
as you are for shit and stuff like that.
Economy-wise, yes.
Yeah. This is where you feel your chest and your stomach. You're like, all right, I made it.
That one could have came down on him,
Ooh,
too.
that came down on his house, though. That he's going to have a nice little claim to make to the... You know what? Ironically, maybe outside ended up being the best place for him. Looks like you got a tree coming through here, tree going through the corner of the patio.
Not if you had a basement. The whole point of the basement with no like exterior windows is that if everything fucking falls, it's going to fall on itself and you're going to be like in that middle space.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
This is my street now.
In the middle of our house.
Oh, dude, that is fucked. That is only one too. There was last week when we got
Arkansas got fucking
dropped.
drilled.
Well, they were destroyed when we got that big blizzard here. It was all part of the same big system, and they got the big Boeing like storm line that just fucking ravaged them with like 57 tornado touchdowns.
Yeah.
Throughout like that whole system.
I agree with Zen Rhino. He says, fucking boomers and their portrait mode. Yeah.
That is true. You got a whole tornado. You can't put it in landscape mode.
SC Motorsports says, fucking horses bleeding me dry. Yeah, your dad just wanted
That's
to get
true.
out.
My fucking dad was never a horse guy until he met mom. And then mom and I just had to have the horses. Yeah.
Tom says, is anyone else lagging? And then one other person says, audio cutting in and out. Yeah, I don't... everything is fine over here on our end. It might be a YouTube thing, but I would say hit refresh.
Everything's green here.
And you'll be okay. If you hit refresh, it's him puffs a lot, right? I had to restart it. It was cutting out. Now it's not. Try
Okay.
that. Yeah, I
sorry.
think that's a YouTube problem. They're saying, okay, yeah, refreshed. It's good. Oh, so we talked past all that crisis.
We're sorry.
For everyone. All right, guys, hit the like button in the chat. We wanted to be at 200 by 8 o'clock, but we were already there. We wanted to be at 200 or lower for the goal, but we were already there. So I guess, hey, get it under 100 by 9 o'clock, the goal. Get 300 likes by 9 o'clock. That would be good. We're at 248 for the likes already.
Thank
All right,
you.
cool. Everybody take a little second there. Hit the like button. Great for our show. We appreciate it. Let's get to 300 and $200 away from today's goal. We've added Venmo to the list since people have been asking. $200 goal for this morning. Streamlabs, PayPal, and at Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo.
Some people saying that it was happening to them too, and it could be the ice storm. Because
We have an ice storm?
Yes, we do. So maybe not. I haven't looked outside this morning, but the state of Minnesota and the Dakotas were getting a nasty storm again, and we were supposed to. We got, I think, the shorter end of it and some rain and ice, maybe.
Yeah.
But the Dakotas were like shut down, like 94 is shut down and all that stuff. So some places got it bad.
Actually, my daddy said this storm wasn't worth a lick, and when it came to ice, we got the short end of the stick. But the storm is young, and man, it just don't care. It'll follow Minnesota anywhere. It's in love with the state.
You make me want to pull teeth out.
Or should have been there yesterday. Mike Erb says, man, this show feels dead. Who died? What?
What?
Jesus, Mike.
That wasn't very nice.
Welcome to the show, buddy. Good morning. We were having a good time talking about tornadoes and shit, but
People love that
I'm
shit.
sorry.
There's days where I wish, like, especially in the summer when it's like a stormy day, where I could sit on YouTube and watch like close calls with tornadoes and shit all the time.
Oh, Welsh Salty says I almost fell for that at my. Oh, he was. It was a Welsh Salty callback.
Oh, we're the retards.
Man, I'm the fucking idiot. I wonder how
did
many.
fall for that.
That probably happens more times in a day on this show. Me reading the chat than I realize. That, like, I'm reading something, I'm like, what the fuck is that? And it's clearly someone fucking with you and having a good time, and now they're having an even better time because you're not understanding what he's saying.
Look at Alan Chihuahua.
Yeah, the show, and then sad
The
face.
show died. I think he's making fun of me. Y'all are wearing black.
Oh, I see. God.
And you're wearing a Death Row shirt.
Holy shit, do I miss everything?
We're slow.
Sad Boy says R.I.P. Julius Caesar. Yes, of course. Here's another good... Boy, we got a lot of good stuff for you today. We haven't even gotten to Trump yet on today's show and all the talking and yapping and blabbering that everybody did on that topic.
I have feelings on that topic.
Do you? I hope you have some feelings, because as a talk show, I think we run on feelings.
I don't like it. Every time.
Oh, you don't like your feelings?
I don't. I turned on the news briefly a couple times just for a quick storm update, just to see how bad the roads would be.
Sure.
And all they can fucking talk about is, ooh, Trump and his 34 felonies, and he's not, he's pleading not guilty and all this shit, and they're going into all this fucking
And
middle
by the way,
school drama about
they
him.
totally didn't sound excited about it, did they?
Fucking, they're just going after it. And I couldn't be bothered by it. I don't want to hear it. I think it's actually obnoxious.
Well, April, are you trying to say that
I feel.
No.
I'm very, very feel.
you're not very, very feel?
I'm not feel on
Wow.
the Trump stuff. Like
April is not feel.
I think it's annoying on every level.
Oh, let me make you feel better. Dylan Mulvaney. No.
Wow.
No.
Not the road to go.
The Dylan Mulvaney thing, though, is kind of being reacted to. We're starting to see the pushback from the Dylan Mulvaney stuff with Bud Light.
I think those are funny.
Bud Light made a massive mistake when they confirmed that Dylan Mulvaney was indeed a brand spokesperson. I don't know what corporate America's thinking. I don't know if they're trying to do a psyop on us and it's failing because they're biting off more than they can chew, or if corporate America is just full of such out-of-touch dipshits that they think people are way more into this gender identity shit than they are.
It's that one.
Because it's a 90-10 split in this country, in my opinion.
No,
like when you go outside and you talk to people, people have fucking had it with the trans thing.
I think it's that one. I think when you're somebody like Bud Light, they're like, oh, people are really into this right now. It's all the rage and all that shit. And people, it's a hot topic. So let's get in on it.
Yeah.
And I'm just glad, honestly, I'm glad they picked the shittiest piss water. Honestly, they couldn't have picked a nicer beer.
So with Bud Light confirming the Dylan Mulvaney thing, I'm really excited to see, what are we in second quarter? Start of the second quarter. I'm excited to see quarter two sales for Budweiser in a few months because I have a feeling that Anheuser-Busch is going to take a massive, recently removed dick right in the ass on this Dylan Mulvaney thing because I don't really see trans people celebrating her all that much. And I know for a fact that non-trans people can't fucking stand this person.
Yeah, and it's not that they don't like trans people. It's that she specifically is obnoxious.
No, she
my
is,
opinion.
Yeah, she is uniquely unlikable.
By everybody.
Right. And how are you going to say that you identify as a woman, but all you do is act like a really gay dude?
Yeah, like you've said before, she's kind of like projecting what she thinks a woman acts like. But us all women sitting back looking at her like, I don't do any of that shit.
That's not how.
I don't dress like that. I don't talk like that. I don't talk to other women that way.
Yeah, like I watch, if I see Dylan Mulvaney, I look at a Dylan Mulvaney and I go, I want to call this person and tell them, hey, you know that like you might have your identity off because like some of these people will identify as 2 or 3 different things in their lifetime, so they're not even sure. And you want to call them and be like, hey, yeah, I think you got your gender identity wrong. You're just a gay guy. Like, what? Yeah, the way you're acting right now, I've never seen a woman behave that way. You're a gay dude. What? No. Cheeto says, I asked my saleswoman, and those are not going to be for sale. They made it for whatever it is. Right, but they're not going to sell the Dylan Mulvaney cans, but they did confirm that Dylan Mulvaney is, in fact, a product spokesperson.
Right, and that to me was a big miss. And I feel like right before you said it too, I was sitting here wondering, I haven't even seen trans people coming out and like glorifying Dylan Mulvaney. I haven't seen it. And I think it's because she's honestly obnoxious and something that she thinks like the trans world is that they're not.
Facebook can be kind of boomery, but I did see a meme on there last night that I really did enjoy. And it was me minding my own business. And then another one was a person holding a tuba over that person's face, and it says LGBTQ, or no, it was trans propaganda.
Oh.
And I was like, that is kind of it. You're just sitting off to the side, not bothering anybody, not talking about anything. And then it's like, you need to do this with trans people. We need to be heard, and we need to be. It's like, okay, I heard you. Will you leave now? Like, I wasn't even thinking about you. I don't want to do anything for you, with you, against you, nothing. Just let's go ahead and live.
I don't know. I feel like
that's my thing about gay people is gay people. There is part of their attitude that is like they see straights kind of as squares and they don't want to deal with us as much, which I appreciate that. Gays were always like, we have our shit. Don't ruin it. Like, cool, good. Have a parade.
Isn't that how everyone should be, though? Like, hey, I've got my own life going on.
Yeah.
Stay out of it. I'll stay out of yours.
Right. And it's like the only line I want to draw here on this is just no kids. No talking to kids and touching kids and any of that. Like, you got to stop there. And now drag queens are all up in arms because they came to us and they went, we want to tuck our cocks and put tits on and dance in front of your kids. And we went, inappropriate, not okay.
Over the line.
Why is there a war against drag queens? Why are they against us? It's like, wow, that is fucking brilliant. You came to us. We didn't come to you. We defended and said, no, that's okay. And now somehow we're attacking you.
Right. Let the people who like and support what you do come to you, because there are those people out there. There's a really, really popular like RuPaul drag show in Las Vegas that fucking kills.
Go to it.
Go to it by all means, but let people come to you. You don't have to shove it down our throats.
Figuratively.
Right.
Hung Solo with $5 says, I bet Bam would make it 59 seconds. R.I.P. Johnny K. That's...
Uh-oh.
It's hurtful in many ways, sir. How dare you? 195 away from knocking it away. So people are responding. They're not going to buy Bud Light. They've been making their videos, putting them up online, smashing the Bud Light cans, buying Coors, whatever.
Maybe it's better for them this way, though.
Yeah, they'll get to
Because
drink
I think
better
Bud Light
beer.
fucking...
Well, guess who was a Kid Rock guy before 2 days ago? Kid Rock. Kid Rock decided not only is it not good enough that I stopped drinking Bud Light, but I have to tell people. But a simple tweet won't do. I got to make a video. I got to make a statement.
Oh my God, you're kidding.
When it comes to Bud Light. Now, when Kid Rock makes like a COVID song, it's really cringy.
Oh, the worst.
Yeah. Ain't nobody gonna tell me how to live.
Oh, excuse me, that's Monster Truck.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. That is Monster Truck. I apologize. Yeah, see, those ain't real, dude. Says Kid Schlock. That's a good name for it. But when it comes to like the Bud Light thing, I wish he would do this instead of making any more music, to be honest with you. This is Kid Rock on the Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light News. Obviously a MAGA hat. I didn't know he was a Trump guy.
Me either.
Grandpa's feeling a little frisky today.
Wait.
Said Joe Biden. Said Joe Biden before he had to be removed from the nursery.
Oh no.
And I was just before he said that, before he did that side profile, I was going to say Kid Rock's looking good for like being in his 50s.
I still think he is.
He looks all right. Still a little bit of crow's feet. I'm sure you take that hair off. The hair ain't where it used to be, but he looks pretty good.
Check it out for the type of lifestyle he has. I think
That's
he
true.
looks great.
That's true. And, ain't nobody going to tell him how to live.
Nope. Damn straight.
Let me say something to all you and be as clear and concise as possible.
I have been living a lie and now going to live my truth as a homosexual.
Can you imagine?
Here's Uncle Cracker and I butt fucking 3 days ago at a party.
God damn it, man.
Well, it makes sense.
What a visual, though. Ew.
The song Follow Me was actually about Kid Rock embracing his feelings for Uncle Cracker. Uncle Cracker was trying to tell Kid Rock, hey, follow me and everything is all right. I'll be the one to tuck you in at night. And if you want to leave, I can guarantee you won't find nobody else like me. He was begging Kid Rock to be himself, live his truth. It makes sense.
You know what? My whole world's different now.
Right? You didn't know that Follow Me was Uncle Cracker trying to get Kid Rock to live his truth and admit that they're together.
Oh, just swooning. Oh, this is gross.
I'm not the reason that you go astray. I'll be all right if you don't ask me to stay.
You have changed my entire outlook.
It's a possibility. I'm not saying it's confirmed.
You know what, though? I want them to be happy.
I do, too. I just want two musical men who are into stage dramatics to be happy together.
Butthole stuff.
Don't know how you met me. You don't know why. You can't turn around and say goodbye. All you know is when I'm with you, I make you free and swim through your veins like a fish in the sea. We thought it was heroin, but it's not. It's Kid Rock and Uncle Cracker.
Kid Rock
embracing homosexuality.
Is Uncle Cracker's heroin.
I wish I knew how to quit you.
God, that line.
It's possible.
So here we go. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, God. I thought it was going to be Dylan Mulvaney for a second.
Oh, this is fun.
Oh, boy. I didn't know how much Kid Rock had lost it. I was like...
That is true. Just hog-tied her.
Could you imagine? You just turn on Twitter one day and fucking Kid Rock, the video stays up for 5 minutes and we go...
Not good.
And Kid Rock just has a gun at the camera pans and he fucking lights up. And you're like, oh my God, Kid Rock's lost his fucking mind.
I'm not for it.
Ted Nugent retweets it and goes, totes jelly.
Totes jelly, Kid Rock 2024.
Yeah. I gotta say,
Holy fuck.
I gotta say, even before the Dylan Mulvaney thing, a lot of people would say that's the best way to enjoy Bud Light.
This is the best way to enjoy Bud Light of all time.
Now you have the added benefit of making a political protest about it.
I just feel bad for the poor innocent soil underneath. Like, has to have that soak into it.
That has to have a shitty buzz.
God, just piss.
That's gonna run down to the fish.
You could have pissed on the grass and it would have been happier.
You think the fishing might be a little sparse over there for a couple of hours?
The fish in the sea.
Oh.
Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch. Have a terrific day.
Okay. See, now that's not good for Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light because Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light is Kid Rock country.
It seems a little boomery, though.
It is.
I don't know. But you're right. It'll probably make an impact.
It is, but those are Bud Light's people. Boomery Kid Rock guys.
I do feel like Bud Light fans and Kid Rock fans do go hand in hand.
Yeah.
So you can't have one without the other.
That's one that's going to hurt you.
Uh-oh.
Mick KM says, Kid Rock became based? Since when?
Dude, my entire small town I came from will stop buying Bud Light now.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Like, that's over.
Good luck with your rural sales.
My what?
Rural sales. Rural sales. Rural sales. Matt Melt says, check out their stock. Yeah, go to the liquor store and see how much Bud Light is on the shelves.
Fuck it. I haven't looked at Bud Light in at least a decade.
Kid Rock has been sponsoring Budweiser for like 25 years. Well,
then this'll hurt.
That's what I'm saying.
For sure.
The guy says, you fuckers got that damn song in my head.
Yeah, and I'm going to hum that all day. And I'm going to think about Uncle Cracker and Kid Rock getting after it.
Scooby Jooby Jew says, Kid Rock's got a huge bar here in Nashville. I wonder if he'll take it off the menu. Yeah, I mean, you're going to have a lot. Yeah, forget the domestic sales. Think of all the bars now that are like pretty based.
That can't have that.
That are going to be like, no, you guys, you fucked up. And like, how many businesses have to do this? It never works. Ever, unless you were a gay company to begin with.
It feels hack to say it, but it's always the go woke, go broke thing.
Right. I don't want to say that.
I don't
think
either.
That's a douchey
it feels
saying.
Gross. It feels hack. It feels boomery. I don't like it.
But it keeps happening.
Yeah. You keep making me say that.
Just because it's boomery doesn't make it not true. As Colonel Lincoln or Sergeant Lincoln Osiris would say. So Kid Rock is out of the Budweiser business, I guess we could say. 195 away from knocking it out today, guys. Under 150, under 100 by the top of the hour. I think we're looking pretty good. Thank you very much. There's the Streamlabs, the PayPal, and the Venmo by demand. We put that in there as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Galloway Fam says it won't work now, but it will work in 10 years. That's kind of the hope. That's a great point.
Mm-hmm.
Is that they're playing the long game here. You know, they're marketing, as John says, marketing to 1% while losing 98% of your market share makes a lot of business sense. They're playing a long game if it is kind of the PSYOP thing of just manipulating the culture and slowly breaking people down and getting them to not do that next time.
I don't even think it's that slow anymore. I do think that all the other beer companies are happy that Anheuser-Busch did this first.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Although somebody said Coors did something like this a few years ago.
Really?
Mad Max Mardigan says, wait, places still sell pussy drinks? Everywhere I buy my liquor only sells hard liquor. Fuck, bro.
Fuck.
Chuck says, Kid Rock lost his edge when he stopped hanging out with midgets. He didn't stop hanging out with him, Paulie. He died. Not Fat Joe. Joe C. died. No, Fat Joe's still alive. But he doesn't want to talk about the Rucker.
Okay.
People want
me concerned there.
People want Fat Joe to speak about the Rucker. Matter of fact, he don't want to speak about the Rucker. You didn't know that.
I did not.
He's the fat N with the shoddy with the logo kid.
The fat N?
Yeah, that's what he calls himself. I'm just quoting Lean Back a whole bunch.
Not
They
a
even
good
made-
song, by the way. I used to
fuck
think that
you.
was good, and I hear you play it all the fucking time. I don't think it aged well.
The thing that he nailed, like in the third verse of that song, he nails what modern hip hop became. He nailed it in
A
advance.
lot of songs have nailed what modern hip hop has become. It's just not a good song.
I can't remember what the first line is, but it was as they even managed to make gang signs commercial. Even Lil Bow Wow throwing it up. B2K Crip walking like that's what's up.
Yeah.
It's like that was
But
it.
then how many times do we have to say lean back? 40, 50
40 or
until we
50
get
times.
it? Okay,
Well-
get it. Lean back.
Me and mine don't dance. They just pull up their pants and do the rock away. Because,
See, I don't know. Like, I can only hear that stupid song so many times before I think it's a stupid song.
You know why I like that song? Because it spoke to men. It's like, we don't want to go to the club and fucking dance. That's gay. Dancing is gay. No, I'm Kevin Brennan. Going to the club. You go to the club and dance, it's gay.
But at least you're doing clubs.
But at least you're doing clubs, right? Fat Joe doesn't do clubs.
Yeah, he does.
But I like that song because it was like, yeah, you know what? We don't. Fuck you. And
Okay, but like,
and here's what I'm thinking.
It's not a good song. It might be saying the right things. It's not a well put together song.
That's what you fucking girls need to learn about hip hop. That's all that matters.
No,
is
doesn't it
what
matter
they're
if
saying.
people want to keep listening?
Fuck a beat in the ass.
No,
It's
I'm just
what
saying I
they're
don't like how the
saying.
song is put together.
It's the words
This isn't complicated.
that are coming out of their mouth. Look,
I listen to plenty of shit that has like good words in it. That
Look,
doesn't make it a good song.
do I skip Remy Ma's verse in that song? Of course I
Everybody
do.
does.
Of course I
Nobody
do.
likes her.
But then you wouldn't know that they walk around the metal detectors.
God.
You wouldn't know that.
I used to think it was an okay song, and now I think it's just really poorly made.
Marquis says, y'all ends don't know Lean Back. I know Lean Back. I know Fat Joe.
I know it because he can't stop playing it.
They should have called him, oh, God damn it. I can't remember what they oh, God, why can't I think of the lyrics of the song now?
He'll get it.
Should have
It's the teeth.
called him Dawn Robbery, extortion, or maybe grand larceny.
One of these teeth had a bunch of your autism left in it for like song
Oh,
lyrics,
no, my autism's
and it got
gone.
pulled.
All right, Marquise is on the line. He probably wants to talk to us about Fat Joe. I'm just going to warn you, Marquise, before you come on. I know you want me to speak about the Rucker. Matter of fact, I don't want to speak about the Rucker. Go ahead.
See, April, this is how you know women don't really care about hip hop. When they just hear the beat and they don't listen to
I
the
didn't say that.
substance of words, then how do you not know the fucking substance that's in that hood classic Lean Back?
Lean
You
back.
guys clearly aren't listening to me then, much like Aaron had to say to the whole chat earlier. I said the shit that is said in the song is good. I don't like the fucking, let's say, lean back 500 times in one song. You don't need to do that. It's obnoxious. That's all I said.
But that's what hip hop is.
Well, then there's no substance to it if
That's
you've got to
what
say
hip-hop
lean back
is.
500 times.
It buries home the point. It buries home the point of what they're trying to say.
I got the
Lean
point.
back.
But we got
Lean
it.
back.
Well, did you know, April, let Marquise and I continue to help you.
Sure.
Marquise, to what you say, I'd just like to say, true story, and I'm bringing the team back. Did you know that even Roy Jones was forced to lean back?
Oh my God! Yes, yes.
See, here's what...
Teach these fucking white people something.
No. Teach these new rappers something. Just because you say it fast,
Yeah, true.
just because you say it fast doesn't mean it's good.
Just because you mumble doesn't mean
Right.
it's good.
You can take your time, you can craft a nice line, and you can say it nice
Okay.
and slow.
Okay, but do you know what is so fucking
lean
boring
back.
and lacks substance? Saying lean back, how many times it says it in that song? You don't need to do that.
Familiar Human says lean back 80
Oh
to
my
90
God.
times. That's too many times.
I agree. Everything else in the
So what
song
would
can
you
be
rather
great,
listen
but that's
to?
obnoxious. Not that. I don't
What
know.
would you rather listen to? Lil Yachty going?
I don't know any
She
Lil
doesn't-
Yachty songs.
I will get April's
I don't
back.
know any Lil Yachty songs.
I will get April's back on this. She doesn't like the shittiest hip hop ever made.
I don't know a lot of these Lil peoples.
These little people.
Like
She
the
doesn't
people
like.
that start with Lil, I don't know most of
She
them.
actually thinks they're all midgets. She's very discriminatory in her hip hop.
April, what hip hop do you listen to?
There you go. Give them your top 5.
I like.
This is a hacky topic, but Marquise
my
needs
top
to know.
5 hip hop. Like, does Kanye count? Like, I love Kanye.
Yes, Kanye's wonderful.
Kanye is probably my favorite. I like Eminem. So Kanye, Eminem. I don't listen to a lot of it.
You love Tech Nine very
I
much.
do. I like Tech Nine.
Tech Nine.
It's always harder when somebody asks you. Shit.
Drake is probably in your top
I
5.
listen to Drake.
Drake is in her top 5.
Lil
and
Wayne,
Lil Wayne.
old stuff.
Oh, good.
Look, I'm not a Drake guy either, but it's better than fucking the
I don't
Migos.
know. I don't know what a Lil Baby is. I don't know a Lil Yachty. Like, I don't know these people.
Do you know Glorilla?
I do not know Glorilla. I like J. Cole. I like J. Cole quite a lot.
Oh my God, April is a nigga too. She's fucking fast and face. Oh shit.
He said it.
I mean, Marquise.
Oh my God,
And now I'm getting jealous, and I need to out N-word April a little bit here. I gotta go in no particular order. Nas, Mos Def, Kanye.
I like Ice Cube.
Oh man, boy.
I actually listen to a lot of Ice Cube.
Eminem. And you know what? God damn it, man. Fuck it. I'll put Jay-Z in there.
Yeah,
I think with you, Aaron, your tastes are very much rooted in the deep history of hip hop, whereas April she's leaning more modern. She's learning off of you, essentially. She's learning off of you.
You have to give me this. I'm also 8 years younger than him. So, like, when all that shit was coming out, he was probably in high school, where I'm 8 years behind that. So I got to start listening to it later. I didn't get to listen to it when it came out. I got to start listening to it.
Oh, shit.
I was saying this on Kevin Dumpfuck stream.
No, hold on a minute.
Okay.
Bump Jay-Z, I'm putting Busta Rhymes in there.
Stop it. I like Busta Rhymes.
That's okay, too.
Oh, Busta Rhymes is the shit.
All right, go ahead.
Like, I was saying this on Kevin's stream. I didn't realize within this whole community, I was surrounded by a gang of undercover ass gangsters. I thought I was surrounded by some beer drinking, country dwelling, fucking white people, but there's some real.
I mean, that's me.
There's some gangsters in here.
Hey, man. Look, all I can say, look, I don't know much about. Oh fuck! I'm gonna try this. You know what? I'm really rusty. Someone mentioned him in the chat, so I'm gonna do this. I don't. I learn about places through hip hop, Marquise. Like, for example, I don't know anything about Detroit other than it's a city full of Tommy Hearns thumpers. Fuck! It's a city full of Tommy Hearns thumpers, Grant Hill hoopers, Barry Sanders runners, and stunners.
Oh my gosh! Nice, nice. I got that.
Oh, Barry Sanders. I've also know that. Fuck. Nope, not gonna get it.
Wow.
Sorry. Whoop.
It's true. His music lyric autism tooth got pulled yesterday.
It might have gotten pulled.
It
might have gotten pulled.
It's over for you.
Yep. All right, man. Thank you very much. And before you go, just remember, hush that fuss. Everybody move to the back of the bus.
Right. So, they only have 3 good songs.
Thank you, buddy.
Take it easy.
All right. There you go, a little hip hop. You know what? Marquise should have a black card taken away, though, a little bit.
Why?
And I'll tell you why. He got to a hip hop conversation with us through a Kid Rock story. That should not be allowed.
Yeah, but I think everybody likes Kid Rock. I think that's an America thing.
And also, I will say, unabashedly, first 3 albums, love Kid Rock. I do.
I don't like any of his new shit.
Yeah, I enjoy Kid Rock until the album that had greatest fucking show on earth. That was my last album that I enjoyed of his. I liked Cocky. I liked the first one, Devil Without a Cause.
Of course.
I liked Cocky. I liked Greatest Show on Earth album, whatever that was, and the History of Rock kind of sucked. Those are my 3
Where
favorites.
he lost me, and this is probably due to the people I was around at the time because I can't fucking stand this song, is whatever song, God, everyone's got to scream it too. It's, I don't know what it's called. It's the one where he says something about, like, it reminds me of my first kiss, those days that I always miss that one. I can't stand that song.
Isn't that Born Free?
I don't know, but I hate that song too.
You don't like Born Free either?
tell me you like Born Free.
I don't like Born
Oh,
Free.
thank God.
What was no? You're
that
right.
song
I think it was
and
called
the-
First Kiss.
First Kiss. I really hate that song, and maybe it's the people that played it around me, but I can't stand it. That's where he lost me. That fucking shitty music.
Laughing Lion says, R.I.P. Jam Master J. Yes, we're saying goodbye to people that have been dead a long time today. Thank you guys very much, and thank you, Welsh, for starting that bit accidentally.
Yeah.
Thank you to John for $5 over on Venmo. We appreciate that. 190 away from knocking out today's goal. Thank you for being
you.
supportive of this stupid fucking program. Let's knock out that goal for today and keep her on track for another successful week here on Steel Toe. Let's get under 150 by 9 o'clock. I think we can knock that out. Let's get to 300 likes by 9 o'clock. Where are we at likewise? Let's get to 300 by the end of this hour.
Are you keeping your hole wet?
I am.
Just checking. I just want to make sure your hole is nice and moist.
Oh, shit. Lip Ripper's right. Luda might be in my top 5. I
No
love
way.
Luda. I didn't get enough time on that one.
Luda?
Yeah. I love
In your top 5, though?
Yeah.
He's a fun listen, but he's not. That's kind of like saying Snoop Dogg's in your top 5. He's a fun listen. He's not top 5 material.
Luda said some shit. He did.
I don't know how to look at you sometimes.
What?
I don't
Luda
know.
said some shit.
You know what? I'll be
He
gay.
was skating down
I'll be-
on Nat Gat tucked and lean.
I'll be gay.
Split your spleen. As a matter of
And-
fact, he'd split your team.
Yeah,
No
no,
blood on
okay.
his sneaks. Got to keep it so his kicks is clean.
Cool. I'll be new.
He's
and
allergic to
stupid,
doc
like
prescribed
Lip Ripper.
antihistamines.
I agree. I like Big Sean. I like Big Sean a lot.
Oink, oink, pig, pig, do away with the pork. Only silverware I need's a steak knife and a fork. So I stumbled.
You know what? Like Marquise said, substance. That's good substance.
It was good substance. That's the only silverware he needs.
The what?
Silverware.
It's the only one.
Silverware he needs is a steak knife and a fork. Did you forget your fucking manners? I'm Bruce with banners.
Wow.
Ludacris, Johnny Rockets when I shoot the cannons. The saber. Oh, fuck. I fucked that up too. The woolly mammoth saber tooth, bitch. Bite your tongue.
I'm convinced that surgeon pulled out some of your autism yesterday. It's gone.
I'm losing some of my
You're gonna
mojo.
have to work on it.
My mojo. Thank you, Kyle W., for the $10 super chat. Says, what about Jadakiss, Aaron? I don't know. I got a wet haze, Coke, and a P-blow block, but y'all still missing the point like a free throw shot. April, this ain't something you learn. This is something you earn. Light it up and give me something to burn.
Substance.
I still hold the title because I'm in the hood like them little motorcycles. Stick up kids hopping out with the old rifles. Just doing shit for nothing. They're so spiteful. Ha! I'm just like you.
I like Kendrick Lamar. The longer I sit here, like now that he's off the phone, I can come up with shit I like.
There you go. Godfoot in your butt with $5 says getting out of Boston and moving to Fridley. Fridley next week. I think he means
Fridley
Minnesota. It's going to be a lot different from Boston, my
A
friend.
tiny bit.
I grew up not far from Fridley. It's hope you like old people. That's all.
Why is this happening again, says Stevie J.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to move on. Marquis says, I got 100 guns, 100 clips. I'm from New York. Do you bump Tupac or do you bump Biggie? I bump Tupac. I like people who had more than one good album.
Check this out. Yeah, Aaron hates Biggie.
I don't like Biggie. And this is not...
You've also said you don't like Tupac and that you think he's only good because he's dead.
I don't say he's not good. I love Tupac. But he's not as good alive as he is dead. He got a lot more credit because he died.
Interesting.
That's it. What about female rappers, Aaron? Oh, that's funny. That's not... Oh, there's my oral surgeon calling.
I mean, you probably should have taken that, but
I can't.
You can wait till later.
I'll let him leave a message. All right, guys, let's continue on with the program here. Boy, for a guy who had three teeth pulled, I'm doing okay. You know how I feel about people getting scammed out of their money over the phone?
Yes, if they're old, you're for it.
I'm for it no matter what.
Oh.
I'm actually probably more for it if you're young because you should know better. And I'm also for it if you're old because it shows you that your stubbornness in not letting your children run your life because you don't want to lose your independence was misguided and stupid. And now I do believe that people getting ripped off for scams is a karma. Not a karma, but it's a confirmation. It's a hard lesson to learn that you're wrong.
And that you should be letting your kids run your life?
You were warned about scam type shit, and you probably wrote it off. And then it happened to you, and you got nailed, and now all of a sudden you want to go, oh, these scams are serious. But why weren't you listening when the 90-year-old gave 30 grand of her Social Security money to a guy who said he could make her $9 million in crypto next week? Like, this is easy. You know
Oh,
how-
yeah. Oh, the school lady with Elon Musk, too. Elon Musk promised me, what was it, $100 million for our school down the road?
Right.
Oh, my God.
You know,
You old bat.
you know, if you Elon Musk would love to give your school $10 million, but he needs to know you're serious, and you need to give him $100 grand first. That's how that works. If you fall for that, I'm sorry, but you deserved it. And every bad thing that happens to you as a result of it is deserved. It's owed. It's fine.
I just need to know that you've got some skin in the game.
Yeah. I know I'm worth $200 billion, but I need to know that you're serious. Give me some money.
And you know, the thing is, like, Elon Musk probably saw that, and he's like, look, if you weren't so stupid, I might have given you a tiny bit of money for your school.
Yeah. Like, now I'll give you the school money, but not you.
Right. I can't. You're too insulting.
Well, here's a normal aged couple that apparently got ripped off of $160,000. That to me too determines how bad I feel for you about a scam. Like if you have a scam, you're like, oh, they scammed me out of $2,000. I'm like, oh, that sucks, man. That's too bad. But if you say they scammed me out of $160,000, first of all, I know you took out loans to do that because not many people have $160,000 just lying around somewhere. You either emptied out a retirement account or you borrowed to give this scammer some money.
Goldman Sachs.
Only on WLWT, a Kentucky family looking to buy their dream home here in Cincinnati is in the middle of a nightmare. They got the house, but they lost their life savings in the process.
They were targeted by sophisticated hackers during the closing process on that home. And WLWT investigative reporter Jatera McGee.
Don't give any money to anyone involving your house unless it's an earnest check to your realtor directly face to face, or it is a cashier's check that you bring to closing.
Yep.
If you give anyone involving the process of buying your home any money over the phone, you are a fucking dildo and you deserve to be ripped off.
What do you think their lie is going to be? Were they doing an inspection on your home? A repair?
Inspection, and then they found something maybe.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking.
Or they aren't up to code, and to get up to code,
we need this much to fix your foundation.
And how much did the house cost? Because to give up $160,000.
Oh, it had to be a lot.
Like on a pretty decent house, like we live in Minnesota, everybody's different, but like for a decent house, that's more than half the price of the house. Like for $300,000 in Minnesota, even in today's economy where everything's fucking insane, you can still get you can get a nice house for $300 Minnesota. You can get a decent house in Minnesota for $200. Boy, you used to be able to get like a good starter house for like $90,000. And I mean, when I say used to, I mean not even 10 years ago.
I don't know about that because I was looking for houses like 5-6 years ago on my own, and my budget was like trying to keep it under 200 with like a 2-bedroom, 2-bath house that wasn't completely falling apart. It's hard.
Trump getting elected and before is
okay.
Kind of that time frame. Yeah.
He has the story and how to protect yourself.
This is a scam that...
Don't give anybody any fucking money over the phone. Ever. Not once in your life. Unless you called the place to pay like a cable bill and you called the cable company. No money over the phone.
$167,000 cable bill.
There's 2 bills I pay over the phone. It's the it's the utility bill.
Yeah.
Because they don't have like an auto pay thing. And it's Spectrum because I'm too lazy and I forgot my online login. So I just pay it over the phone.
It is lucrative, sophisticated, and becoming more popular. A local family is sharing their story, hoping to help you from becoming a victim.
We're dot
I
our
don't need
I's,
your
cross
help.
our T's kind of people.
No, you're not. You gave $160,000 to a scammer. I know you think that you're cross your I's, dot your P's.
So these people are...
They took it from my tooth. Cross your I's, dot your T. Dot your I's, cross your T's kind of people. But you're not. You're stupid. There's all my brains.
Can they hear this?
Yeah. They yanked out all my brains.
That's Aaron's teeth.
Emily and Maverick's son have been happily married 13 years. Maverick served in the Navy for 11 of them.
How is your name Maverick and you're not in the Air Force?
That is fucked up, actually.
You have to be in the Air Force, unless you're a Navy pilot. If you're a Navy pilot, then it's okay. But if you're Maverick and you're not doing anything aeronautical, you've wasted your time in the military.
Oh, that was a good word. Very nice.
What?
Aeronautical.
I know words. They didn't take that away from me out of my teeth.
No.
Family of 5.
That's in my incisors.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, take care of those.
What are these? My canine? No.
Your front teeth?
What are your front teeth called, though? Canines are right here, so these are your incisors, right? Yeah.
No, I think your incisors are
April,
your canines.
Dentists wouldn't just say front teeth. Your front teeth aren't your canines. Your canines are the
Okay,
ones
your
that are
dentist
sharp.
also doesn't call them your canines. Those are your incisors. Canines is like a...
No, canines is a term. That's
I don't think so. I think it's
technical
fucking
term.
slang because they're pointier.
Guys,
and they're like dog teeth because they're pointier.
Guys, two really stupid people are having a conversation. We're going to check this out. We're going to look it up. Michael B says they call them your eaten teeth. I don't think so. What are your incisors? They're either the ones on the opposite side
No, they're the
of
pointy
the
ones.
sharp ones, or they're your front teeth. No, I swear.
Okay, that's your
pointers
vote.
are your canines.
I'm voting for the pointy teeth.
All right. The most visible teeth in your mouth, your incisors. Most people have 4 incisors on the upper jaw and 4 on the lower. Oh, so all of these are incisors? Each incisor has a single narrow... I look like a fucking retard
Okay,
right
please
now.
Google now just so I can, have a moment here. Google, what are your canine teeth?
Okay, so here, let's show you the picture. Were we both right? Central incisor is your one front tooth. That's you got your central incisor and your lateral incisor.
Can you take your finger out of your mouth?
So the central incisor is here. The lateral incisor is right here.
Mm-hmm.
Your canine / cuspid is here. And your second premolar is here. And I got my first molar taken out.
Aaron got teeth numbers 1, 3, and 16 removed.
Thank you.
I remember. They're all right here.
Oh, yeah, my favorite rapper. Yeah, Laughing Lions is right. DJ Lil Incisor. It's very good.
God.
All right, we just talked about teeth for a little bit. Back to these tards who got
How did that
160
happen?
grand. Well, because you and I are dumb. That's what happened. This is what happens when you listen to a dumb show hosted by dumb people. Dumb shit gets said. But hey, here's the difference between us and other dumb shows. We at least look it up and prove to you we're stupid. And then go, oh, I guess we were dumb.
And spent a lot of time apart during his deployments. They were living in Louisville when Maverick landed a job with GE Aerospace. They found their dream home in Mason and have bought homes before in other states.
It's always a hard physical check to the title company.
But
right. Why would you
That's
think
good.
it would be different this time?
Oh, I have a theory here.
Go ahead. I already hate these two.
My theory is that while he was serving, she screwed it up.
Oh, it was like a Pauly and Rocky kind of a
Because
thing?
why else are they continuing to repeat? Like they're saying over and over again, he was serving 11 of those 13 years. He wasn't there.
You know what it was? He's on the news taking the hit for her. This is all
Yep.
her fault. And
This
he's like,
is-
yeah, usually we just write a fucking check to the title company. But
She-
this fucking bitch had one goddamn job.
She
and-
did it.
Oh, boy.
Ohio law requires closing costs over $10,000 to be wired. On October 4th, they got an email they were expecting with wiring instructions.
Hey, Maverick, we are the title company. We are ready to receive the funding from you. Please go ahead, follow the attachment.
Now, wait a minute. Did it say in the email the title company, or did it use the actual title company's name?
Right, because you don't just get an email from somebody who says, oh, the credit card company needs
Right.
your payment.
That's like listening to the phone scam where they go, oh, hey, this is the credit card company.
Yeah.
Click. No, you're not. Get the fuck out of here.
Okay, which one?
Yeah.
Instruction and then send us the funding. I was like, sure, no problem.
But there was one big problem.
I called the title company. I reported, hey, I've been receiving email. This is the instructions. Okay, sure.
With the company's okay, he wired $160,000.
Okay.
Oh, okay. You know
I
what?
apologize to her then. It was his fault.
No, my apologies to him too. The title company told him it was okay to send that email. He didn't send the email until he got the title company's okay.
Well, then they should be out of business too.
This sounds like a lot of dumb people working together. It also sounds like the state of Ohio has dipshit stupid rules.
Well, it's all those train derailments and chemicals.
It must be all the chemicals in the air. Oh, a law that says you have to wire anything larger than 10 grand? No, you bring a fucking you bring a cashier's check to the closing. It doesn't matter how much it costs. And then they know that the money's already cleared out and you're good to go.
I don't want that wire shit.
No wiring.
To cover closing costs and money they were using for the down payment. But the email was fake, and so was the account they sent the money to. The Sons believe hackers were monitoring.
No. In fairness, the account they sent the money to was probably real.
What a great day for that account.
Yeah, 160 grand, boy. We got one.
Time to empty the account quick.
Their emails.
Everything was orchestrated so beautifully from the scammers with our mortgage company and the title company. Everything just came in beautifully. Timing was beautiful.
I'd be so mad at you if you sat on the couch on the news and complimented how well our $160,000 ripoff went.
I'm getting mad at her. No, this wasn't beautiful.
No.
It was dastardly.
It's a travesty.
This isn't beautiful, and you said it 4 times.
They have done it before.
On the left of your screen, you can see the fake wiring instructions the Sons received. On the right, the real instructions from the legitimate title company.
Okay, wait a minute. Would this be account name, bank name? Oh, the title agency. So, yeah, they don't know that the title agency doesn't use JP Morgan Chase. Why would they?
Oh, sure.
Wow, this is pretty good.
Look how simple this all looks, too.
Yeah, I mean, I got to give them, you know what? These are pretty good scammers. That's a tough one.
The timing was just perfect, and we were just like, wow.
The Sons say Chase told them their money didn't get deposited into the fake account. Their bank has initiated 3 wire transfer recalls unsuccessfly. 6 months in, they're still out $160K.
It's our money. It was our money from the proceeds of our house that we sold. So why isn't it being returned to us?
They closed on their new home by emptying their savings. And while they still have hope, patience is waning.
Why is it taking so long, and why are we having to fight so hard? If the money didn't get into the wrong accounts, then why isn't it being returned to us?
Because you got scammed.
Yeah, because you got scammed.
They want to keep your money.
In fairness, good scam. This is like the first scamming story I've seen where I've actually gone, you know what? That's pretty fucking good.
I don't like her, though. I don't like that she sat there calling that beautiful. I don't like that she sat there, why aren't we getting our money back? Because the people wanted it and they're spending it. You're not going to get your money back from a scammer.
I think that's a good scam, though.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
You're not getting your fucking money back, bitch, because you fucking gave it to them and they're spending it.
April does not like that
I don't like her. She's stupid.
Cerberus with $10 says Cypress Hill, Wu-Tang Clan, Kendrick Lamar, Mobb Deep, Rakim, Naughty by Nature. Sorry, behind in chat. That's all right, buddy. Gave us. Is that 5? I feel like he gave us a little more than 5, but I could be wrong. 383 Novocaine with $2 says Aaron has his teeth. I have my big toenail in a jar.
Oh God, fuck.
Everybody has something.
Stop that.
Geese Artel says these scammers are good. I deal with it every day. This is the first one I've seen on the news, though, where I've actually gone, you know what? That's
right.
That was a pretty good one.
It wasn't paying me in Target and Walmart gift cards or a quick, cashier's check.
Thank you very much to Sean Raz with $5. He says, my wife is a title agent in Florida. They intercept the email from the title company, change the bank info. Happens a lot. Has happened to my wife. Shit.
That makes me nervous to do shit like this. Like you have to
in Minnesota,
triple check everything.
In Minnesota, everything's in person.
Right. I like that.
Geese Artel says banks are not responsible for wires. It's guaranteed funds. You're fucked. Yep. That you're not getting that money back. Even if you find it, you're not getting it back. And that money's so far gone by now.
That's what I'm saying. They're off enjoying it.
Yeah. They're having a great time on your guys' dime.
They know how to spend it better.
They should go buy their house away from them. Like, we have the 160 grand.
Tragic.
Yeah, I've never seen one as sophisticated as that. But you know what? It makes sense that it would be in real estate. There's a lot of money on the line. Mm-hmm. So there's that. All right, so we are 170 away from knocking it out today? Pretty good, guys. Pretty good. Thank you very much. We got about 6 minutes until we hit the top of the hour. In that 6 minutes, I want to get to 300 likes. So go ahead and hit the thumbs up button if you haven't done it already. Magnum DUI with $10 says, I changed my mind. I'm going full troll. I hate you, Aaron.
Oh,
damn. That was
God.
Remarkably hurtful.
A guy gets teeth yanked out of his head and then that shit.
They always come at you when you're at your weakest. That's what it is.
Hurtful.
Thank you, Magnum DUI. 165 away from knocking it away. There's the PayPal, Streamlabs, and Venmo in the chat. Also pinned to the top of the page. Also memberships and super chats count as well. Thank you guys for all of your continued support. Again, 300 likes by the end of the hour. Somebody hit the refresh button and tell me where we're at with the like number, because I know we were at like 375 or something like that. So it shouldn't be too hard to get to 300 by the end of this hour. 284. Okay, there you go. 16 people. Perfect. Stevie Lou says, just did a catch up from earlier in the show. Great stuff this morning. Well, thank you, Stevie Lou. Very nice.
Thank you, Stevie.
I was on a lot of drugs last night, and I sent Stevie Lou a fun offer.
Did you really?
Yeah, I
Do you
haven't
have
even
to mute
told
the
you about
mics?
it. No. I offered Stevie Lou to maybe do a show on our channel sometime. Everybody's doing the network thing.
Okay.
So I'm like, maybe I get a Stevie network. I don't know. Toolman Mike says, where's the refresh button on YouTube? Oh, I guess that's browser people I'm talking to.
Yeah, I think.
Fuck me in the ear.
On the app, I think you have to just close the whole thing and open it up again.
So 284 likes. That means, again, 16 of you, fire off that like button. Let's do 300 by the end of the hour. Thank you to Susan M, $10. I'm very happy for both of you. Congrats on your good news. Thank you. A lot of people just catching the beginning of the show this morning. That's great. 160 away from knocking it out today. Holy shit, a lot of stuff coming in that I got to thank people for. And next, we got to do the Trump stuff.
Oh boy.
We haven't done any of the Trump stuff today. Sorry, I don't get Venmo alerts. I only get them on my phone, so thank you, John. Appreciate that. All right. Donald Trump arraigned on 9,000 felony charges, whatever it is.
Counting.
Yeah, just such a waste of time. I mean,
obnoxious.
Again,
honestly.
I feel pretty confident with my takes on this because I've never been like the biggest Trump guy in the world. I voted for him the first time because it was like, hey, you know what? Fuck these people. You know, fuck this system that we live in. Let's see what happens when they have to deal with this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I liked that. And then COVID came and he didn't fire Fauci and he was sucking vaccine dick and he was doing all this stuff and the economy had fallen apart, which is not all his fault. I get that. But I was like, you know what? I'm going to do a conscience vote. Minnesota seemed like it was out of reach, like it wasn't competitive in Minnesota.
Sure.
Biden was going to win. You know, Hillary only won by like 1%. He was going to win by 3 or 4. So I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm voting libertarian. Get it off my chest. Vote my conscience.
Kind of wasted.
People get mad about that, though. They don't like that. But I also don't like the idea of, you know, people saying it's a wasted vote because those often are the same people who go, I'm fucking tired of this system. I'm fucking tired of Republicans. I'm tired of Democrats. And then someone goes, hey, I voted for someone other than a Democrat or a Republican.
Yeah,
and those same people will tell you, well, you wasted your vote.
Always how I vote is basically, usually I'm not full in on either of them. I don't like either of their votes. I will not vote third party because they never fucking win anything and then it didn't help anyways. I pick who I think is going to do the better job. And as of late, like that was definitely Donald Trump the last 2 times. I did not like his
I mean, I could argue that a Republican or a Democrat vote, that everyone I've ever made, is a wasted vote.
They're all shitty.
Yeah.
To me, it's like I always only vote based on who I think is going to do the least shitty job. That is how I vote. I'm not married to anybody. I don't like Republicans or Democrats, but I will not vote third party because I don't
You're
like
married
shit.
to me. You didn't know that,
You
did
don't
you?
even call yourself a libertarian anymore.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
Libertarians
so,
can get weird.
I don't like anybody who just sits and calls themselves, oh, I'm a Republican or I'm a Democrat. Nah.
I'm a guy who openly admits I usually don't know what the fuck I'm talking.
Right. Michael B says it's called a protest vote. Is
Yeah.
that is you or me? Because I feel like I'm doing that
Mine's
too.
a protest vote.
I usually when I vote for somebody it's because I really hated that other guy a little bit more than I hated this one.
Scarface says Joe Jorgensen was a horrible candidate. That's absolutely true. You're not wrong about that. David Dominici says people hate third-party voters. More reason to do it, if you ask me.
But then you're just doing it for no good reason other than spite. You're not helping. That's not important either.
Zero says Tampa Files today or just a lie. We are going to have news on the Tampa Files today. News on the Tampa Files. If I don't hear anything from the other families involved in the Tampa papers,
what the fuck?
I will make an announcement on my own tonight.
I want to know.
I am waiting for the rest of the families involved in the Tampa papers to. I've been a good soldier.
Ooh.
I was told about these Tampa papers by other people. I'm waiting for instructions. I have not received them yet. If I don't hear about it by tonight, I will let you guys know about the Tampa papers.
See, you're making people come up with shit about these Tampa papers. I don't even know what they are, but you just said the other families, which leads me to, like, the only time we've ever been called a family in something is in regards to the other two families that I know of, and that's it.
You're talking about Anthony Cumia and Carl from Who Are These
That's
Podcasts?
the only time I've heard us called families.
I can
don't know
promise you Anthony Cumia has nothing to do with the Tampa papers.
Why can I not know? I am great with
Because I'll babble to them if I babble to you. Can't help myself.
God damn it.
So you'll know more about the Tampa papers tonight. I got to communicate with the other people involved, and we'll see. They're not going to make me look like a dick. This is going to get rectified one way or the other. Guys, did we hit 300? We just hit 9 o'clock Central Time. Did we get to 300 likes? If so, free for all from now until 10:30, because I think we're hitting the goal today to get to 500 or to get to 400. That would be great. 294. What the fuck did you guys do?
Thumb the like button.
Thumb the like button. Boop the shit out of it. Finger it. Whatever you need to do
Fuck
to
it. I don't care.
Yeah, just make sure it stays down. 296 plus 1. Okay, so 297. We'll get to 300 here real quick. Thank you, guys. Donald Trump was hit with 34 felony charges of falsifying records. They're claiming that when he paid Stormy Daniels the $150,000, that it was as an attorney fee. Mm-hmm. And it was really this hush money. Well, in my opinion, Michael Cohen paid her the hush money, then he reimbursed Michael Cohen. I really don't see what's illegal
I don't see the problem, and I also don't see where the 34 counts are coming from if it was just that one time, like, paying Stormy Daniels.
Again, you're not hiding your cards very well. You want one of them to stick to him so he can't run for president.
So you're saying they're basically throwing shit at the wall?
They're remarkably accurate.
I would
They're
like to
throwing
hear.
shit at the wall to try and get him on one felony so he cannot run for president. But here's what you've done. You've locked yourself into a no-win situation. The situation you've now put yourself in is either you're getting Trump with no felonies, you took your shot and you missed, and now he's going to be more popular than he was in 2016.
Yep.
Or you're going to get him with a felony and people are going to go, wow, this is really evil. Ron DeSantis, instead of competing against Trump, is now going to wear Trump on his back as armor. And he's going to go, hey, we're picking up the mantle. We're going to keep it going. If you don't like these corrupt bastards, vote for me. And Ron DeSantis is likable. So either way, you've now fucked yourself. Because you're either going to get a less beatable Trump than you had before, or you're going to get a less beatable DeSantis than you had before.
Check it out. They put all their eggs in the let's get Trump basket, and they have to get rid of him now. Otherwise, he's Joe Pesci from Casino.
But even if they don't, you've got a guy waiting in the wings that's tailor-made to kick the living dog shit out of you.
What I'm trying to say, though, is with what they're doing right now, they need to make some kind of statement that sticks with people, which they're not going to, or that it's over.
Ready? Okay. Best conspiracy theory I can come up with in their favor, the people charging him.
I'm ready.
They want to run against him because he polarizes people so much he's beatable. And
You've said that before.
They want to run against him. They end up dropping all these charges. They drop all the charges. They get him elected in the primary. He ends up winning because they want to face him. That's it. I'm trying to give these guys a little benefit of the doubt that they know what they're doing a little bit, but I'm not sure.
You and I have said that long ago. We did say, like, hey, if DeSantis runs and not Trump, that seems like an almost sure thing. But if Trump runs, he is so polarizing and he has such a fucking big mouth on him that there's a chance that he doesn't win the whole thing.
Right. DeSantis just won a swing state, a state that they call a swing state, Florida. Could be red, could be blue.
Swinger state.
And it's a swinger state. He won that state by like 25 fucking points. Yeah. The guy is a political gargantuan right now.
That's a good word.
Thank you.
You with the good words today.
Mm-hmm. Donald Trump is damaged goods.
Yes, he is. He's tainted.
He's tainted. So charging him with these felonies, now you got to hope it doesn't stick if you're the Democrats, because then you're knocking him out of the picture. You don't have Trump to kick around anymore. And if it does stick, you'd better hope that enough people don't see this for what it is and then jump to his side. Mm-hmm. And you make him more powerful than ever before.
Everyone coming out of the woodworks that even maybe doesn't support Trump, they're like, well, what about the Bill Clinton thing? This didn't happen to him. What about this guy?
Flash Coffee with a great point on the 34 counts. Each charge is probably for each payment. Trump likely paid him periodically in small increments to hide the payments to Cohen. That could be accurate.
Maybe. Because like my initial small brain reaction was like, well, you didn't pay her 34 times.
Yes. So then
Payments, okay.
There was a gag order warning from the judge and the DA in New York. And they're like, you guys better not talk about this case, which if I looked as bad as they did right now, I too would not want anybody talking about this case.
I get it.
So they go, you guys better not talk about this. What's the first thing Trump did when he got back to Florida?
Oh, he probably went and had a whole conference about it, right?
Oh, he was talking so much shit.
Get him a podium.
Let's go ahead and check out Donald Trump's thoughts on all this. I'm guessing he's not too keen on it.
Dude, I'd do this too if I were him.
At a scale never seen before in our country, beginning with the radical left, George Soros-backed prosecutor Alvin.
By the way, the new thing for the liberal media, I hate saying the term liberal media, but whatever, the mainstream media, their new thing now is if you bring up George Soros, you're being anti-Semitic. To which I respond, okay, George Soros. But like, this George Soros guy doesn't just fund candidates directly. He funds organizations that funnel money through to these candidates because he has like a vision for how he wants the world to be. And to me, anyone who comes to me and says, I have a vision for how the world to be, you're the scariest person on planet Earth, and I don't want you anywhere near power.
You're saying George Soros is doing the most.
I'm saying George
that shit everywhere.
George Soros for decades has been giving money to organizations who give money to candidates who want to do his bidding. He keeps his hands just clean enough so that when you say, hey, this wretched piece of shit is trying to fuck with our politics, they go, oh, so you hate Jews, huh? What?
I didn't say that.
I didn't say I hate Jews.
You know what I always do when people say that?
But their new thing now is if you say Soros, you mean Jew.
My response to that always is, I didn't even know they were Jewish. Because typically I don't.
Look, you and I can't plead the same level of innocence on that one.
I'm such an innocent. You wrecked me in a lot of ways with the Jewish stuff. Like, I never knew. I would have had no idea.
I'm a boy who doesn't take his noticinol. That's the problem. But when it comes to the George Soros thing, they can't combat what you're saying about him because it's all true. So they go, oh, well, it's just because he's Jewish. I'm like, well, I mean, yeah. I mean, the reason he's doing it. No. Like, I'd be the worst spokesman for it because I just walk into every punch. They'd be like, oh, you're just saying he's trying to manipulate and control the world with his money because he's Jewish. Ooh, You know what? No, I would be able to turn that on him. You're saying he's just trying to manipulate the world with his money and control the world because he's Jewish. I would go, I don't know. That you said that. Is there some kind of stereotype that's what Jews do?
Is there something to that? I don't know.
What are you talking about?
That's what I mean. I say I plead ignorant. I didn't know.
Excuse me, Anderson Cooper. I just said that he uses his money to fund organizations that fund candidates that agree with him. You're the one who brought the Jew thing into this. Is that a stereotype of Jewish people? I'd love to watch somebody do that on the news and watch one of those slimy fucks have to try and wiggle their way out of that one.
Got it. Someday I hope somebody has the stones to do that.
Soros-backed prosecutor Alvin Bragg of New York, who campaigned on the fact that he would get President Trump. I'm going to get him. I'm going to get him. This is a guy campaigning. He wanted to get President Trump at any cost, and this before he knew anything about me, didn't know a thing about me. He was campaigning. As it turns out, virtually everybody that has looked at this case, including rhinos and even hardcore Democrats, say there is no crime and that it should never have been brought. with a local.
There are people all over the political spectrum, even like Andrew Cuomo, who have said like, this seems a little flimsy, guys. Like Mitt Romney, who hates Trump's guts, was like, this is bullshit.
It is.
Like, this
It's
shouldn't be
completely
allowed.
fucked.
Yeah. And Mitt Romney is like the most loyal New World Order guy you're going to find. And even he's like, I mean, that's like Dan Crenshaw going, I don't want to bomb that place.
Well, I think no matter what party you're into, you don't want this to be a trend where suddenly this shit's being put on blast.
Right.
I don't think so.
Oh, by the way, did you know Alvin Bragg last year in New York City pled down 54% of felonies down to misdemeanors last year?
Oh, yeah.
What a guy.
What a nice dude.
It's really working out great for New York.
District attorney charging a former president of the United States for the first time in history on a basis that every single pundit and legal analyst said, there is no case. There's no case. They kept saying, there's no case. Virtually everyone.
At the most, this is stop in, pay a fine, done.
At worst.
At
that is
worst.
worst case scenario. You know what I'm sick about sitting here too? Like I said, I'm not like a Trump dick sucker or anything like that. Don't really care about it that way. But I'm watching him speak here, and at least he can have a conversation. He can hold a conference. Our fucking president can't have a sentence come out of his mouth correctly.
He comes down to
He
talk
just
about a
can't.
school shooting, and he goes, I like ice cream.
People got to direct him to blue dots on the floor where to
Right.
stand and shit, and he can't even do that.
Can you imagine somebody going, Trump, go stand on this blue dot. Go stand on your dick. Go fuck yourself.
Right, go fuck yourself. Yep.
But it's far worse than that because he knew there was no case. That's why last week he delayed for a month and then immediately took that back and threw this ridiculous indictment together. Came out.
Well, the Nashville shooting happened, and they found out that Joe Biden's family's been taking money from the Chinese government. So, I mean, no offense, Don, they had to do something. Trans people were killing children.
I wish he would just say that.
What?
I wish he would just say all that.
Look, a trans person killed a bunch of kids, and then the Biden family took money from China, so they had to charge me.
Just for the gag of like, I want to see somebody just come out with it.
That's why when people are like, oh, Trump's so ballsy, I'm like, you have no idea. I wish for a much ballsier Trump.
I do too. Like,
I want Trump to be
things he
as
could say.
I want Trump to be as ballsy as his supporters say he is.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, that's it.
Like during COVID, like, I'm going to fire this Fauci fucking guy because I need the gyms and schools opened. I'm sorry. I'm going to get a doctor from Johns Hopkins who says this thing's fine and we can just power through. You know, that's the Trump I want.
Yes.
You know?
He could be saying so much worse, man.
Yeah. Trump's not as edgy as you guys say he is. I want him to be that guy. That's my problem with him, is he doesn't go, oh, so that Jewish funding guy gave the attorney all the money to run cover because some trans person whacked out and killed a bunch of kids, and Joe Biden's taking money from the Chinese government. There.
Which, by the way, imagine trying to protect that story by covering
Make
it up with
the
something
media
else.
defend that.
Do you know how sick that is? That is mental.
Make the media defend the China Biden thing.
Ugh.
Make them defend the Nashville shooter. Like, that's what he should be doing, is playing offense on shit like this.
Yeah.
Today, everybody said this is not really an indictment. There's nothing here. My lawyers came to me and they said, there's nothing here. They're not even saying what you did. The criminal is the district attorney because he illegally leaked massive amounts of grand jury information.
Wow. So, motherfuck that gag order, huh?
Honestly, if it is truly bogus, which I believe it is too, everyone's saying it is, why not? Fuck the gag order.
Well, he got on a plane right after that arraignment because he was making this speech down in Mar-a-Lago at 7:45.
Stay in New York City full of assholes who just want to get you, and that's their life's mission now.
I'm getting on a plane to Florida where the good Jews are. Bye, everybody.
I have a Trump-hating judge with a Trump-hating wife and family whose daughter worked for Kamala Harris and now receives money from the Biden-Harris campaign and a lot of it.
Oh, man.
Well, shit.
That is shitty, though. Like, shouldn't you be having fucking unbiased ass people running your whole thing?
But I do want him to go further than that.
I do, too.
I want him.
They're putting him in the corner where he could be saying all of the things, and they think it's going to end up one way when he does say all the things, but really I think it would go a different direction and probably be good for him.
$10 from Kyle. He says, funny, we all know Soros' name, but not Koch brothers, yin and yang of evil. The Koch brothers are like the Republican guys who give money to people who are like, and they go, look, you got to vote for this thing where We dump a bunch of toxic sludge in the water, but we get oil cheaper.
Is that not Koch brothers?
Koch brothers. No, it's Koch brothers. But yeah, they do it like on the other end. They do it on like the Republican business end, whereas Soros does it on like the social manipulation end. Like they're polar opposite sides of the same coin.
Okay.
Basically.
And like what he said too, he said it was his lawyer says like, oh, they won't even tell us what you did. Like, I do want to know what the 34 counts are. I want to see an entire list of what each count is.
Bragg did have a press conference where he said like, well, we're not saying what is totally in all the charges because legally we don't have to. Like, that's how I always know you've got a strong case.
You would think if you want to get someone so bad, you would say all the heinous things that he's done.
Yeah. Like, here's all the shit we've got.
Look at how bad this guy is. And you know what? I'd listen if he truly had done a bunch of really bad stuff.
Yeah.
I'd listen.
Guys, we are only 155 away from knocking it out today, so you guys are getting there. Good job. We are 40 minutes away from rattling the cans and being your favorite e-beggars. $155 away from today's goal. There's Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo up pinned to the top of the page. 155 away from knocking it out. Super chats and memberships count as well. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. They've got our 9th anniversary party coming up Saturday, August 12th. We are already, I think we're 2/3 of the way sold on that already. Maybe, we're over halfway. So in between there, that's 0.6. I don't fucking know percentages. Anyway, get your tickets at eventbrite.com, eventbrite.com, Steel Toe Anniversary Show. And make sure that you get your tickets for, if you want to go to the comedy show, just get comedy show tickets. If you want to be a part of the cornhole tournament, make sure you buy tickets to the cornhole tournament, even if you're a VIP. VIPs get 2 entries into the comedy show. But if you just want to go and hang out before the show all afternoon and drink with us, that does not require a ticket. And then, look, if we get 32 people and the tournament fills up and enough people come later and say, I want to be in, we'll bump it up to 40, 50, 60 people if you want to. So, eventbrite.com, come to Stoney's, hang out Saturday, August 12th with Gino Bisconti, Keanu Thompson, myself, and everybody from Steel Toe. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. If you go in the ditch with all this ice that's going to be coming down, nobody gets quicker to your car and to help you out. Nobody faster than All Care Towing. That's 320-253-5203. And Midland Armory in downtown Foley, no matter where you live, Minnesota, Florida, everywhere in between on each side of the country. If you want to order a new firearm, handgun, rifle, shotgun, magazines, lower receivers, optics, knives, parts and gear, and so much more, go search their store right now at midlandarmory.com. Use the promo code SteelToe and get a huge discount online or in store at midlandarmory.com. Derek and Tracy are very knowledgeable. Get in touch with them. They'll answer any questions you have and walk you through the process. That's midlandarmory.com. Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Guy Sartell says, can you do a shuttle bus for the anniversary show? I'd pay $20. Not a bad idea. Flash Coffee says the judge didn't impose a gag order on Trump. I know I did mean to say he threatened to impose a gag order. It doesn't seem to really be bothering Donald Trump very much. He seems to be as loquacious as ever, as it were. Stormy Daniels. So hours after Donald Trump was going through his arraignment, Stormy Daniels, an appeals court judge, ordered her to pay Donald Trump $122,000 in legal fees after the arraignment. So Stormy Daniels went through an interesting process. She got 130 or 150 grand from Trump. And it was on the basis that she'd shut her mouth about fucking him. Well, then she mouthed off about fucking him, so he sued her. He sued her, won, and now he's getting pretty much all of his Stormy Daniels money back.
Which
Makes
awesome.
sense. Cheeseburger Pie. Hey, there's Cheese.
Hello.
He says, good call, guy. There is never any taxi there is never any taxi or Uber after the anniversary show.
I like the idea of a shuttle.
We can talk to Schlang Daddies if we need to.
Schlang Daddies would be sweet. Just even if they just took like 2-3 trips back and forth.
Yeah.
Because there isn't anywhere to stay in Rockville, but there's a shitload right in St. Cloud.
Right in St. Cloud.
So if we could just get you back here, that'd be cool.
That's not a bad idea. Thank you, Guy. We'll
Great
check
idea.
into that. If I'm in a position like Donald Trump, I don't mind speaking for myself. I do, however, want to kind of control like who's speaking out on my behalf and what they're saying. Like, I want to make sure people know whether or not I'm like associated with them.
Right.
Marjorie Taylor Greene decided to speak out on Trump's charges.
Oh yeah, because everyone
Everyone
should
needs
be
to know.
backed by Marjorie.
Right. Stevie Lou says, Schlang Daddies, what the fuck? Minnesota sounds so awesome. In the summer months, it is.
Yeah, we're almost there, right?
Yeah.
We're getting there.
Get there soon.
We got like 5 feet of snow on the ground. That's all.
They said on the news this morning, they said, oh yeah, Minnesota, next week will start to feel like summer. It's going to be in the 50s. It's going to be in the 50s, and they're saying it's going to feel like summer.
Right. We've been below average temps for like a good month now.
Yeah.
And this is as of last week, before this last snowstorm, we were the third snowiest winter of all time since they started recording.
8 months out of the year. It's a barren wasteland.
Yeah, Michael B's right. Summer month.
Yeah. You've got to really just hammer in your 4 months of cool shit in that time period. Zen Rhino says, hey, Aaron, next time you have Alex Stein on the show, ask him if he is still banging Marjorie Taylor Greene or if they stopped doing that. Yeah, there's this weird rumor that like Alex Stein is like, there's some kind of weird him and Marjorie Taylor Greene rumor. I don't think it's real. I think it's like a troll rumor.
I haven't heard it yet.
But I don't know if I'm like rooting on Alex if that's the case, or if I'm like, dude, no, don't.
I know who Alex's actual girlfriend is, and it is not that.
Yeah, you don't need Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah.
For that. Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying that Donald Trump is just like Jesus.
Okay, well.
I don't need.
We don't have to go that far.
I don't need Marjorie Taylor Greene speaking for me. Even if she's on my side, I'm like, you know what you should do? Here's what I'd like. If I run into Marjorie Taylor Greene and she's like, hey, I really want to stick up for you. I'm like, hey, that's really supportive and I appreciate it.
Like
do you
and
mind
subscribe.
speaking out? Yeah, like it. Smash the like button. Do you mind speaking out against me instead? And say something dumber than dog shit. Shouldn't be hard.
Mm.
Make a really dumb comparison. Like compare me to Hitler.
That would actually...
like just go way overboard.
It would probably be better for you in the long run.
Yeah.
If she said something shitty about you.
Because if she defends me and she goes, he's like Christ, it's like, well, they have enough audio of me to know that that's not the case.
And we'd also like to apologize to Jesus Christ.
Who's a Jew, by the way. All right, anyway, let's watch Marjorie Taylor Greene and her take on the Donald Trump situation.
President Trump is joining some of the most incredible people in history being arrested today. Nelson Mandela was arrested, served time in prison. Jesus was arrested and murdered by the Roman government. There have been...
Oh, not based enough. Murdered by who? Who murdered Jesus, Marjorie?
The government.
Who wanted Jesus killed, Marjorie? Who was it? The Romans tried to set him free. The Romans said, hey, guys. Hey, Jewish church. Hey, temple. Here's Barabbas. And they picked like a bloodthirsty, crazy murderer.
Are you saying she's tiptoeing?
And then the Roman government went, look, we can't just set Jesus free because they'll burn us down for that. Mm-hmm. But what we'll do is we'll give them an option so heinous that they'll have to tell us to let Jesus go. So Pilate goes, hey, guys, crazy sweaty tooth murderer who could kill all your kids, or Jesus, who do you want to let go? And the Jewish temple was like, yeah, fucking Barabbas can go. He's fine. Kill that Jesus guy. All right, I guess we'll fucking kill the Jesus guy then. This is insane to me. And then Pilate, what did Pilate do right after that?
What did he do?
Do you remember your Bible? What symbolic thing did he do? And we still use this term to this day. When it came to Jesus's murder and his, what was it?
Suffered under Pontius Pilate. Okay.
Yeah. What did Pilate do after he went, look, I fucking tried. I gave you a guy that you could have killed instead of Jesus, and you picked Jesus. Washed his hands.
Yeah, he walked away.
Yeah. The term washing your hands of it comes from the Bible. It comes from Judas. It comes from Pontius Pilate washing his hands of the Jesus thing.
You know what show I would subscribe to? You retelling each section
Biblical
of
stories?
the Bible.
Wait till we get to Revelations.
Like,
That'll be fucking awesome.
I want you to do a standalone channel.
A standalone channel.
Just you covering the whole Bible, and then once you're done with the Bible, and that's going to take a while, let's be honest.
What?
That'll take a whole year. You could spread it out.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, you can spread it out. Then you can move on to like the Quran and everything, the Torah. You can cover
that could be fun. How long do you think that channel will be up?
No. You're just reading a book.
Oh, yeah?
And retelling the story.
I'm keeping my commentary to myself?
Yeah, you're just explaining how things were.
All right.
Yep.
Many people throughout history that have been arrested and persecuted by radical, corrupt governments. And it's beginning today in New York City. And I just can't believe it's happening, but I'll always support him. He's done nothing wrong.
So Marjorie Taylor Greene's like, oh, yeah, Nelson Mandela, Gandhi, Jesus, they've all been arrested, just like Trump. I don't think you want to go that route, because then I could also throw back at you, Ted Bundy.
Yeah.
He's also been arrested.
Yeah. There's plenty of people that were arrested that weren't the
Al Capone.
Jesus, you thought.
A lot of names I could throw out there. Kane J says, do drunk Bible history.
See, I think that'd be cool.
Well, they're saying that...
I don't even think you need to put your opinions in there. You just need to retell the stories.
David DiDomenici says, yeah, the Romans did not understand what was going on. They were so confused. Yeah, like every time they were like, guys, there ain't no killing this fucking Jesus guy, all right? Like, he hasn't done anything we can kill him for. And every time there would be the temple being like, yes, he's fucking dead.
Seething.
All right, guys, crazy murderer or guy who's pissing off the Jews? Kill the guy pissing off the Jews. Or you'll be up there next to Barabbas. And Pilate's like, all right, fuck this noise.
Don't dislodge your clots over there with your fucking...
I know.
Careful.
Omega Dreads Gaming Channel says, Revelations, ooh, no, don't do it. You'll be canceled immediately. I think we'll get... By the time we kill Jesus in ours, it'll be over.
Can you be canceled for just reading a book? You know what I mean? You're not promoting it. You're not putting your opinions. You're just retelling the story.
That sounds like you want to find out kind of a thing.
Kind of.
Like, can you read Mein Kampf and stay on the air
if you're not promoting it?
I mean,
look, I disavow with this book, so let's look at it and how bad it was. Let's just read it.
You read something, you're promoting it. I mean, we shit on Chad. We're promoting him.
And look, I'm not that stupid. I'm just saying. It's the damn Bible.
Michael B says, why are we RIPing people? Go back and watch the whole show today. It's a whole big thing. It's just something they started. $5 from Rouse Sauce says, Aaron, when you get to reciting the book of Revelation, just pick up the newspaper and go. It's
kind of a good point.
Not a bad point he's making there.
Train derailments and spills. Did you hear about the derailment over in overseas somewhere? There was a passenger train that derailed, and there was like 1 dead and 7 injured.
Ironically, it happened in Palestine, right next to a very valuable Muslim water source. Who would have known? Who could have seen it coming?
Awful.
There was, you and I watched Red State again last night, and I was telling you, like, if our world gets any more fucked up, I'm going to keep watching that movie, and every time they do, I'm going to, like, empathize with Aben Cooper a little more.
You can see how he got to where he was.
Right. I'm like, I'm starting to, like, if he would have switched some words around in that sermon, I would have been like, oh, maybe that is why shit's falling apart.
Yep.
Like, I'm starting to be like, look, those 5-pointers are fucking crazy, don't get me wrong. But this Aben Cooper, broken clock twice a day, That's where I was at with old Aben last night.
I like the end of the movie where he's just pacing around in his cell and somebody just tells him to shut up.
Shut the fuck up. I love that. And by the way, that fucking John Goodman speech at the end is awesome every time.
I always like the Hound comparison.
Yeah. Like that discard decided they're staying and dying.
They forgot what they had in common.
Forgot everything they had in common. And then that line, people do the craziest things when they feel they're entitled. But they do even crazier when they just plain believe. And that's true. Like you talk about like our politics.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the politicians behave like they're entitled.
Yes.
But like some of their supporters on TikTok and shit like that, they believe. And those are the scary ones. Like to me, Nancy Pelosi isn't as scary to me as AOC. Because Nancy Pelosi knows it's a game. Nancy Pelosi knows this is a work. And there's levels that she won't go to because it might damage her standing.
Mm-hmm.
AOC believes in all the horse shit she says and wants to fight to make it happen.
She thinks trees can solve inner city crime.
She has a lot of crazy fucking things.
Just plant some trees, guys.
Yeah. Just plant some trees and all the crime will go down. 150 away from knocking out today's goal and 25 minutes away from rattling the cans and seeing if we can knock out today's goal and do an extra half hour. And then after that, we are going to see if you guys want to see the teeth during overtime. We're going to have you vote. If you don't, I'm not showing you the fucking teeth. I know some people have different thoughts on this.
You should make a necklace out of them.
No, thank you.
Somebody suggested you put it on Shaka.
Uh-oh.
Oh, what?
Somebody said, oh, okay. That's not true.
It's never okay
It's not
with me.
true.
After I've heard you say,
our audience, somebody said breaking news, Fetterman found unresponsive this morning. I don't see that anywhere. I don't see that anywhere. You little scoundrel. Guys, I'm sure this is great news. Malaysia and China have met to discuss an Asian fund to cut U.S. dollar dependency. I mean,
I'm sure this should be good for us.
Our biggest enemy getting together with a really small country and saying, hey, you guys want to get a thing started where we just completely fuck the dollar in the ass? You know, the day after. And by the way, the day after Saudi Arabia and a bunch of other oil producing states go, oh, and also, by the way, we're going to cut production randomly by 1 million barrels a day.
I was just going to mention that. It seems like everyone's trying to kick us while we're down.
And this whole country's talking about Trump getting arrested. Like, stop.
Our priorities have been fucked for a long time.
Oh, yeah. As David DiDomenici says, who can blame them? Nobody is going to blame them for doing this because nobody's going to hold them accountable from the United States side. China is our enemy. They just are. Mm-hmm. They're spying on our military facilities. They are our enemy. And now they're just sitting there going, we're going to fuck the... Like, imagine how weak American leadership must be perceived. If China feels comfortable just going to the news and going, oh, by the way, we're going to start fucking the dollar. You're like,
and then everyone's just...
And we're like, are we going to do anything about this? And Biden's like, oh, no, yeah, make sure that climate change isn't coming up into the atmosphere and ruining our electronic car battery.
Make sure cows don't fart too much.
The
the dumbest shit, even the trans stuff, I think is completely unimportant to like the really pressing issues that we're having right now.
I think Biden misheard when they told him that China's our enemy. And he thought that like people owning fine China is the enemy. So he wanted to make it so nobody could afford it anymore. And he's like, oh, if we make their gas $5 a gallon, they can't afford to buy fine China. And they're like, no, mister, you thought that's what this was about the whole fucking time?
Fine China.
The hell is wrong with you?
No more China cabinets.
Oh, no, sir, we're not fighting a war on China cabinets.
Can you imagine? That's not like too far off base though at this point.
I know. I'm worried I'm a little too close on that guess.
By the way, I think it was Gary Crouch with a very funny line. He said, I think Fetterman's been unresponsive for a long time now.
Yeah, that's why I can't find it under breaking news. Right. Because it's old news that Fetterman's unresponsive.
It's been a slow burn.
Yeah. Let's go into Florida for one of these stories. We got like 3 hours worth of stuff left. So if you guys want to chip in today and knock out that goal, I promise you we got plenty to talk about for you. Deputies say a Pensacola, Florida man broke into and burglarized the business that he works for. All while wearing a GPS ankle monitor.
Oh, buddy, no. You have to get that off first.
Yeah, okay. You take that off. Maybe they catch you before you get to robbing your work. You know, maybe that saves you if you take the ankle monitor
you're right.
off.
In a roundabout way, that saves you trouble.
Yeah. Lewis Hill, 39, was arrested and charged with damaging property, burglary, vehicle theft, larceny.
Jeez.
Should have called him Don Robbery, extortion, or maybe grand larceny.
God, you're so gay.
He and his don't dance. They just pull up their pants and show their ankle brace.
Oh, yeah?
Lean back. Lean back. Lean back.
Okay, do you see how gay that is?
I like Lean Back. You're not going to get me to turn on Lean Back. I fucking love that song.
All right.
That's like Trick Daddy, I'm a Thug. I don't care if the little kids singing it.
I don't like kids in songs like that.
Trick a lot of kids. Possession of check this out. Possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
The hell you say?
And obstructing justice.
What?
Oh, you just tack them on.
Yeah, the obstructing justice at the end there, I feel like that's not necessary
Well,
at
that's
this point.
the
I get the ankle bracelet,
yeah.
but you already did that.
This is like they pulled this guy over and he was like, I changed lanes without signaling while running a red light and speeding. Anything else? Yeah. I'm wearing an ankle bracelet. Be gentle. According to the Escambia County Sheriff's Office, Lewis broke a window at the business he works for and entered the building. Well, way to go in there quiet. That's good. So, ankle bracelet on for a previous crime you've been convicted of.
Mm-hmm.
Robbing the fucking shitting where you eat.
Ew, should never do that.
Never shit where you eat. He did that with the business he works for.
Mm-hmm.
And number 3, doing it in the loudest possible way.
Well, you know what that tells us?
What?
He wanted to get caught.
Yeah, just in case the ankle bracelet wasn't enough of a giveaway, or the fact that it was you robbing the place you go to every day. Don't worry, I shattered a window on my way in so everyone would wake up in the middle of the night and hear me.
Well, if you're going to do something, make sure they knew it was you.
Yeah, take
the credit.
Never leave them wondering. Deputies say he stole $300,000 worth of items.
Jesus Christ.
Including construction equipment, electronic equipment, and more. But I'm guessing not a bolt cutter for his ankle bracelet. No, we're just going to
God, I mean,
keep that one on.
I see where he's going with the money shit. Like, if you could resell some of that, but then again, who's buying from somebody who doesn't look like a businessman either?
Oh, are you
know
kidding?
What I mean?
In the neighborhood?
You got an ankle bracelet. Who's buying?
They don't give a shit. As
long
as it's cheap enough, there's a lot of people who go ahead and buy it from you.
Construction equipment, office equipment,
for sure. Oh yes,
really.
Even drug dealers need shovels.
Didn't he have dread heads and a ankle bracelet?
You sell to other people like that. That's who you sell to.
That's a lot of money, dude.
Yes, that's why they do it. He didn't steal it because he thought
I just don't know who the buyer is for that.
Other people like him.
And what are they going to do with it? Construction equipment?
Sell it for the sticker price.
Sure.
Yeah, people will buy it.
To me, that just seems like not the shit to be trying to resale.
Yeah, Kyle says my cousin do a crackhead. I think he's new.
My cousin do a crackhead.
My cousin do a crackhead. My cousin knew a crackhead that would break into work trucks and steal tools everyone bought from him. Yeah. Or sell it online. Nobody sees them.
I guess, Facebook Marketplace, your construction equipment.
That's how a lot of these dipshits get caught, too.
Right.
It's
because
on
you posted
Marketplace.
it.
Yeah. Thank you very much to Rocky for $10 over on PayPal. Very generous of you, buddy. We are only 140 away from knocking it down. And as we say, anything inside of 150, we consider striking distance for the can rattling and the e-begging segment that we're going to do in about 20 minutes. So thank you, guys. Be sure to hit the like button if you haven't done it already. Let's get to 400 by the end of the show. Very kind of you. All of the ways to contribute to the show are pinned to the top of the page. Also, super chats and new memberships count as well. So this guy then stole a utility truck at the business after he was done so he could leave.
As you do.
Didn't show up in a getaway car. Just figured he'd get one on the,
Well, then
way
you can
back.
sell that too, and you can carry your shit in it.
Deputies found the stolen truck on Chisholm Road abandoned, crashed, and doused in gasoline. But not set on fire.
I don't like that either now.
What?
Like, you're going to sell all this shit? No, you're going to steal it, and then you're just going to ditch it and trash it. You're not going to sell it. This is all pointless.
Oh, I'm sorry. You don't think the guy who robbed his own work while wearing an ankle bracelet and smashed a window, you don't see him as much of a thinker or a planner?
Yeah, I think you should try those things.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I think you're talking to the wrong guy. I just think you're wasting your time.
Oh, okay. Well, agree to disagree.
After developing Lewis as the suspect, deputies searched his home and found all of the stolen items inside. Deputies say Lewis was out on bond for a previous charge of aggravated assault and was wearing the GPS ankle monitor assigned to his leg. The GPS shows the monitor was at the business during the burglary and at the crash site. presumably attached to our burglar's ankle. No, he just walked it with him. He's so stupid. He was like, oh, but I forget my ankle bracelet.
He took it off and carried it with him.
Yeah.
What an idiot.
Wouldn't surprise me. You know what? My teeth don't hurt. My mouth doesn't hurt today after having those 3
your hands hurt.
teeth taken out. My hands hurt.
Yeah.
Where they put the IV.
Yep.
It's
That
bruised
was,
and it hurts.
besides my obvious 7-inch incision after my tumor surgery, my hand really hurt like that.
Yeah.
I kind of wondered, are they bruising yet?
They don't look
I see the
bruised. No,
marks.
just don't touch them. They're just sore. They're just sore.
See, boxing might not be good for you until that heals up anyways.
Yeah, you're probably right. They hurt me, Daddy. The voices in his head convinced him to do his crimes, but he won the argument against them midway through the crimes. Yeah. Chuck says, bravo to Aaron for not being a pussy and taking the day off. Thank you, Chuck. Again, Chuck's another one of the... God, we get so many of these. The guys who I'm the biggest piece of shit ever when they first get in here, and then all of a sudden...
They love you?
They're being nice. I don't know how to handle
They're
it.
sending you Christmas cards?
It's more uncomfortable when they're nice to me. Gotta be honest. He had tools and didn't remove the ankle monitor, says Kyle.
Wow, that is stupid. You literally had everything you needed.
Yeah, you had everything you needed, and you just let him find it.
What is the best way to get an ankle monitor off? There's no way.
If I knew, would you love me as much?
Yeah. I
Really?
might love you more just in case I was in a pickle.
If I knew how to take an ankle bracelet off?
Yeah.
I would hope that wouldn't get you excited.
Yeah, as opposed to all the other bad shit you've done.
Yes. April, I'm going to read you a story.
Fun.
And you, along with the rest of the audience, can go ahead and tell me where this ends. A Texas man bragged about stealing money from a Mexican drug cartel.
Uh-oh.
How does it end?
Death.
Yeah. And
Dismemberment.
believed he was safe from retribution in the United States. But now he's missing,
Yeah.
according to the FBI.
I bet you are.
Yeah, you know where the cartels don't make it? Across the border.
That guy's missing in about 4 different states right now.
You can literally dance disco music with the balls and lights around you while crossing the border, and no one's going to stop you. If someone's bragging about, I bet the cartel didn't even miss the money that this guy took, but it was the principle of him cocking off about it, where they're like, we were just going to let this asshole get away with it because we didn't know who it was.
Yeah, remember? You and I did a cartel story a couple weeks ago where somebody was like a snitch or something down there. And they just fucking handed him to the U.S. government because they're like,
no, he wasn't a snitch.
What happened?
The cartel. Some cartel members killed those American kids who were down there to buy drugs.
Oh, and they weren't ordered to.
And they weren't supposed. The cartel people weren't supposed to kill them. I mean, they're customers. So then the cartel beat the living shit out of the 5 people they thought were involved, and then handed them off to authorities.
Right. What I'm saying is the cartel has principles.
No, I disagree. I'll tell you what I think that was. Now that I have had time to think about it.
Wow.
I think some higher end cartel guys did it, and to protect them, they just beat the shit out of 5 low level guys and turned them in and made them take the fall. I think they just
That's
protected.
keeping up the facade that you have principles.
Just keeping it, yeah. Eric Tadeo Ramirez. Yeah. Tadeo, certainly no tomorrow. They didn't take my funny teeth out. You don't like that one?
You're somehow cuter with less teeth.
That's what people always say of the place you come from. Because see, his name is Eric Tadeo.
No, I don't get it. What do you mean?
And then he bragged about stealing money from the cartel, so he's Eric No Tomorrow Ramirez.
I'm still not making I'm not drawing the line there.
It's a day of the week joke. You'll figure it out.
Okay.
Eric Tadeo Ramirez was last seen trying to escape from a moving pickup truck as it crossed the Juarez Lincoln International Bridge in Laredo, Texas. Uh-oh. He not going to see him no more.
Yeah, do you even worry about this person? You know?
Oh, no, you don't even look for him.
I think you just kind of...
Yeah.
It's like a write-off.
Well, you
Turn
did
into in business.
You did steal from the cartels, so that's kind of the way
That's how
she
anyone
goes.
should look at that. Like, you did this.
Yeah.
Play stupid games, get stupid prizes. You're dead now.
You want me to put my officers' lives on the line because you cocked off about stealing money from the cartel? I feel like you don't learn anything if we help you.
Excuse me? You want me to stop the cartel for you? No, we don't mess around with that.
We don't even do it for ourselves.
Fuck it.
It's a rare occasion when being apprehended by the FBI is the preferable outcome when it comes to the psychopaths that run in cartels. You'd better be hoping that the FBI shows up at your house first. Yeah. So with this guy, I mean, I'm sure he's somewhere right now dead with his balls in his mouth. I mean, that's...
Can you imagine how demeaning? Like, let's say you got to heaven somehow and you could look at yourself. They fucking cut your dick and balls off and put it in your
You're
mouth.
like, oh, did they have to do that?
Come on. Oh,
Come on. I'm
Then
sorry.
You're a fucking ghost spirit and you can't even, like, rearrange.
You asked St. Peter, you're like, you didn't show this to anybody else, did you? He's like, no.
You lost cred up in heaven.
Hey, Jesus, how are you? Oh, how are you, dick mouth? Oh, shit, I told... Guys, you got to stop showing me the pictures of the people that die. You know I can't keep my mouth shut.
Oh, God.
The secret slips right through my hands.
You have no street cred in heaven if you're found with your dick in your mouth.
Because Jesus has holes in his hands.
Get it?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Apparently, Ramirez somehow came into the ownership of 50 grand that belonged to the Cartel del Noreste. He took it, after which he was observed at a party in Laredo, boastfully talking on the phone about the haul. 2 hours later, abducted by men with guns.
I think he'll be getting plenty of rest day.
He took 50 grand from possibly one of the most ruthless criminal organizations on the planet.
Yeah.
Then he fled out of their criminal territory.
Sorry, buddy.
For 3 miles. Laredo is right next to Mexico, and Mexican cartels are in Laredo. A March 24th recording captured a man with a bloodied face in the passenger seat of a blue Dodge Ram with several other men at 1:09 a.m. He opens the door and tries to jump out, but the men grab him and pull him back inside. Yeah, that's one guy where you just go, yep, he's not coming back.
Again, it's a write-off.
Yeah.
It's over.
Sorry, guys. That is, I don't think that's one expat that we're getting back. He, just tell his family that he found a good job down there and he'll contact them when he's ready for them to join us. It'll buy us a little bit of time.
The cartel's kind of like Jesus now. They're just all around us. They walk with us.
They surround us.
They hold our hand through life.
Kill us when we take their money.
You see us when we're sleeping. Oh, that's Santa.
That's Santa, yeah. The cartels are kind of like Santa.
They bring
When you
us.
see-
They bring us white, fluffy, fun
I was just
stuff.
going to say, when you see a lot of white powder on the ground, you can assure that either Santa or the cartel is nearby.
I like that. It's comforting either way.
Yeah, don't go to Laredo and brag about cartel shit. That's like going to it's like going to like South Central Los Angeles and talking Bloods and Crips shit. Not a good
like
idea.
Just stay away from the border in general. Like Tijuana, like stay out of there. All
Or
that stuff.
yeah, if you take the 50 grand, don't brag till you get to say
Maine.
Lincoln, Nebraska.
Oh, I was going to say fucking Maine. I'm
Really?
out of here.
PH Header says cartels run Mexico. Yeah, apparently he's the only guy who didn't know that. Everybody else knew.
Yeah, you have to get out of that person's house before you talk about stealing their entire funds.
Yes.
You know?
$140 away from knocking out today's goal. There's the PayPal, Streamlabs, and Venmo in the chat if you'd like to contribute to the show. Otherwise, super chats and new members count as well. We are 10 minutes away from rattling the cans and seeing if we can beg our way into overtime today. MSO says no teeth, no goal.
Ready?
You guys have been pretty consistent with that goal today. It's in striking distance
Thank
for
you.
the tooth rattling segment for today. So I feel pretty good about it. But whenever I don't feel good about it, they crush it. Whenever I feel good about them,
Instead of rattling cans, it's rattling teeth now.
Yeah.
Does anyone ever keep adult teeth? You know how people keep like kids' teeth and shit? 'Cause
Some
they're
people
little baby
keep
teeth?
wisdom teeth. 'Cause
I
they're
think-
so big.
I just find it so, I don't know if it's a morbid curiosity. They're so interesting.
This guy actually, April, Zen Rhino knows what happened. He stole all that money.
Yeah.
And then he headed south out of Del Rio, Texas, with a hell of a load on his brain. And he kept on going without even knowing just what that money really means. Now he's messed up in Mexico, living on refried dreams. He's down there in Mexico, sick as a dog. His head is pounding in that border town fog. Down to his last dime and coming apart at the seams. Actually, quite frankly, literally.
Yeah.
In this case. Pud Pounder says, wait, are you reading the premise of No Country for Old Men? Pretty similar, right?
Kind of. My stomach growled so loud when you saying refried dreams to me.
We got to do a couple quick hitters because we only got 7 minutes before we got to rattle at you and shake our little tin cans to see if we're going to keep up today. So I got a couple of quick hitter stories for you here. The Obama Center is being built in Chicago.
What is that?
It's going to be a big, like, their presidential library. So they picked Chicago. They're going to build a big tribute to Barack Obama Center. So, like, for example, George W. Bush's is in Texas.
Okay.
You know, they get to pick where they want
So
their
everyone gets
library.
one.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, Obama's building his in Chicago. And, you know, Barack Obama, you guys may not know this, first black president in United States history. He's displacing a shitload of Southside Chicago black residents because their rent is going to go up because the library's going there.
Oh, no, Obama. You did it again. What are we doing here?
In September 2021, former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama broke ground on the Presidential Center, which is going to include a library, playground, community centers, museum, the whole deal. The $500 million project has been largely financed by private donors. The construction, which is still ongoing, is estimated to bring $3.1 billion to the community and generate $16.5 million in state and local tax revenue.
But
what
happens?
Long-term residents say that the center has already started to result in the gentrification of the community. Since construction began, investors have been buying up property in the area and substantially raising rent prices. Residents explained that in that time, the median rent in the area has increased by 43%. According to Zillow data, home values have spiked over 130% since the project was announced.
Wow. This sounds a lot like the plot of Shameless. Like they had a fucking nice coffee business come to their neighborhood once and everything started fucking going up and like corporate companies started coming around. Everyone's just pissed because they can't afford anything.
The first black president is destroying a black neighborhood in Chicago. So if
Are you calling that black on black crime?
If it's not a microcosm for like how much politics actually gives a shit about black people, I don't know a more perfect one than the first black president going like, oh, we need to save America and the minorities in this country need to be uplifted. And by that, he means uplifted out of their houses and go fucking move somewhere else.
Right.
Because I got to build my
I
have to go build my big palatial library. So you people that I claim to speak for got to get the fuck out of here.
Well, he's just trying to spruce up the South Side. That's all. Wants
That's
to make
all
it
he's
look
trying.
good.
Yeah. Barack, you're displacing a lot of people. Well, we're trying to spruce it up around here. How's that? Well,
Yeah.
we're getting rid of the black people. Some white people are coming in. Like, wait, what?
All the black people are going to be living in his library at some point.
All the people moving out, there's just going to be a bunch of now
Poor
newly
guys.
homeless people just sitting in the Barack Obama library.
That makes me sad, Obama.
I got no place else to go. I got no place else to go. Oh. So Barack Obama's hurting black people.
Shouldn't do that.
We got 4 minutes until we have to rattle the cans and knock out that goal today. 140 away from hitting it. There's all the links. Before we get to that, a teenager, this shows you that there's hope for the kids. A teenager who laughed when asked for preferred pronouns was booted from a Pokemon card tournament.
Oh, you assholes. You're already a bunch of nerds. You got to
Right.
kick someone out for that.
That's the weirdest thing about the whole pronoun thing is you can get punished for just not participating. Like not disrespecting anyone, not insulting anyone. You can just go, hey, Aaron, what are your pronouns? It's fucking stupid.
Get fucked.
Get out of here. What? I just said I didn't want to play the pronoun game. You guys can still play it. I'm just going to go ahead and,
Can I just be Aaron?
Yeah, how about I'm Aaron? That sounds good. A teenager who plays the Pokemon trading card game at a highly competitive level was reportedly disqualified from a tournament after he laughed when an official asked for his pronouns. I hope his parents took him out for ice cream.
I hope so too, because that would be a proud moment
Yeah.
as a parent, right?
Makani Tron. Oh, there's one of those Asian white supremacists again.
It's Tran, actually.
Well, trans. Was out $800, a couple of flights, and missed school time after he offended a non-binary Pokemon TCG judge, cutting his tournament run prematurely short for a bizarre reason. The teenager says in a post that he never meant to offend anyone and was close to tears when he was disqualified. That's it. What are your pronouns? Giggle, giggle, giggle. Bye, fuckface.
You booted a nerdy little dorky kid who plays Pokemon for a laugh.
Well,
That's it.
April in the broadcasting world, we try to practice what's called word economy. When you say nerdy, dorky kid, we just say Asian. It takes less time. Just needed to.
Is the FCC going to be cool with
Just
that?
needed to. Well, we'll see. When we quit and leave and all that stuff.
Abandon all of you.
When we abandon all of you.
I've abandoned my boy.
I've abandoned my audience. Sid Saraf with $9.99 says for the Bad Tooth Fund. Thank you, buddy. We got 3 of them cut out yesterday. I'm feeling much better.
No more of that. You know that you already have those little cavities starting between a couple teeth.
Those are fine now. I water picked those out of existence.
Yeah, I was going to say you better be fucking
Those are good.
cleaning.
135 away from knocking it out today. If you guys want to chip, you know what? We're less than a minute away. We're 30 seconds away from rattling the cans. Zen Rhino says you missed my super chat. $2. Aaron couldn't handle the tooth. I thought I read that one.
I don't know.
Maybe I saw it and I meant to read it and I didn't. Fuck.
Now we're moving the goalpost here, Shaft.
Shaft says no topless April, no goal. Well, they've already said no teeth, no goal.
There's no show if April's topless.
All right, guys, let's do this. Let's knock out that 135 or get close to it. We'll do a half hour of overtime, and then we'll let you guys decide if you want to see the old teeth. If the vote is no, I'm not showing these disgusting fucking things. If
They're
the vote
gross.
is yes, it's your guys' choice to puke.
You guys could get up close and personal with what was inside Aaron's mouth yesterday.
If not, we have a shitload of stuff to talk about today. So let's fire up the music, let's hit that goal, and let's do 30 minutes of overtime. Here we go. I just killed the dog for that.
His head explodes every time.
Yeah. 135 away. There's PayPal. There's Streamlabs. There's the Venmo link, or not link, but the name. There's Just a Dabbler. He says music. Just a Dabbler's favorite. 135 away from knocking it out. Gurmy says, will you smell the teeth in overtime?
That is, I will not smell that wisdom tooth. I'm afraid there's something green in the middle. Like it's so decrepit that it's green.
I'm afraid I got to do my saltwater rinse after the show. I hate those because all that dried blood comes out. And
No,
there's
it
that
doesn't.
smell. Yeah.
No, all it's doing is like disinfecting a little.
I know, but like the dried blood comes out of there a little bit. It does.
It's going to be nothing like yesterday.
I brushed my teeth. A little bit of dried blood. Not a lot. Who cares? That's disgusting. And we've got $135 to go. Otherwise, the show wraps up a little bit early. Let's see if we can knock this bad boy out. Who wants to start it off to knock this 135 away and do 30 minutes of overtime today? Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble Rants, Venmo. There's so many ways now. Jesus. Kyle W. with $5. Thank you, buddy. 130 away. It's only going to take a few people chipping in.
Thank you.
To knock this thing out. Pud Pounder says, wait, are you reading the premise of the last 2 seasons of Shameless?
Yeah,
There you
exactly.
go. Mike G with $5 says, great show today. A bit for the kitty. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
125 away from overtime now.
No, Morio says rinse with Maker's Kark instead.
Maker's Kark. Oh, I've never had Maker's Kark
Is
before.
it good?
Is it any good? All right, we've got 3 minutes left to go. 3 minutes before we either call it a day or shut down the music and shut the fuck up and do overtime.
Pretend each time you do a super chat or a donation, you're knocking out a tooth.
125 away. Let's get there. Dr. Climate Abortion says, I'll give money, but only for a gummer. Sid Saraf, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
That guy's dead, right?
Let's go guy might be the guy who bragged about the cartel money.
Yeah. Oh, that's a terrible way to go.
Yeah, he might be the guy who bragged
Aw.
about the 50 grand from the cartel.
He walks into that fucking bar or something. I just stole 50 grand. Let's go. Let's go.
That's it. We're not going to see Let's Go guy anymore.
Aw.
All right, guys, only a couple of minutes left. 125 away from knocking her out. Let's see if we can go on a bit of a run here. Illusory Commission says, I just mailed you the 125. You can continue.
Thank you.
Thanks, buddy.
Did you get the P.O. box number right?
I'm not falling for that one again. That would be the 3rd time this week. All right, who's stepping up? Because right now it is looking bad. Fauci's Pangolin with $5. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
120 away from nailing it. 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left in this e-beg session to try and knock out that last pesky 120. You guys have been consistent all morning.
Aaron
Let's
came
see
on
if-
and did a show for you today.
Delco Lou with $4.99 says for applesauce and Percocet. Thank you, buddy. Great show today. It was a great show. Thank you. I got a lot of clips here that I have to cut out. 115 away from knocking her down and calling it a victory today. Nothing over in PayPal. Chuck says, come on, you cheap fucks.
Look
See,
at
Chuck's
him.
cheerleading
Thank you,
over
Chuck.
there. 115 away. A little over a minute to go. Will we get there?
You can do it.
Shouldn't be blowing on whistles and stuff.
No, you're not supposed to blow or suck.
Oh, what am I going to do for fun on Friday? All right, guys. 115 away from knocking this thing out. Do we get there? Do we do overtime today? PayPal, Streamlabs, that takes the smallest cut. Super Chats, memberships, that's the easiest way for a lot of you. Zen Rhino says, I also got some clips for today. Oh, boy. All right, guys, 30 seconds remaining.
Come on.
I'm going to watch the clock and see if we can do it. Otherwise, a pretty wide gap.
Like Aaron's?
Yes, like my teeth.
Keep his morale up, guys.
Large gap. Good show for you today. Great participation. I'd like to keep it going another half hour
Me
personally. 15 seconds to go. 115 away. Will we get close? Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships. Let's see if we can eke out another day here on Steel Toe. 3, 2, 1. And there she goes. All right, let's take a look. Kyle W. with $20. Thank you very much, sir. And even 100 away.
Thank you.
From knocking it out. Thank you, Kyle W., for carrying the load today. Let's hit refresh on PayPal and hope that there's something there to write home about. What do we have?
Ooh.
That was a gut punch to read.
Were we bad
Nothing.
today?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I thought we had a lot of fun.
I thought it was a good show. I thought we did a solid job. Hopefully you guys feel like chipping in while the show's off the air.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we'll just, I don't know, maybe add it to the end of Friday's show, something like
Sure.
that. Maybe somebody becomes a VIP today. Who knows? But we did not get inside 100, which means we did not get inside 50, which means we cannot do the overtime on credit. That's a bummer. I always hate that. It happens
Yeah.
once in a great while.
Maybe we'll
and
do
it always
better on the
bums me the
evening
fuck
show.
out. Sicky with $10. Thank you very much, buddy.
Thank you.
RIP overtime. Boo.
It was just okay.
Somebody says. We're at 95. Sad Boy says, this was effing great. MSO says, bummer. MS Willie says, get it down to 75 and I'll finish the rest. I don't trust that guy, but maybe put him to the test.
Hold him to the fire.
We got under 100 the other day and we gave everyone 30 minutes. So I don't know. We're at 95. Fuck it. Let's do. I'm too happy with how today's show went, and I don't want to end the show bummed and cranky.
Sure.
That we didn't knock it out. So you know what? And April just dropped the tooth. So fuck it. I'm just gonna open stories and I'm gonna do my show.
Yes.
Because I like doing my show.
It's
And
fun.
if you guys want to chip in and help us hit overtime, that would be really, really cool. We would appreciate it. 95 away. I'm a pushover. Overtime is happening anyway. Hopefully you guys see it in your heart to for everybody to chip in a little bit. Hulk Hogan with $120.
Tits.
Thank you very much, Hulkster. The Hulkster just knocked out the goal. So there you go. All right,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Everyone, shut up. No more contributions. Well, the Mood just gave $20.
No more
Brian M
crying.
with $20.
Wow.
Money, fuck yeah. Unquenchable Fire with $750. Guys, I would let that go.
Thank you. Well, now we're working on tonight's show.
Yeah, now you're 35 into tonight's goal. So there you go.
Thank you guys so much.
Into the evening show. Thank you very much, Hulkster. I appreciate that. Always nice when Hulk Hogan
I agree.
can come in and clean up the rest of the show. You know, the Hulksters used to coming in at the last minute and saving guys, you know? What you gonna do when Hulkamania hits your goal for you, brother? Illusory Commission says, now you need to mail me that 125.
Oh, no, he wants it back.
I'll send it back. Sid Saraf says, wow, people like this show. Gross. Yeah, next time you got to leave a comment that says, here you go, brother. Although I didn't read,
Yeah,
maybe it was in Streamlabs. Who knows?
God, even if somebody were to get you like a Hulkster cameo,
Yeah.
it would be so sick.
Jive Turkey with, wait, where'd this Jive Turkey come from?
Holy shit.
1 day ago. Sorry.
Oh.
Oh, so nothing through Streamlabs today. All the PayPal were PayPal people. All right. Let's start a poll. Do you want to see the teeth? Yes.
Teethers.
H, no. Those are your options. All right. There you go, guys. The poll is up in the chat. You guys vote, and by the end of overtime, we'll see how you, we'll see what you decided.
Check it out. That storm must be over, huh?
Sun's out.
Out.
Let's see. Where you at? MS Willie says cock diff. Oh, yeah, because MS Willie said
Right.
get it to 75. I'll take care of it. Maybe that was MS Willie. Maybe he's Hulk Hogan.
Maybe it was. That'd be kind of cool.
He could be just a piece of shit and take credit for it.
Tiny.
All right, guys. We've got a bunch of stories left here. I don't give a shit about that lady. The California assistant superintendent that thinks male gym teachers who don't want teen girls undressing in boys' locker rooms are bigots.
What?
Get a load of this lady. So usually if you hear something like, oh, wow, some school person is an insane lady, and she said this thing, like if you don't let biological women change with the boys, then you're clearly a bigot. Like most of us would hear that and go, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Where does this psychopath come from? And then you go, California, and everybody goes, oh, yeah, then I understand. Then it makes sense.
I understand maybe if you're like a teenage boy and you wish the girls would change in your locker room, but like as a girl, there was never a part of me that wanted to do that.
Right. I can see the boys very happy about this.
Like,
but I can see the girls, and the girls identifying as a guy, they're happy about it.
Yeah.
But if I'm the gym teacher, I fucking hate this because I got my students are staring at tits. There's going to be all kinds of problems.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit. I don't think it's as big of a problem as when the person with a dick changes with women, but it's a problem nonetheless.
You don't think it's a problem when some person with a penis comes into the women's locker room and changes?
Not as big of a problem as the other way around.
Why?
I think the person with a penis going in where the girls are, that's like more uncomfortable and intimidating for the women.
Yes. That's
Yeah.
why I think it's a bigger problem.
That's what I said. This is the opposite of that, April. Try to keep up.
No, I thought you were saying your opinion. on
My
what's a
opinion
bigger
is the one
problem.
with the cock is a bigger problem.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up.
So Kelly King is an assistant superintendent in Glendale, California Unified. And she is horrified by the idea that male gym teachers don't want biological females changing with boys because of the inherent problems that could cause. Let's listen to her instead of understanding the issue and perhaps trying to offer up some solutions.
Right.
Just bash the shit out of the gym teacher.
So this one family, it was a matter of, well, we have other schools. Which one would your child like to transfer to? And eventually they homeschool, which understandably. Where I've seen the most resistance is with our coaches. And it's interesting because for them, I think once they interact with a student who's gender expansive or transgender, it takes the mystique away.
No, it doesn't.
No, not at all.
No, it doesn't. Because they see the person, they go, look, there's this weird thing that people like her have, like, we don't get it or we don't understand it. It's like, no, we get it. We understand.
Mm-hmm.
We're saying it's going to be a fucking problem.
Yeah, no matter what, no matter how you feel about trans people, like it's still a problem having two different sets of genitals in the same room
We're
together.
trying to warn you of problems that are coming because of this, and you're treating us like we don't know what the issue is. No, we're aware.
Mm-hmm.
You're the one who hasn't thought this through, not us.
How do you get to her position? How do
You live in
get there?
California long enough, and just listen to how vapid and dumb she sounds anyway. And they're always so confident. The difference between like a dumb person from anywhere else in the country and a dumb person in California is that dumb person in California has had their stupidity nurtured every step of the way and encouraged. So they not only are dumb, but remarkably confident about it.
Sure.
To the point where this coach going, hey, putting clams and tits in places with dicks to get naked is a bad idea. I'm worried it could cause problems. They go, well, you must just be a bigot.
You're just wrong.
Right, because they're so confident in the stupid thing that they think that it's never occurred to them that maybe someone else's position could be a valid concern.
And then they realize, oh, it's just a kid. oh, it's just a boy, it's just a girl, I get it now. But until they have that personal interaction, we have male coaches who are horrified at the thought of having a biological girl changing clothes in front of them.
That's not crazy. It's because the gym coach knows the fucking scumbag kids that change in his boys' locker room.
You know why? Because we've all been scumbags.
Yes.
When we were kids.
This coach watches these teenage boys on a regular basis. He knows they're giant hunks of undeveloped shit.
Yes.
He knows
we're never thinking clearly.
If it's not sexual harassment, there's going to be bullying.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be taunting. This coach is
Hazing.
being set up to be the subject of a lawsuit where the whole school gets sued because that trans boy went to a lawyer and said the students all bullied me and the gym coach didn't do anything to help me and it's created a toxic environment here at school. Yeah. Like this gym teacher sees what could happen and he's like, maybe this is a change we don't need to make.
No, this is what bothers me too sometimes is like certain things have just been like routines have been working for forever.
Right.
And now we have to change it. Like things have been fine, in my opinion.
And
like
all
having separate
because
locker
and all
rooms.
because becoming trans became a social fad.
Yes,
you can say whatever you want. There is no gene. There is no medical thing you can point to on an X-ray or a test that shows transness. So we don't have a lot to go on here. All we know is that when it became more and more popular to say you were, the number of people saying they were went way up through the roof.
You made that decision.
Here's a solution that I think works for everybody. And I don't think it humiliates everyone. We've all done it. It's fine. You go to the locker of your biological gender. Oh, hold on, guys. Give me 1 second. Do we have like a tissue or something?
No, I can get one.
Oh, no, I'm fine. I'm okay. I thought it was something. It wasn't. Don't worry. Thought maybe I had some blood in my mouth.
Yeah, you start scaring me.
Turns out I just had chalky spit. I need to drink more water. It's from talking all the time. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you do need to be extra hydrating right now.
I drank this whole thing this morning.
Yep, you need to keep doing that.
And I stole some of your green tea this morning as well. Yeah.
Oh.
It was very delicious. So anyway, how about this solution? We've all done it before. You're a biological woman, but you want to change with the boys because you identify as a boy. You go into the women's locker room and you change in the stall.
Yeah.
Bingo.
If you've ever been embarrassed about anything, you go change either in a corner by yourself or in a stall.
Go change with the fat girl who doesn't want to pull her stomach out in front of the other girls.
Go change by that person who's going to have her back to you and you'll have your back to her. You're not looking at anyone.
I would always open my locker and pull my pants and stuff down next to the door so no guys would look at my dick.
I feel like nobody truly wants to see their classmates and like
I
each
don't want
other
anyone
naked.
seeing my dick by accident.
Right.
Keep your eyes off my cock.
I'm pretty shameless in like the women's locker room now, but I never used to be. You know what I mean? Like in high school and stuff. Like
so you're
I
an
was really
exhibitionist.
Shy.
You're whipping your tits out.
No, there was, and I talked about this on the show. I walked in there once and there was a woman like just kind of out in the open showering. And I've never actually seen that before because most women are really private. And after that, I just kind of like, after we're done saunaing, I'll just take it all off and change out in the middle of nowhere.
So you mean in the locker room?
In the locker room.
Not just
the
in
women's
the
locker
nowhere.
room.
You don't go to Topeka, Kansas and just start taking your clothes off.
Topeka, Kansas.
The girl showering, I forget about the girl showering in the gym. Was it like a start of a porno kind of a shower or was it, ew, gross, she should go to the gym more kind of shower?
It was a weird middle ground where she was just like, oh, la-di-da. I'm soaping up right now.
That is the weirdest thing. The people who are so comfortable
Right.
getting naked are the most mid people. They're not ugly and they're not hot. They're just remarkably mid. No, I mean like the one you saw in the shower.
But watching her be confident in just showering alone like that and like out just showering kind of gave me the confidence of, oh, if she can do that, why can't I be okay taking my
There's
shirt
also
off when
never
somebody's
anyone
around?
in your locker room.
I know, but there has been.
Okay.
That happened to me last week. I was changing my shirt and some chick walked in and my tits were out.
Son of a bitch. Is that when I was in there with you and then I had to skedaddle out of there?
No.
That's when I got kicked out of the girls' locker room. Our gym owner used to be okay since we're married. If no one was in there, I just go, hello? And I walk in and April talk about like what we're going to do with the rest of her.
He's helping me change.
Yeah, I'm helping her tits.
God.
And so we talk about the rest of our day or whatever. Well, one time a girl came in and I was in there talking to April.
She
and
was older than us.
Yeah, and I went, I'm sorry, it's my wife. We're just talking. I'll head out.
You booked it out of there.
Yeah, and then the next time we got to the gym, he was like, yeah, you can't go in there. Like, even if there's nobody in there, you just can't go in.
Yeah, it didn't look nefarious. I had my clothes on at that point. We both had clothes on, just talking. And when you left, I even tried to like calm her down and try to reassure, like, I'm so sorry. That's my husband. He doesn't, guys don't just walk in here like that. He always asks first. I'm really sorry.
All right, let's continue with this lady who thinks that gym teachers are full of crap, that they don't want people with mixed parts changing together.
They're the stigma attached to, abuse and, just having a male teacher around any female student in that circumstance.
Yeah, you know how fucking nervous he probably is? He doesn't want any part of it. He doesn't want any rumors started. He doesn't want anyone saying anything. What he's trying to tell you, Miss Assistant Superintendent, which in California, you'll be a superintendent in no time, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
What he's trying to tell you is, I don't feel comfortable. This doesn't help me do my job better as an educator. In fact, this creates a new thing of problems for me. This is someone on the ground telling you how it really is. And your response is, well, that conflicts with the way I think and want things to be, so I'm just going to discard what you're saying and call you a bigot.
That flies everywhere now, though.
Yeah.
It
That's
does.
what everybody
For
does.
everybody.
Is just scary for them. And, it's one thing for me to keep saying, it's not a girl. It's not a girl. It's not a girl. You only have boys in the boys' locker room until they arrive, until they experience it and realize, oh, I only have boys in the locker room. Then that helps.
Yeah, no, it doesn't, because this is the incident that this guy's talking about, and he's saying, no, this is a bad idea.
Like, I can't imagine coaches that are, like, occasionally in the boys' locker room either want to see girls coming in there, like biological girls.
Yeah.
And changing. That's uncomfortable.
And also, she's not done yet. She wants to let you know how she protects those children from their own fucking parents.
Oh, great.
Realities of a student and affirming their gender identity is we do what's right for the child, and for that youth. So
we do what we think is right for the child. We don't want their parents to know, because then we might lose a trans kid. We don't want to lose a trans kid. We don't want their parents to tell them anything we don't want that kid to hear. We want them to only hear the pro shit that we want to tell them, because it ain't going to be me that gets depression. It ain't going to get me that maybe makes an attempt on my life when, this whole thing gets wacky and confusing for them. I'll just push them down this road, but I'm not going to tell their parents, because their parents might push them down a different road. And if this kid's going to try something dangerous on themselves, I'd rather they did it because I pushed them. You people are monsters.
She's one of those people at a school that'll call them our kids, too, like the school's kids. Oh, they're our kids. They spend the most time with us. We know what's best.
Well, she's not wrong about that one.
She's not wrong about that, but you shouldn't be using that as a leverage against who should have say in their child's life.
In fact, that's what's scary about her.
Legally, we have to have one permanent record for our kids.
Our kids.
There's nothing in the law that says where that permanent record is kept. So
see, evil people talk like this. Evil people go, yeah, but it doesn't say what we have to do with it or where we have to.
A handful of kids in my district, their permanent record's in my office. It's literally next to me.
Oh, because you know best.
File drawer. So what we have at the school sites is a permanent record that is affirming of their name of choice, their gender identity. Everything in it is unified to who the child is and who the child wants us to know them to be. And then there's a letter in it from me saying that I acknowledge that this is an incomplete student record, and if there's any questions, to please contact me directly.
By the way, I'm sorry that I'm hiding evidence or hiding information and keeping this shit where I'm not supposed to. Just call me and I'll tell you, and you can trust me because I've never fudged or fucked around with any of this shit before.
So if a parent fucking calls her and shit, asking her some questions, is she gonna then get mad at the parent that's upset that they weren't in on the know about
I don't think she'd tell them the truth. I think she'd lie to them.
I don't like people like this.
So that way, we literally go into the computer system, and nowhere in the computer system does it have the gender of birth, or the name of birth.
So if the parents look up their kid's public record in the database, it won't show any of that shit. But the one she's got that she keeps in her office, just between me and you, kid, don't tell your parents, which is another thing evil people say.
Mm-hmm.
That one's got all the gender-affirming stuff on it. Oh, man, people like this have got to be kicked out of schools.
It's like, oh, it's my secret stash of information.
Her name is Kelly King. She's the assistant principal. She works with Gender Spectrum to produce gender support plans.
This was never a thing.
Makes $263,000 a year from that school. Oh, man.
This is awful.
Oh, and her students? 43% of the students are proficient in math and only 65% in reading. So 57% of them can't count and 35% of them can't read.
Very nice.
But don't worry.
I can see we have our priorities straight.
But don't worry. She changes your public record for you.
Lovely. Fuck. That's what I've always dreamed of for my children.
This is remarkable. Oh, it's unforgivable, man. Thank you very much to Zero Dark Tony, 1999, says nothing but the tooth. Thank you. Fuzzy with $9.99. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
And Illusionary Commission says she does it, then guys get reverse rights or lawsuit. 220. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what the gym teacher's saying. Like, if you do it for this student, you have to do it to all the students, and this is going to become a fucking problem. And you're not doing this right. By the way, you guys have got us down to $200 for this evening's, obviously evening show.
Thank you.
As it were. We have 10 minutes left. The audience, 155 votes in, 63% want to see those goddamn teeth.
Okay.
So in about 5 minutes, I guess we'll show you guys the teeth. Overwhelmingly, almost 2/3 of you
prepare.
Want to see the teeth. They're really gross.
Technically, there's 3 teeth in here. 2 of them are wisdom teeth. One of them's super infected. Like, I'd only call that half a tooth, half's infection.
We've tried to tell you guys what's up
the other wisdom
with
tooth,
this tooth.
Yeah, the other wisdom tooth is okay. It's just kind of dirty. Like, these are not cleaned, by the way. These are like straight from the gum. Like, these have not been washed.
Yeah, we haven't washed these out or anything like that.
And then his problem tooth, it has the big crown in it, like in here, separate from the tooth, and then it has all the roots separated, and then just the nub of the ground down tooth from under the crown.
Don't worry, I will give you a full rundown of these items.
They're pretty bad
as they come in. I just can't. I can't get over Hulk Hogan with his 120. Oh, thank you to David Hughes for 1 cent on Venmo. Got to thank everybody, right?
Thank you.
Can't just thank the people with 120s.
Hey,
you got to thank the 1 centers too.
David Hughes, if you're listening, I think you have a prize from the prize show this last time, but you never messaged me.
Yeah,
do
David,
that if you'd like it.
If you get something given to you on the prize show,
I don't have your info, so I can't send it.
You gotta get your info so we can send it to you.
Thank you.
Cockdiff says, will Crest give the show a sponsorship? Gross, Aaron.
Like I said, this infected tooth needs to be the reason everybody here today starts taking extra good care of their teeth, because this is gross.
Yeah. I want to report this before we do get to the teeth. Clint Eastwood is making his final movie, and he is then retiring.
No.
He's 92 years old.
I feel really awful. I thought he died a year or 2 ago. And now I'm hearing he's making a movie.
Yeah, no, not only is he not dead, April, he's still working.
What?
Yes.
That guy is like old.
Yeah, 92 is old, yes.
Like, that's real old, though.
Yeah. He's not dead,
You have to, like, don't shame me for thinking he might have passed already. I'm glad he's still alive and well.
It's his 40th movie that he's directed. Sources told Discussing Film that Eastwood is currently working on what will be his last movie, with the project reportedly being a thriller titled Juror Number 2. The movie tells the story of a juror on a murder trial who realizes that he may be responsible for the death of the victim.
Whoa.
He then has to decide if he wants to come clean and turn himself in or manipulate the jury to save himself. I like it.
That's cool.
This sounds like a great movie. I hope he doesn't croak before it's done.
Thank you. I was just wondering if people get worried that, I've got a 92-year-old starring in my movie.
He's not starring.
Well, whatever.
He's directing.
What if he dies before it's over?
You need a new director, yeah. You got to think, if you're like the assistant director to Clint Eastwood the last 10 years, you're like, oh man, you know what? I could get the call tomorrow that I'm in there. Because,
I don't know.
An old man.
Like, I don't want to be involved with something being run or directed by like a 92-year-old legend and then having him die before it's over.
Well, and also, like, I'm worried he's going to retire after this movie and then die in a week.
Because we all talked about him now. Have you noticed that?
No, because like he'll just run out of motivation. Like he doesn't have another movie to work on.
But also on this show, we have kind of unfortunately been known for mentioning somebody.
And then they die.
And then they die very soon.
Yikes. Warren Gordon with a good point. He says, meanwhile, Tarantino is in the process of directing his third or fourth last movie.
Right.
Yeah, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was supposed to be the last one.
Yeah, but I feel like when you end on a good one, you never want to end.
Well, and not only that, but like you watch the shit that comes out now and you're like, well, I can do that better.
Sure.
Why would I stop now? Credits. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood 2019. Kill Bill Volume 3 is in development. Wow, he's going to make a TV show, Bounty Law, based on the Jake Cahill character?
You're shitting me.
That's really cool.
That's fun.
I like that. And he's writing a movie called The Movie Critic. Okay, so he's doing some more stuff. Kill Bill Volume 3. Bounty Law I'm excited about. I can't wait to see Bounty Law.
That'd be cool.
I like that they're making that a TV show.
Obviously,
all right.
Leo has to be in it.
No, he's not. They're not going to
God
get
damn
Leo
it.
for
Please.
he's too big of a star. I hope so. That would be great.
I don't know how you say no. It's Tarantino, and it was already a part of a movie.
Yeah,
Don't take my hopes and dreams from me.
You can get somebody who looks... Well, no, it's got to be younger, because remember, Leo in that movie was old.
They have CGI now.
You can get...
Who looks like Leo?
Who's a younger Leo?
Nobody.
Who gives
That
a shit?
soccer player, maybe?
How about that? Who gives a shit? We'll see. Hey, wait for the movie.
Hey.
All right, guys, they want to see the tooth.
I've removed the seal.
All right,
Do you want me to show them or you?
April has broken the seal. No, I want you to hand them to me. I want to describe the tooth. I want to explain the tooth, and then April can show them into the camera.
Oh, be careful how you grab them because there's still tissue and blood and matter on these.
That's wonderful.
Oh, I just stuck my finger in the infection. Oh my God.
Oh, we're doing this guy last.
Oh, that is under my nail. I can't even look at it.
That could be Hershey's chocolate. You don't know. Chuck says, Aaron, you could play a young Rick Dalton.
That is fucked
thank
up.
you.
That's your crown.
Okay, so this is just the crown of the problem tooth. And as you can see, there were parts of that tooth that were pushing in against the crown. Like you can see where some of the blood marks are and everything.
I have the roots in the top of it, if you'd like.
It was pushing out on this crown, causing all of that pain.
Here's your roots from it.
Here's now this is the roots from the bad wisdom tooth.
No, the wisdom tooth's roots are intact. Those are from this. This is your tooth with the crown on it. That's the top of it.
Okay, so here's the roots of the bad tooth. There's those big claw-like things. The roots of my tooth. And then this bad boy is what was left of the tooth after they ground it down to nothing to put the crown over it.
So you can see it basically all split apart as soon as they try to move it.
Yeah, so you just kind of see all the splitting apart and the cracks and like the little... See the jagged edges? That was pushing against my crown. And see that big jagged part right there? That was pushing against my crown, causing all that pain. Now we have the
good one.
This is what I would call the good wisdom tooth. I don't think this is like a cavity or anything. I feel like that scrapes away.
It's dirty.
Yeah, this is just a dirty tooth. That was that wisdom tooth is in pretty good shape.
Show them the roots. Roots are cool.
Yeah, that's just a dirty. This tooth just hasn't been cleaned. That's all.
Dude,
squid roots.
I have black gummy infection under my pointer fingernail right now from your tooth.
Now now I want to show you the most disgusting fucking tooth you've ever seen in your life. This was my wisdom tooth that, now in our defense, we wanted to get this thing pulled a while ago, but we were still having problems with the other tooth, and I didn't want two tooth problems at the same time. So we got this one pulled. It had a hole in it. It had a cavity that was so bad the tooth had a hole in it back here, and I would water pick that hole out to make sure that it would stay clean so it wouldn't get infected or hurt or anything like that.
Just in case.
Hold on a second.
You can't see that up close. I sent you a good picture of it to Facebook.
Look at this end of the tooth. Not bad, right? Looks a little like burnt popcorn, I think. It's got that burnt popcorn color to it. That's not so bad, right? Oh, yeah, look at that. Not so terrible. Let's flip it around. This is the part that was the hole and the cavity that had been brewing for 18 months. And I wasn't getting taken care of because I was taking care because the other tooth kept fucking up. Take a look at that shit.
Ah!
Look at that.
It's terrifying.
That is what I was washing and rinsing out.
It's death. That
death.
tooth is death. And it's under my nail.
That is a dead ass tooth right there.
Dead ass tooth.
That was a bad one.
If you go to your Facebook messages, you could really show them. Look at that.
I just wiped my lip. Ugh.
There's green in the middle.
Yeah, people are saying, holy God, black as night, slow down. Dang, that's gnarly. That tooth has AIDS.
Please.
This is all meth decay. Slow down. I need this information. Smell it. Good Lord, man. This is why you don't eat ass. Bone marrow in that bitch. Yeah, that was bone marrow that you were seeing. Yeah, that was a rough tooth.
You guys are lucky Aaron's being so nice to you right now.
Why?
Because I sent you the close-up of what that looks like color-coded.
I think they got, judging by all the what the fucks in the chat, I think they got a good idea.
It looks like cooked liver consistency, like that brown soft, and then there's green in the middle.
April touched it a little bit ago. She screamed her fucking head off.
It's soft. It's weird.
All right, guys, that's going to do it for today. We're going to get the hell out of here. We've got a shitload of clips from today's show that I'm going to put out later, and you guys are already, thanks to Hulk Hogan and many others, really far into tomorrow or tonight, this evening's evening show.
Thank you, guys.
So thank you guys very much for that. We will talk to you all tonight at 7 p.m. We'll also put a clip up a little bit later today. Either the MLC Corey clip, the worst podcast ever clip, could do Kid Rock, could do, I mean, Bam Margera is good anytime. That'll do big numbers.
Oh, people are being gross. April kissed that mouth. April rides that face. Oh, yeah, I was that close to DK.
I hope you guys enjoyed today's show. It was a really good one. We're glad we hung around and lingered a little bit so that we could do overtime and you guys knocked that out. That was cool.
It was fun. Thanks.
We'll always cheat for you guys to keep the show going.
Whoa.
Buddy Travis says 7 more likes. All right, 7 more likes. Everybody hit like on their way out. We're going to leave. We got to go pick up the kids. And then we will talk to you tonight at 7 p.m. Like this channel before you get out of here and subscribe before you get out of here.